What?
Started yet?
I mean, I literally have to just click go live. What?
Oh, I just wanted to ask, when you're doing a tweet, what's the hashtag thing about?
That's just so if someone is searching for a hashtag, they can find your tweet. It will be within the hashtags.
So you can put hashtag Walking Dead or something if that's what I do.
Yes.
Right, okay, brilliant, thank you, sorry.
Okay then. Whoa. It has been so freaking long. I've mostly forgotten things. I have the notepad of the characters' voices because I have a feeling I'll not remember them all. Even though I just watched back some of the stuff. I still don't like that nurse just says question mark, question mark, question mark. And you know what? I didn't find a clip of the nurse actually. Well, let's just hope the nurse doesn't make an appearance. Oh, so I'm guessing Lily's gonna fill up that blank spot in the middle with these paper things. Righty ho. So, I don't know which one of these is the correct one. Risk in the nurse note. Bizarre and surreal. I know I'd have to. I'm guessing I've sided with her on this one because if you side with the other two, it instantly goes to the their thing, right? It's not going to be exercise. Oh, that's Emmy stuff now. Katawa is on the stream. Yes. I haven't exploded. But I don't remember which one is the correct one. Is it this one? Mind your step? This might actually happen. Still unsure. I think it's Mind Your Step that I want. Well, I've answered both of them. I think it would be the top one. Can I skip until we get to the next? Is this going to put me on Rin's story? I have a feeling it will. That's Hanako. Or does this put me on Hanako's story? A bit too much Emmy for if it's going to be Lily's story, methinks. It's going to be Rin's story, isn't it? Oh, yes, this is most definitely Rin's story. Okay, alright. A save called Sip. I have tea leaves. The scene. Oh, Sip Part 2? Go for a walk into town? I guess. Following Hanako to the library seems a bit intrusive. Oh yeah, because it was between Hanako and Lily. Gotcha. Good call, Lee. Good call. There was a reason she left the classroom after all. And that aside, I do want to catch up with Lily. At the very least, I'd like to thank her for looking out for me despite her other, obviously taxing duties. Guess I'll walk around town. With any luck, I should be able to find Lily. The exercise will do me some good as well. Walking through the school courtyard to the gate, give a small nod to a couple of passing classmates, and the gesture being returned in kind. I know you looked up the route map, buddy. Even from here, the shouts of the sports club members can be heard. From the sheer volume of the din, the track must be packed right now. Remember what Lily said yesterday about being dropped right into the middle of a busy time for the school. While I'm trying to get my bearings and catch up on studies that I've missed, everyone else is doing normal school activities. The feeling of being a foreigner still hasn't dissipated, at least not yet. Well, I guess not everything's bad. It's a private school, and not that much is easily noticed when walking around outside. Only the school ground's huge, but the buildings themselves are immaculate and quite divorced from the dime a dozen concrete blocks at public school. There's also the fact there's a much stronger feeling of community here, or at least friendlier atmosphere. At my old school, it was generally accepted that people would keep to their little clique and be done with it. Already got to the final boss. Eventually, I reached the gate, began to walk down the road into town. Wow, the quick boss. I'm glad that every single time we see that, it's like one line and then that's it. Well, that was fairly productive. Yeah, see, he knows. Having seen a fair portion of town, even including the houses perched on the hill around the outskirts, so I take a walk around the park before heading back. That's the one cycle, yeah, man. I'm getting good. I'm getting good. You know, it's like what they always say. It's like riding a bike. You know, you don't forget. You just get better, even if you don't do it for months. The only difference being I can't ride a bike, but details. Living in a city all my life, total lack of smartly dressed businessmen and fashionably dressed girls strikes me as incredibly unusual. All that's seen are the odd elderly person shuffling along the sidewalk, assorted busily chatting pairs of middle-aged women outside of small storefronts. Walking along the road to the park quickly distracts me from them, though, making me realise that I perhaps pushed myself further than I should have done to see as much as I could. As my breath begins to wheeze and my chest tightens more and more, I give up on the prospect of soldiering on. After a quick glance around the park as I enter, I take a seat on a wobbly old bench that I notice near a couple of vending machines. Yeah, I can imagine that being pretty nice. If I lived somewhere like that, I probably would have learned to ride a bike. Oh yeah, you don't need to tell me, buddy. I've lived my entire life using buses. When I went to college, there wasn't a college, like, obviously, in my little town that I used to live in, so I had to go into the city, which was like a half-an-hour bus journey. And I had college like 3 days a week, and then my locals was also in that like Yu-Gi-Oh! Locals was also in that city on a different day. Well, the first year it was on a different day. It was on the same day on the second year, but so I had to get a bus into the city 4 days a week, and it sucked. It was never good. For minutes on end, I sit with my head bent over, forcing myself to take deep breaths. I feel more like an old man than a teenager who should be in the prime of his life. Stay in hospital, the surgery, and the medication must have taken a toll on me. Damn it. Don't worry, what's the main character's name called? Hisao. I remembered. I feel like an old man all the time too. Don't even worry about it, dude. Eventually, my breathing returns to normal and the muscles of my chest loosen. And I've had a fair measure of relief. Guess this means the end of my little sojourn, though, in any case. I love his random use of friggin' weird words. There's a cafe in the far corner, so I'll stop by to quench my thirst before heading back. Little bell above the door signals my arrival to an empty counter. For a few moments I stand there waiting, my eyes every now and then drifting from one end to the counter to the other, searching for a service bell. Eventually, a door some ways behind the counter opens, and the person emerging from it taking me by complete surprise. Yuko? Hi, I had no idea you worked here. I really have no idea how to address her either, given that she is technically school staff as well as apparently a waitress. Yes. She quickly paces up to the counter before flinging her upper half downwards in an overacted bow. Welcome to the Shanghai. May I take your order? Straight down to business, I see. I don't know. Well, some coffee, please. Yes, certainly. I'll make it right away and bring it to you when it's done. Thanks. Yuko's formality takes me aback. She seems to take her job very seriously. Obeying her instructions, I turn around and quickly glance around for a free table. Considering the cafe seems to be empty, it's a simple task to accomplish. I find it funny that because you go into the cafe on every route, except maybe Rin's, I think you do in Rin's as well, it's like you get the meeting Yuko in the cafe for the first time seen 5 different times, and each one is different. I like that. It's a nice little touch. As I walk towards the table adjacent to the window, I notice a flash of yellow around one of the table dividers. Sure enough, no more than a glance is needed to ascertain that is a certain Satao at the table. That said, I don't recognise the suited figure across the table from her. Blonde, fair-skinned, and only a little shorter. He? She? I think she. Must be a relative. Yeah, I think they do too, yeah. Since the two are all but silent as a suited figure takes a swig from a cup of coffee, so I had to greet Lilly. Some part of my coming here was in order to meet her, after all. Hi, Lilly. Hisao? Yeah, nice to see you again. The suited girl looks up, noticing my uniform with a relaxed smile. Know each other? I guess. It's as good an approximation of our relationship as I can think of. Care to take a seat? She says to the air beside me, but the message is clear enough, and I take the seat beside her. I suppose some introductions might be in order. Hisao, this is Akira Satao, my older sister. Akira, this is Hisao Nakai, another Yamaku student. Looks like my guess was correct. Lily introduced Akira gives a nod, which I return. What I don't return, however, is the almost analytical gaze with which she looks me over. As she does so, Yuko walks up to the table and carefully places the coffee on the table before bowing and taking her leave. Gently bringing my hand to the side of the cup, realize it was already at the right temperature to drink. After taking a sip, the flavour turns out to be just as good as the temperature. Yuko seems a lot better than this than being a librarian. Take a good long drink before relaxing into the seat. It takes mere seconds for Akira's examination to come to an end. Apparently becoming quickly bored of the activity, she turns to her sister. So, how's school recently? Seems Akira is entirely unconcerned of someone she doesn't know at all, listening to everything they say. Not that I mind, leaving them to their chatting. I sit back and continue drinking their pleasantly aromatic coffee. Sounds like it's pretty busy for you then. At least I am not cooking your meals after school anymore. As I talk, I slowly realise I'm entirely unable to gauge Lily's emotions through her eyes, as I would for any other person. Unrealistic, nobody ever decides to drink their tea when it's a good temperature. Yeah, true. It becomes slightly unsettling as I subconsciously focus on that fact. Whoa, so cold. Weren't you just cooking for yourself anyway? I only ever got leftovers. That's not the point. Are you managing to feed yourself at least? I can cook without blowing myself up, you know. Mostly. That's... It's fine, it's fine. I need to learn sometime anyway. Lily? Everyone present momentarily distracted by Yuko, who placed a cup of tea on the table for Lily. Taking the moment to glance over at her watch, Akira levels herself off her seat and gives me a quick nod. Well, I better be off. It was nice talking to you, Lily. Akira, do you have to? Lily looks genuinely mournful at her sister suddenly leaving. It does seem like she might have the wrong idea. Sorry, I need to get back to work. They'll be on my neck again if I don't make it back quickly. So informal. Akira's trim and tidy appearance would give anyone the wrong impression of her. Bye, Akira. Come on, don't look so down. I'll be around again soon. See yas. With that, she walks out of the Shanghai with her hand held high. Okay, that makes more sense, yeah. Lily still looks pretty depressed, so I tried to make some small talk in an effort to take her mind off it. She seems nice. We used to live together, but now that I live at school, we hardly ever see each other. Despite Lily having been quite affable, I still don't really know how much about her. In hindsight, it's surprising just how much she's extracted from me, really. We used to live together. Was it somewhere around here? It was pretty far south. The trip of Yamaku was fairly long. With her working hours getting longer and Yamaku being so far away, there was little choice in the end but to move into the dormitories. Well, that explains the chatter about cooking. Evidently regaining her composure, she livens back up, at least in part. I take it you're better rested now? Sorry? You sound less exhausted than you did when you first came in. To be able to pick out my breathing like that, she must have pretty good ears. Yeah, I ended up walking all over town, despite only planning on taking a short walk down here. Reminded me of my first from the walk, and I lean forward to take a sip. Without further ado, Lily starts on a cup of strong-smelling tea. Guess I'd better get going back to Yamaku. There's only so long I can stall studying for, and I want to get a good night's sleep before the festival. Standing from my seat, I take the coffee-stained cup from the table. You're leaving? Yeah, you gonna head back as well? It's getting kinda late. When she pauses, before lifting her face over her teacup as if she was looking at me. Yuko, could we have one more coffee, please? Okay, I'll bring it right away. That's not suitable. Not subtle. That makes me fucking... Already on my misreading things. Good job, me. She gives a short giggle at my frank assessment of her maneuver. Surprisingly childish and carefree given her otherwise collected appearance. In the end, though, I have little reason to refuse. To be honest, I can hardly say no, all things considered. Giving a manufactured sigh, I take a seat opposed her? Opposite her, I'm guessing I said. Wanting company, then? I'd say that it's more that I was wondering. I see she's in a questioning mood again. She does seem to be unusually interested in me, or at least curious. Do you have any siblings? Not exactly an unexpected tangent. No, only child. To be honest, the idea of having someone that close to me makes me a bit envious. Interesting. Raise an eyebrow, which of course goes unseen. Short silence communicates the question well enough. It's just the others have said the same thing before. It's a difficult subject to try and think about objectively, given that I've always had someone like that. I can most understand what Lily means, given that it would be hard to place oneself outside of a situation they've been in all their life. She and her sister must have a pretty close relationship. Taking pains to interrupt us as little as possible, Yuko dutifully comes over and places a cup on the table. See, now I can sit myself between those situations, because I have like 6 siblings, but I'm not close to any of them. So I'm still envious of people who are close to their siblings, but I also basically know what it's like to live without them. You know, I get the best of both worlds or worst of both worlds, I'm not sure. Whatever. Lily thanks her as I sit back, taking in this vexing girl in front of me. Despite always seeming to be on her guard and in control of herself while talking to others, she has almost childlike curiosity about other people. That said, those rare moments she seems to slightly lower her guard are the most insightful to see how she thinks. Reaching forward for my drink, I realise something I probably should have noticed earlier. I'm starting to think... I think I'm starting to become kind of curious about her. Oh, final boss is back again. Round 2. Despite making a good pace, it's already nightfall by the time I reach the large iron gates in front of the school. While it's nice to have plenty of time to wander around, the virtue of living right next to the school, can't help but get the feeling that very few students actually take the opportunity. Compared to the number of students I see milling around on campus during free time, it's startlingly rare to see anyone around town. Given the large number of accommodations and facilities the school offers, many of them might simply not see any point venturing outside, let alone people such as Hanako and Kenji. Makes me wonder if students like Shizune, Misha, and Lily are the exception for this school, rather than the norm. As I wander back to my dorm room, I continue to compare my old school with Yamaku. As I do so, I begin to be surprised that I managed to get even this used to everything that's happened to me. Oh, and that was that scene, I guess. Next day, I wake up feeling a little lightheaded. It's almost noon already. Sleeping late is fine, since it's Sunday and there are no classes. It's not just Sunday, though, but the festival as well. Oh, God, I skipped! Wait, I've already seen all this. There's a button that skips. I don't know which button it is, but I accidentally skipped. Did I like skip bit that I haven't seen before? Oh no, I've seen all this before. Was it this button? Okay. We've seen this. Okay, here we go. Here's the different. Oof. Alright, I know what I'll do. Even if it's just one person, I'll make the festival more enjoyable for her. As I place the bowl on the counter, I call out to Lily. Ah, Sal, you brought it back? Yeah, here. Slide it into her hands. She takes it over to someone who's apparently on cleaning duty. Considering that I didn't see them here before, it's probably a penalty for their tardiness. Hey, Lily. She perks up and returns to the counter as she hears my voice again, realizing that I'm still here. Want to go see some more of the festival? She puffs her cheeks disapprovingly. Looks kind of cute, and a complete contradiction to her usual reserved nature. Doesn't it sound when we get angry whenever he says the word see to Lily? He didn't even remotely care that he just asked her if she wanted to see the festival. Idiot. Takes a few seconds for me to get what she's taking issues with. Whoops. Oh dear. I didn't mean to... Lily giggles at me, exposing her teasing for what it is. You're still not used to this school, are you? She got me. Still, I kind of need to stay over our stall. It's taken until just now to even get everything unpacked. Guess her reluctance shouldn't overly surprise me, considering how much work she's put into this. Everything seems to be running fine now, though. Besides, we've got extra help in your hand anyway. Boy in the middle of cooking some soba noodles turns towards us, grinning. Go on, Lils. You've earned yourself a break. We can hold down the fort for now. If you say it's okay, then I suppose so. But if you need any help, then we'll call you. Go on, we'll be fine. Lily finally gives up resistance and waves a spatula at her. She feels her way around to the back of the stool and picks up her cane on the way. Guess the first thing we should do is look for Hanako. Lily seems kind of worried about her. I doubt she'd be the kind of person to enjoy milling around in crowds like this alone. So I guess we should search for Hanako. Where to first? Both of us go quiet for a moment to think. Maybe she's in her dorm room. I doubt it. She doesn't keep too many things in there, so she'd have nothing to do. Ah, the library. As good a place as any to search for an avid reader, I suppose. The library it is. We'll check there first, then. Aside from the muffled sounds and the crowd seeping from outside, the inside of the school seems almost deserted. In order to make sure everyone has had enough room, I guess all the events were organised to be held outside, on school grounds. They're definitely quite large, by any other school standards. It's nice and quiet in here, isn't it? Yeah, much nicer than the hustle and bustle outside. Take our time and slowly walk through the first floor of the school, eventually reaching the stairs to the second floor. I cannot notice how Lily anticipates every door and obstacle, cane remaining still in her hand, skating along the hallway railings. You really know the school well, don't you? She smiles and nods straight ahead. I've been here for a few years now, so I know where everything is. The dorms still trip me up, though, sometimes. I haven't been there as long, and they're not as well laid out as the main building. If I'm remembering right, there used to be unused buildings before, renovated and used as dormitories. That explains why the male and female dorms look different from the outside, and why their rooms seem kind of unusual for sleeping quarters. I'd assumed she'd been living in a dormitory since she began attending the school, but now I'm reminded of what she said yesterday. That's right, you mentioned that before. I'd assumed that most of the students lived here in the dormitories once they enrolled. A lot of them seem to, in any case. This expression became somewhat harder to read, my questioning evidently touching on a delicate point. Well, how should I say? Everyone has their reasons. Something tells me that one of those with reasons is Hanako, hence her tiptoeing around the answer. My own predicament is yet another such case. I guess another choice everyone here would have to make of themselves, or in my instance, have made for them. Can't be helped, I suppose. At least Yamaku itself seems like a nice place. It's good to hear you say that. I'd thought you were coming to dislike it. What about you, though? My reversal of Lily's statement takes her by surprise. I've been here for a while, so... It's not that. You just seem pretty depressed about Akira. What's with that look? He said look. Kira's taken. Sorry, Sal. Ha! Lily, oh, I mean, that's a shame, right? Lily never sees how fast my palm meets my face at her sly accusation. Hey, I was worried about you. That's no way to respond to concern. While she gives an amused grin, we round the corner of the hallway and enter the library. As we do so, it isn't hard to spot Hanako, considering that the room is completely devoid of anyone else. Given that there's no staff around, I guess there's no need to heed the usual library rules. I call out to her. Hey, Hanako. Hanako is here? As she hears our voice, Hanako's head flicks up from behind a book, probably the same one she'd been reading on Friday. Sal? Lily? Just before we drop by, Lily just managed to escape from the noodle store with a little help. That wasn't really an escape. Hanako gives a small giggle, briefly surprising both of us. I just thought that Lily might not be enjoying the festival. Well, now we can enjoy it together, right? Two nod happily before we set out the library towards the festivities. I hand over some change to the girl behind the counter and take the 2 styrofoam cups of tea. Try to extenuate my bow a bit to cover for the fact that she's quite obviously deaf. Come to think of it, probably should have asked for help instead of leaving those 2 in the gardens while I bought drinks. Trying to juggle the 2 cups of hot tea for them and a can of coffee for myself out of a vending machine isn't exactly easy. With some careful manoeuvring though, I managed to keep everything stable upright as I walk over to the bench where Lily and Hanako are sitting and chatting. It's actually quite a nice place. Lit only by moonlight, it's tucked away some distance from the main event. Compared to how hot it has been during the day, the spot's also pleasantly cool by now. Not that it matters all that much, most of the visitors have moved across the area either close to the fireworks or high on the hill in order to view the display apparently planned. Welcome back, Asao. Our ears are good. Not exactly close, and even Hanako hadn't noticed me. There you go. Sorry it's instant, but that's all I had left by now. Hanako gingerly takes a cup from my right hand, and gently places the other into Lily's outstretched hand. Did you enjoy the festival then, Asao? Yeah, it was pretty fun. An honest answer, much of the food may have been somewhat subpar, but it was a lot of fun in the end, especially with Hanako and Lily. In fact, I think those 2 may have enjoyed themselves even more than I did. Both Lily and me around, much of Hanako's withdrawn nature around others died down enough for her to enjoy herself. That was weird because the firework happened and it hadn't removed Lily, and so it looked like I thought someone just shot her. And I was like, what the fuck? Okay, no, it was the fireworks. I didn't even get a chance to say that before it was the fireworks. As we sit drinking, the whistle of the first firework rings out before it explodes into a vibrant shower of blue against the night sky, heralding the beginning of the end of the festival. Enthusiastic shouts can be heard from the crowd, scattered all around the school grounds celebrating them. For minutes on end, Hanako and I watch the fireworks overhead as Lily blissfully listens to them with her eyes shut. Red, green, yellow, star-shaped, circular and patterned, all manner of shapes and colours fill the air, one after the other, and dance across the sky. No place near where I live put on such lavish displays. Festivals like this were a thing of the past in such a metropolitan area. to be seeing such a sight with those 2, it's probably the happiest I've been in a long while. So, that's it. Festival's finally ending. Yeah. She gives a delicate, wistful sigh. As much as I might complain about all the stuff we have to do, it's still sad that we'll have to graduate before the next Yamaku festival. Whoa, hello. Walk forward and stand beside Lily, gently resting a hand on her shoulder. Don't worry. We still have Tanabata later in the year, right? You're right. It'll be nice to go there when it comes. Minutes of silence pass, with only the blast of the fireworks to be heard. Seeing as these two remind me of those words, seeing these 2 reminds me of those words of advice Lily had given me as we walked into town together. Cherish the opportunity to make new friends. Huh. Hey, Lily. She turns her head slightly to show she's listening. Hanako's gaze still firmly fixed on the technicolor firework bursting overhead. You mind if I join you 2 for tea every now and then? A smile on her face is more than enough to see her answer. It would be a pleasure, Sal. Are we going to get that animated scene now? Here we are. She looks totally different in the animated scene. Like, I know everyone did. But most of them look cuter. I don't know if I agree with that. Oh, yeah, we get to see animated Akira, though. For, like, a split second. That was fun. Okay. Okay then. Act 2, past. That's adorable. We're going to see Kid Lily. Beep, beep. Awake to the annoying din of my alarm clock. Bright red numerals lighting my face. Same alarm clock I had at home, one of the few remaining artifacts from my days before coming to Yamaku. Hope that using it would help me ease my transition into new life. No such luck there. Groggily draining myself out of bed, I wipe the sleep out of my eyes, then reach over to my desk. A couple of the bottles of medication strewn across it and swallow a few pills dry. But now the process started to become automatic, something I should be glad for given their purpose. Feeling much more awake than before, I wander into the bathroom. While the shower warms up, my mind begins to wander as my new daily routine begins once again. Bright colours of the fireworks fill my mind, as do the two girls of whom I spent my time watching them. It feels strange to be moved by such people I know so little about. Hi, Lycos. Then again, I suppose those aren't normal circumstances. At least I have someone to talk to. Now, aside from my schoolmate next door. The time left before school begins With the time left before school begins today waning, I begin to get ready for class. Walking through the door into the classroom, I notice that I'm still somewhat early. I see about 5 or 6 students milling around, most of them looking as if they'd rather still be in bed. At times like this, I appreciate being a morning person. That said, 2 students in particular seem to be just as perky as always. Hi Shizune, hi Misha. I suddenly realised that my greeting would be lost on the floor, so I quickly followed up a wave. She doesn't seem overly bothered. Or interested for that matter. Hi Yu-chan, are you feeling well? I can only assume her greeting comes from Shizune. It's hard to tell if she's speaking as herself or Shizune sometimes. Better than most everyone else, I guess. You two seem bright and chipper. Misha signs back to Shizune as I say it. Eliciting somewhat terse answer, if our sharp and rapid arm movements are any indication. Seeing these two make such a big deal out of the festival preparations, I probably should have chosen my words more carefully. Since you're a new student, we've been cutting you some slack. Please don't expect this kind of task dodging to be allowed in the future. Misha looks as if she's about to add her own comment, quickly goes back to interpreting as Shizune continues, unabated. While your contribution to Class 3-2 stall is appreciated. Huh? Word sure got around quickly. That or these two have their fingers on the pulse of the school. We prefer your efforts to be focused on the task at hand, namely, your own class. Much hate to admit it, they do have a point. Before I can respond, though, Shizune adds something more, which draws a smile from Misha. Did you enjoy the festival, then? Lecture over, I guess. Yeah, it was good. Did you two enjoy it? Shizune gives a short nod as Misha grins, bounces her head up and down. Contrast, side by side, is amusing. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice more students starting to trickle into the classroom. A quick glance at my watch confirms they're a few minutes late. I look over at Hanako's seat, realize she's already there, and contentedly reading a book. Makes me wonder just how long she's been there without me noticing. With heavy footsteps coming up the hallway, signaling Muto's arrival, our idle talking comes to an end. I take my seat next to Misha. As the door slides open, he strides through a ponderous gate. His posture is even worse than usual, and his eyes are barely staying open. I guess my quip to Lilly and Hanako about the staff was misplaced. Everyone opens their book, and he reaches his desk. The first class of the new week begins. I rub my eyes as the lunch bell rings out, glad for a temporary reprieve from work. I'm entirely surprised and look over at the door and see Lilly standing there, cane in hand, patiently waiting for Hanako. Considering her acceptance of my request to join them yesterday, I decided to spend my lunchtime with them rather than eat alone. Hanako moves surprisingly fast to me, her companion, to enter the hallway before I can catch up. Lilly's head turns, slightly registering the sound of footsteps behind her. Hanako notices and follows her lead. She almost jumps in surprise. Sao? Hello, Sao? Hi, sorry if I startled you. Lilly turns to greet me, helped by orientation by Hanako. Good afternoon, Sao. Are you joining us? If it's no trouble, there's not much else to do, really. Lilly gives a small nod, as if to silently brush away any idea that it would be troubling in the least. We descend one set of stairs and walk down the hallway to the usual room. I pace somewhat quicker than usual, thanks to Lilly using Hanako for directions, rather than her cane in the railing. As expected, it's deserted. The sound of the other clubs can only be barely heard. Sunlight streams into the room from outside. Looking around the room, I notice a couple of empty aisles propped up against the wall, so I don't think we're there before. The art club must use this room as extra storage. Should I get the chess set out? Hanko's voice seems less tense when she's directly addressing Lilly. Yes, I'll make the tea while you sort the pieces. I can do that for you if you like. She ponders the offer for a moment before smiling, confirming that I've made the right choice. Her face is remarkably easy to read. Very well, thank you. She slides her retracted cane into the handle of a bag, sets it against one of the table legs before taking a seat opposite Hanako. As I prepare the tea for the 3 of us, I can hear the small wooden pieces being set up on the board. I wonder how good Lilly is at chess, given her circumstances. By the time I place the steaming teacups onto the table, Lilly and Hanako have already moved their first pieces. They nibble on sandwiches and rice balls in their respective bags. Note that the chessboard they're using has holes in the middle of each square, pegs on the board for the pieces, and has each dark square slightly raised. That's a good idea. Watching Lilly's fingers skating over the board, tracing out the positions of the pieces, makes me marvel a little bit. The simple ingenuity of the design must be specifically made for blind players. There you go. Hanako gives a small nod as I put the cup down next to her side of the board. Lilly's hand venturing sideways slightly, so to gently place the cup, touching the tip of her fingers. A gesture, and she seems to appreciate. When I take a seat silently, sip my tea, to play. Contrast in their appearance while playing is interesting to watch. Hanako looks closely at the board, her face one of focused concentration. Lilly, on the other hand, keeps her head level and maintains her calm neutrality. Lilly's gentle voice addresses both of us as she continues to play. How was class now that festival's over? I'm telling her to see whether she'll answer first, but I see that she's doing the same. Not great. Half the class seems to be dozing off, even including their teacher, not to mention the test on top of that. Hanako quietly adds her own agreement with this. I can imagine that being a bit difficult for you, being a transfer student. Well, I think I did fine. Other than the shock of a test coming so early, science is probably my best subject. How'd you do, Hanako? Me? Okay, I guess. Hanako's too sincere to be able to pull off lying very well. That much is obvious. Lily's smile slips very slightly. From her reaction, Hanako mustn't be skilled enough at academics to do very well without preparation. How'd your class handle it, Lilly? It went surprisingly well, actually. Only one student was absent, which is better than what the teacher was expecting. I wonder if it was Kenji. With the topic all but run dry, the two concentrate on their chess game once again. Can't say I've ever liked the idea of chess as spectator sport. Given its unique nature, for once I'm wrapped in watching the game unfold. As time wears on, both of them demonstrate decent skill at playing the game. And we capture 2 more pawns, and Hanako Lilly has the upper hand, but only slightly. Till Hanako makes a strange move with her queen. Seizing upon the lapse in judgment, Lilly takes the piece of her knight. Without hesitation, Hanako moves the pawn to take Lily's rook, the opposite side of the board, and promotes it to queen. I wonder if blind people are good at chess, since visualizing the game state is very helpful when planning out future turns, so that's something sight can interfere with. Yeah, I imagine it would be. Or they just learn it in a different way. I don't know. No, you're probably right. Lily's face falters as her fingers move over the pieces. She realizes she just fell to Hanako's trap. It's a little distracting to have the board traced out after each move, even if it's out of necessity. Judging by Hanako's lack of reaction, she must be used to this. She and Lilly must have played at least a few games of chess against each other after all. Check. It's not bad at all. Nice, Hanako. Compliment caused her to flower into a surprising blush. Thank you. I didn't think it would work. Look over to Lilly, her fingers having just finished tracing out the position of her remaining piece in an attempt to extract her king from its bind. I think this is checkmate. Taking a look at the board to confirm. Sure enough, our king has nowhere to escape without being threatened by another piece. My question as to which of them is better at this has just been answered. So it is. Lilly gives a small sigh as Hanako smiles. From their reaction, seems like a fairly usual result. How long have you two been playing? Since I was young. Lilly nods at Hanako's brief answer. Hanako taught me how to play as soon after I met her. I can beat her every now and then, but that's a rarity. I don't seem to have the right mindset for it. Lilly came to Yamako at the start of high school and met Hanako when she moved into the dorms. That means she's only been playing for about a year. Seeing Hanako's level of play, I'm not too surprised Lilly has trouble beating her. But she's better than languages than I am, so... Lilly gives an appreciative, if slightly amused smile at Hanako's quick reversal of her compliment. Well, that's how it is. Much to everyone's surprise, the bell suddenly rings, heralding the end to lunch break. That game lasted longer than I thought it did. Same. Guess we better get back to class. Hanako's already in the middle of packing it up, so I take Lily's bag and offer it to her. To my surprise, she takes it and nods, but then places it back down on the table. Hasao, may I make a request? Sure, go ahead. Would you mind if I were to quickly feel your face? Okay. No, go ahead. I don't mind. The question takes me severely off guard, but once again I regain my composure. Seems sensible enough. So far, Lily's had no idea what I actually look like, and this will be her only way to find out. Something about this seems funny. Just boop. Just booping him on the nose. That's cute. I like that. Lily raises her right hand, to which I take in mine and guides my face before letting it go. It moves entirely silent as Lily's hand moves over and around my features, from my chin to my cheeks to everywhere else. I expected this to feel a lot more disquieting than it does. I suppose it's because the action is entirely a matter of practicality, being functionally no different to simply looking at someone's face. That is soft. What takes my surprise, the length of her fingers. Not to mention how sure even the slightest of her movements are. I have no doubt that her level of tactile feeling will be far beyond mine. I briefly runs once through my hair before retreating, sure that every inch of my face has been committed to her memory. It's only now, too, that I realise Hanako has been silently watching the entire time. Thank you for letting me do that, Asao. This is just a huge scheme to boop him. And if I might add, I think you are quite handsome. I blushed a little at her remark before raising a questioning eyebrow. But if you can't see, how... Just because I can't see, that doesn't mean I don't have my own preferences. We better go now. Yeah, that's a good point. Guess we'll see you later then, Lilly. So the only reason Lilly doesn't fall from any of her route is because she doesn't touch his face and boop him. Without the boop, she'd never know that she was attracted to him. Simple as that. Moving through the hallways back to our classroom, notice that Hanako seems quieter than before, but also more comfortable. Lilly, her hand on Hanako's shoulder, seemed to pick up on her sure pace as well, smiling as they walk. If I could spend the rest of my time at Yamaku like this, I don't think it'd be so bad. All that's needed for joy is small exchanges of happiness, after all. As I reached my desk, I set my bag beside it and realised something, or rather my stomach does. So busy with those two, I forgot to buy lunch. What an idiot. Saturday, my second most favourite day of the week. It's almost entirely due to the fact this is the day with the second least amount of school, class ending at the beginning of lunch. I opened my door confidently, myself being more than confident being able to get... Wait. Try that again. I opened my door confidently, myself being more than confident of being able to get enjoyment out of the fine weather and shorter class length. Confidently stride down the hallway down to the stairs to the lobby of the male dorms. I confidently look behind me to see whose footsteps are approaching. I lose my confidence in this day being enjoyable. Hey man, sup? Not much, I guess. Just looking forward to the afternoon. You? Wraps an arm around my slumped shoulders far too comfortably. Something's up. Let's step outside, shall we? I was just about to, before you stopped me. Wait, Kenji outside? Doesn't take my reaction to his theatrics well. Ignoring him, I walk outside and start down the steps. Doesn't take too long for him to catch up with me. What if he wants money? Not around about another conspiracy. Maybe both. I've got a bow to pick with you. Uh-huh. It's about that blonde. You know who I'm talking about. Conspiracy it is. For a moment I contemplate feigning ignorance, but realised it would go quicker if I just let him get it all out. Lilly, the one from your class. You're on first name terms with her? I was positively shocked at this development. Did he not expect me to be able to answer? Gathers himself and coughs into his fist. Dramatically, like everything else he does. Oh, never mind that. I'm here to warn you. You know, man to man. Warn me about what? Lilly? Yeah, you don't know her, man. Mostly true. I've only known her and Hanako for less than 2 weeks. Even then, we've just been exchanging banal chatter about school while we wait lunch. Pretty sure you don't either. That's not the point. You're the one spending inordinate amount of time with her. It's just distresses me that someone like Kenji, probably as far out of the loop as one could possibly get, knows about such trivial facts as who I choose to befriend. Then again, I'm a transfer student. She's not the only representative of their class, but also a tall blonde. Maybe I should appreciate this ranting as a warning. The rumour mill exists in the school, and that I'm firmly within it. It's just lunch, nothing special. Look, man, under the bridge. See this bridge? You're under it. Man's got to do what a man's got to do to get intel. I just want to make sure you don't end up too far under the bridge. You're losing me, Kenji. That's okay. A lot of people get lost. That's why I'm here to help. Just be careful around her, okay? She looks all harmless from the outside, but I've heard shit. Bad shit. You know the student council, right? Seems involuntary shudder as he says the words. Putting him and Shizune together in a room is an amusing mental exercise. Wonder if they've met. Yeah, Shizune and Misha in my class. I seem to have dodged that draft, though. Good man, good man. But this blonde, she was there, in the student council, right down there. I see. And she's not there now. Seriously, think about that. Something must have gone down. So long for a moment. Give the idea more full than I probably should. I'll explain the fight the two had, at least in part. Wait, no, not really. Even the student council wouldn't need a catalyst. In the end, it doesn't explain much at all, other than the fact that their feud goes back some ways. Guess you have a point. Not seeing how that really affects me, though. Okay, now fill this one. Lilly's foreign, obviously. Obviously. Now, what nationality is she? I don't have to give the answer, but I realize that I have none. In fact, I've given the matter very little thought. Given that she has no accent and acts perfectly Japanese, I suppose it never really seemed important. Now that you mentioned it, though, I'm rather curious. To be honest, I don't know. Maybe English? They like tea. Thanks for generalising, Hasao, you dickhead. Probably shouldn't resort to stereotypes. That's the only lead I have. You're not thinking. Luckily, you have me here to think for you. Gee, thanks. He brushes off the quip effortlessly. Now, answer me this. Who has a lot of social power? Filthy stinking rich. You know blondes are all rich, right? Has a long history of disputes and used to belong to a much larger organisation. Roman Catholic Church? Well, okay, there's that. But there's also the Mafia. Come on, rich, foreign, there's no way she doesn't have connections to them. I have reason to doubt the logic of his deductions, but he shows no sign of stopping. So, do you know where I think she's from? Italy? Mainland Italy, small time, dude. She has to be from Sicily. Those manifesto types come from there. Wait, no, Russia. Damn, this could be bad. The Mafia there, serious business, man. Ex-KGB everywhere. Paramilitaries, hardcore smuggling, and... Wait, stop, slow down a second. What point are you trying to get at here? You don't know what you do, man. I won't get in your way. Agents don't operate like that, but I just want you to be careful. When the time comes, we'll all need the help we can get. I don't want to lose you, comrade. Well, at least he's concerned for me. Kinda. Wave goodbye to him as we separate our respective classes. But I'm not sure that he sees the gesture. I love Kenji, man. He's the best. Found my books in my bag. Catch a glimpse of the library books I borrowed last week. Might as well return them, considering they took all of 2 days to finish. Briefly consider inviting Hanako into the library. She's already gone. Probably better for my studying tomorrow anyway. Quick stretch and a wave to a couple of classmates. Get the same to me. I'm making my way out of the classroom. Or just wave to Mickey. We haven't seen her in ages. She was cool. As I opened my bag and shoved the books through the return slot in the front counter, there was a strange person on the desk. Old and greying, she must be Yuko's replacement when she's working at the cafe. Begin looking for a free table. A task made somewhat difficult considering that despite not being many students in here, they're all sitting at their own tables. Noticing a familiar head of hair, walk over to one in the braille section. It's hard to tell whether Lily's concentrating hard or not. Placid expression, holding perfectly still as her finger slides across the dotted filled page in her book. Hi, mind if I sit here? Oh, no problem at all. She trails off, evidently still focused on her business at hand. Ah, so... She gives a nod of greeting as I sit opposite her at the table, pluck a chemistry textbook out of my bag, quickly from the chapter we're covering in class. For a while we sit there and read, each in our own way. Seeing how it reminds me of what Kenji said this morning, though. That and the fact I've never seen someone read in Braille before makes me keep throwing glances at her. Kind of feel guilty about it, given that she has no way to realise I'm doing so. So I decided to just ask her about it. Her lineage isn't exactly a state secret after all. And there's another thing I've only just noticed from her movement. Hey Lily, mind if I ask you a question? Not at all. Is anything wrong? I was just wondering. You're at least part foreign, right? She gives a small giggle before setting down her book. I've always been amused at how squeamish people are about that. Kira's mentioned how much she and I look different from most others before. Details are a bit complicated, but I'm half Japanese, half Scottish. Scottish? That was not exactly my first guess. It takes some effort not to blurt it out loud. Tried to conjure the image placed in my mind. I think as far as the UK goes, Scotland isn't bad to live in, but I'm not really sure. I mean, it's better than England. My first guess of England was surprisingly close, at least geographically. Does leave another question, though. But you have no accent. That's where the details begin. I was born and raised in Japan, despite my mother being foreign. Ah, I get it. Hold on. She moved to the dorm simply due to Akira working longer hours. So they don't live near the school? She gives a small sigh as if she didn't expect to go any deeper. Was her previous frankness just a front? Not exactly. It's been a long time since we've actually met. I feel like I'm not getting the whole story, but I don't really want to go unduly prying into a situation. Her about face shows she kind of feels awkward about it. So, do you speak much English? To be honest, I don't know that much about Scotland, but at least I know that's the main language there. Takes her a moment to collect herself, appreciating the change in topic. That's right. My family mostly used Japanese around the house when I was young, but they made sure Akira and I knew our Scottish side just as well. I'm fluent in the language, but I'm also studying it in school to keep my skills up and to have the qualifications on paper mainly. So bilingual. That's pretty impressive. Wouldn't go that far. Having parents who can speak the language is a large advantage, and in English books and Braille aren't too hard to buy or import, with Yuko's help at least. They're relatively high demand for local English teachers here anyway, which also helps give me some motivation to learn at will. Demand for English teachers. For a moment I wonder why she brought this up. You're planning to be an English teacher? She gives an enthusiastic nod. Must be nice having such a definitive future in mind. Never really give much thought to mine, so I'm kind of envious. What's wrong? I could see you as a teacher pretty easily. Suits you. For a moment she's speechless. She lowers her face a little and lets out a nervous giggle, something I've never seen her do before. Lily's role as class representative and her dependable nature, teaching does seem to be a line of work fitting for her personality. Sorry, that was probably a little much. It's true, though. Having her hand in front of her face dismissively, she quickly recovers. It's not that, it's just only one person's ever said that to me before. Short, somewhat awkward silence follows the discussion. Without knowing it, I end up steering into a troublesome topic again. Should try and cheer up a little. It was me who went and got our brooding after all. I'll go grab lunch at the cafeteria after this. Might perk her up a bit, or at least take her mind off apparently complicated family situation. Going by a smile seems to have the intended effect. I appreciate the thought, but the food there, quite a quick redirection of the conversation. Does have a point then. Food there isn't the greatest. Maybe the Shanghai? Girls Kaneko, she wants to come as well. What is it? Oh, I almost forgot until you reminded me. Hanako's birthday is coming up soon, and I was going to go shopping in the city for a present tomorrow. That's an invitation. I'd be happy to accompany you. The ability to get more used to the layout of the city would probably be a good thing. Barely set foot in there, so I'd be hopelessly lost by myself. She gives a nod, saying she happily approves of this plan for Sunday. When she get back to our books, though, before I begin reading again, I steal one last glance at her. Maybe I've been thinking on my situation too much. After all, everybody here would have their own unique circumstances. A chance to get outside and clear my head would probably do me good. I wonder if I'm still going to buy Hanako a chest strap. Morning, standing in place and watching the television at the shop window. Pull myself away from the tacky display with little effort. For living Yamaku's, it seems like an entirely different world. No running in the halls, calm and orderly conduct, viewed at all times in the classroom. Students are to exit rooms after checking both directions for oncomers. Elevators are reserved for movement-impaired students. Single file on stairs, compared to such strict, almost regimental standards. City shopping arcade might as well be a strange country. While the school may have its fair share of hustle and bustle during the festival, the outside world is much different. Strange, having lived in a metropolitan city before my accident, it should feel more natural than Yamaku and the surrounding town if it could. And it feels foreign somehow. Elevated walkways and tall buildings, each adorned with billboards taller than any free people, don't do anything to distract me from the passing crowd's reactions. Lilly keeps one hand on my shoulder, the other hand on her cane, which taps the ground with metronome-like steadiness. Looking over to her, the neutral smile of hers still holds. Having only seen her in school uniform, I did not recognise her as she sat on the bench waiting for me to come, not for her cane propped up against her in a distinctive air. I can't tell whether glancing at her due to her height, her foreign looks, her obvious blindness, or all three. Not that any of those would make the situation any less uncomfortable than it is. Do you have any ideas of where to look first, Asao? Soft voice breaks me out of my line of thought. Can't imagine that she's failing to notice the attention she garners, but she seems unfazed by it. I get the feeling she's the type to enjoy walking outside, so she might be used to it by now. Not really, it's my first time in the city, so I've got no idea where to go. She furrows her brow in thought, planning a route for us to take. Come to think of it, a way to communicate it. Something I noticed in the time I've been with her is how, when deep in thought, she lacks close to any form of body language to show it. Her expression may change, but not a hint of movement shows. She seems to have little in the way of sweeping physical gestures in general, though, so I've assumed it's part of her reserved nature. Is there a large electronics store near here? Take a quick look around, finding mostly clothing stores. After a few seconds, I noticed a store with a bright blue sign in some distance away that fits her description. Yep, it's just a bit ahead of us. Should we go in that direction? Thankfully, it's just the information she needed. The nod we start off and head down towards Lily's unknown destination. Landmarks being our guide. Here you go. 1 vanilla, 1 chocolate. And the money over to the counter and take the cones off the railings that Lily's sitting on. Can't believe I let her trick me like this. She not only led me to an ice cream store, but she also got me to buy her some. She gave me the money for hers. Then she didn't trick you into anything, mate. What? Sure enough, she patiently waiting where I left her. Guess she was planning on making the day an event rather than a simple shopping trip. Blind leading the dumb. Got out to her and slowly placed a vanilla cone to her outstretched hand, being careful to make sure she has a good hold of it before letting go. At least her tastes are fairly normal. I was worried she'd ask for some weird flavour when she first asked. Here's a change. It's okay, keep it. Moved to protest, but realised the futility of doing so over such a small amount. Slipped the coin into my pocket and supplementing my meagre allowance ever so slightly. Lily shows no sign of wanting to get up, so I take a seat beside her and start eating my own ice cream. Summer weather's nice. Hopefully we'll hold out for a while. You too? I'm beginning to think I'm the only person who prefers winter. I contemplated her statement for a long moment. Yeah, I think you might be. It draws the intended reaction. She's cute when she's pouting. Still, I can't really imagine what's so good about winter. You'll go without bundling up and you still freeze anyway. I used to live further north where there'd be plenty of snow to play in, so it's a little nostalgic. I don't like the heat very much either. To be fair, I don't like the heat much either. I don't prefer the winter when it's as cold as it was here, but if you have heating, it's easier to warm up than it is to cool down when you're hot. At least you can wear a skirt, so don't complain about that. She gives an amused giggles. We're about to finishing already melting cones. She's from Scotland though, mate, so as far as she's concerned, guys can wear skirts too. I idly sat and watched the crowds go by as we eat, catching bits and pieces of conversation. Looking to Lily to see her dutifully licking her ice cream from the top downwards, blissfully unaware of the fact that it's beginning to melt. It's melting. Where? Down a bit. She loads her mouth on the top of the cone and has no idea exactly where the ice cream's dripping. What follows is a game of guiding her left and right until she finally finds it. To any onlooker, it must seem absolutely bizarre. Girl with her eyes closed, turning her cone over and over as the guy next to her gives instructions. Strange variant of childhood blindfold game, maybe. In good time, we finish our treats, and while away the time, conversing casually. I still don't know why she's the only character you ever see the back of. It's weird. Not counting that one scene with Rin, I suppose. But that was like a CG, you know? Like, she's just one of her sprites. It's just her back for some reason. Common centers, Lilly perks her head in the trademark manner. It's no unmistakable sign that something's caught her attention. Ah. What is it? Is Akira somewhere over there? I think I heard her. Raising eyebrows, look in the direction she's facing. Somewhat doubtful of her ability to pick out Akira's lone voice in the din. Sure enough, though. A blonde girl in a suit can be seen in the tiny gaps between people walking every which way. Raise her hand and wave, trying to catch her attention. Satao! Hey, Satao! She stops in her tracks, looking towards me, evidently noticing my calls. As she does, I notice someone walking beside her. Can't get a good look of whoever it is, though. Full of two beginning towards where we are. As they reach us, Lilly and I stand out and dust ourselves off. Why is she backwards, though? Like, I understand she's looking in another direction, right? Even though she's not really looking. But, like, even when characters are looking at each other and not looking at me, they all still face me. That's just how visual novels work. It's so off-putting. Akira? Hey, you two. Ah, hey, it's Hideki. She nods towards me, a gesture which I quickly return. My gaze shifts towards the young girl next to her. And our eyes meet. As they do, Akira plops her hand onto her head, a move which doesn't seem to faze her. I don't believe we've met. I'm Hideki. Pleased to meet you, Sal. A guy's name, huh? Guess I just dodged a bullet there. He bows, somewhat restrained by Akira's hand being on his head. Oh, Hideki's here too. Are you well? Akira's being taken very good care of me, thank you. Akira grins, as if to affirm the point, and rubs his head hard, dragging it down in a circular motion. His dreary face during this is somewhat amusing. Uncle's out of business again, so I'm just taking around town for the day. I'd prefer to be spending the day on a date with my boyfriend, but... Hideki gives a cough and tries to redirect Akira's thoughts. As he does so, though, I find mine wandering. They're related. And further, as first cousins, I suppose that explains why she's taking care of him in any case. Come to think of it, Hideki, how do you know my name? Akira told me. Being a Yamaku student, I suppose you're disabled in some way. Not everyone in Yamaku's disabled. I only learned a handful of days ago. Give silent thanks to Shizune and Misha for their stream of information about how the school works. Because of them, I found out that since the school will accept practically anybody suffering from non-mental disabilities, it doesn't discriminate against healthy people either. Seems unlikely that many good help would enroll there, though. While the standard of education is pretty high, it's extremely isolated and very much focused on helping disabled students. You're dodging the question. Damn, he's sharp. Before I can say another word, though, he decides to take a stab at it himself. If I had called myself, your heart? Kira looks mildly curious at me. Her interest piqued as well. That sure was a lucky guess. How did you... You show no missing limbs or deformities, so external disabilities are out. Considering the lack of any strange mannerisms, it's also unlikely to have a mental disability. But Yamaku doesn't take mentally disabled students. I know. Leaving that aside, the only possibility left is that of internal disabilities. I didn't know which one you might be, so I guessed. Correctly, as it turns out, and your reaction confirmed by my guess. More a little bemused, I look to Akira. She grins and shrugs, obviously taking some enjoyment out of her partner's deduction. He's sharp, yes, but more a little unsympathetic. Logical, but lacking in tact. His attitude reminds you of Shizune in a way, as do his looks. Oh, I wonder why. May I ask why you're staring at me? Surely I'm not that unusual of a specimen. Does he not know how unusual he looks? I could overlook the spats and clothing as just being coincidental. The ribbon in his hair is really too much. It's entirely beside the point, though. Sorry, it just reminded me of someone. Kira gives him a sharp jab with her elbow. I told you not that much different from her. He coughs into his hand, tries to maintain an upright and serious demeanor. I see you've met my sister, then. Perhaps my full name might help you. I am Hideki Hakamichi. You're probably thinking of my sister, Shizune Hakamichi. Oh, so he's Shizune's brother. Wait a minute. Hideki is the son of Akira's uncle, and Shizune is his sister. That means Lilly and Shizune's fathers are brother-in-law. Therefore, Lilly and Shizune are first cousins? Lilly groans in an uncharacteristic, unrestrained manner. The reaction earns an amused smirk from her sister. The enmity between the two just took on another meaning. I had thought it simply a matter of difficulty of communication between the two, but family feud makes things much more complicated. Sort of funny how they end up basically related when, like, you know, one's blind and one's deaf, right? I never really thought about how, I guess, not really ironic, but, you know, how odd that is. You can choose your friends, but you can't choose your family. She gives a half-hearted shrug. She mustn't give as much weight to the two's conflict as I do. Well, that's how it is. What are you two up to anyway on this fine day? We're shopping for Hanako's birthday present. The day will be coming up soon, and this is the last chance we'll have before school starts again for the week. Kira makes a strange face as if Lily just said the sky wasn't blue and the clouds not white. Isn't her birthday on the 10th next month? Yes, why? Is something wrong? Kira's face seems collapsed, an utterly unbefitting expression of someone so rowdy and headstrong. Folks didn't call you yet? Lily shakes her head cluelessly. Look at Hideki to see if he knows anything about this, and push shrugs as any answer. For a moment, Akira ponders what to do before smiling once again. The fact that she can hide her emotions so quickly and effectively is unsettling. Hey, Shorty, sorry, could you hang out with us out for a while? He nods and waves her off, Akira placing an arm on Lily's shoulder as she guides her out of the earshot. Almost entirely, yeah. And so, I'm alone with Shorty. So, nice weather, isn't it? Oh, Hasao, you smooth talker, you. Oh. Seems so. Guess they dumped us. Indeed. What a farcical attempt at small talk. I've got no idea how to talk to this guy, and his robotic responses aren't helping. Blood and stone come to mind. Without another word, he begins to rock on his feet in an obvious gesture of boredom with this discussion. He really is like a little kid, despite his serious demeanour. Starting the conversation over, I decided to accomplish what I came here to do in the first place. I'm going to go search for a present. Coming? Not much else to do. In a little while, we come to a small shop beside a convenience store. For once, the store windows aren't filled with electronics, computer games, with dolls, stuffed bears, and all manners of woodcraft oddities. A fellow's antiques? An antique store? Well, if there's anything in this town that suits Hanako, I guess it'd be here. Which the old-looking door handle pulled back at the last minute as I realised my companion's gone adrift. Not coming in? I'll just be in the newsstand for a while. Don't mind me. This always makes it painfully clear he has zero interest in what's in the store. He doesn't feel obligated to follow me. As he wanders off without another word, I push the thick wooden door open into the store. A bell above me rings out. I like how he finds this store just by chance instantly, whereas it took like 4 hours in Hanako's storyline. The musty smell of old books and wooden shelves is distinctly anachronistic. Look at the counter beside the door. The greying man beside us sits there silently reading a tattered book. He certainly fits the look of the place. Slowly wandering through the aisle, the person I'm reminded of as I inspect each handcrafted and important odyssey in turn isn't Hanako. Crouched down, I examine the ancient oak desk inside the shop window. At least 30 dolls, all varying widely in size and make. The only similarity between them was the long Victorian dresses they wear. Turn the price tag of one that looks to be about waist height. It's not in my price bracket at all. I'll be the one with the green dress then. To saying to each of them, getting more and more depressed, they get smaller and smaller in size. That is until they reach the very smallest one. It's affordable, yet of quality make and with long auburn hair, a little blue dress. So this is the kind of present Hanako would appreciate. Pretty looking and far from gaudy. After I carefully pick it up, I decide to keep looking around the store. Not sure whether it's because I like the atmosphere or out of simple curiosity. Bring out the corner before I go to the next aisle. See if the shelves in this one are stocked with wooden toys, toy cars to intricate watermelons. Tucked behind a line of nutcrackers, and a little plain wooden box. It was surprisingly light as I pick it up with my free hand. The lid only needs the smallest movement to pop open. The little metal drum sides begin to rotating immediately. For a second on end, I simply stand there listening to the palm-sized melody. As it plays, I take the tiny price tag in my fingers and bring it up to my face. Minuscule, curasive writing, taking some effort to read. It's affordable, sort of. Grimacing slightly, I close the lid and make my way to the counter with the doll and music box in hand. When I lay the two on the counter, the man behind sits up and takes stock of them. Doesn't hide very well his surprise at someone of my age buying them. It's painful, but I hand over the money for the two and leave the store with a small opaque bag in hand. So he appears in this, but he doesn't say anything. Good, because I don't remember his voice. Hideki being there takes me by surprise. Oh, hi. I thought you'd be on the newsstand. Kara gave me a call. She's waiting us at the fountain with Lily. At least that solves the issue of trying to find them again. We head off back to the fountain. Hideki's immaculate posture and presentation, despite his appearance, makes for a strange contrast, even as we walk. Lily and Akira stand there waiting for us. Their faces hard to read. Hey, you ready to go, shorty? Hideki's mood seems to improve as he rejoins her. See you, Lily. Sal, tell Hanako I said happy birthday. We will. We will. Bye. Goodbye, Akira. And with that, the two disappear into the fracas of afternoon city crowd. Turn to Lily, I notice she's carrying a small bag. It's now that I realise why her disposition felt different from before. While Lily is typically the type to wear her emotions on her sleeve, her expression and tone are clouded and difficult to read. It's more than a little off-putting, but given the effort she's making to hide her emotions, I know she wants to be caught on why she's feeling this way. Already bought Hanako a present? Yes, have you? Yeah. Shall we head back to the bus stop then? Okay, should be a bus back to Yamaku pretty soon. With that, we begin to walk. It feels strange compared to before. The least hand on my forearm feels unusually tense. The whole atmosphere is extraordinarily awkward. Silence continues for a long while. I really don't like seeing her like this. Hanako's birthday party is going to have to be held earlier. Is the 4th alright to be for you? I have no other possible obligations anyway, so I reflectively nod. Only afterwards do I remember that doing so is pointless and quickly answer by speech. She tries to collect herself, a task that looks almost pitiable in how plain it is to see how distant her thoughts are. Sorry, Asao, you said the bus will be coming soon, right? That's right. Now she says that, I have an idea. Actually, do you have anything to do later today? I don't believe so. Why do you ask? There's the point where I normally take her hand and rush you somewhere, but even without that, you'll have to trust me, okay? Take her hand and gently lead her on. A distant face replaced by one of mild surprise and curiosity. The waitress as the waitress sets the cup of tea and cup of coffee that I had ordered to the table, I thank her before she takes her leave. Truth be told, I really liked time finding this cafe. I didn't really know where I was going, rather I was just looking for any cafe. It looked relatively nice. So basically, Lily's story compared to Hanako's is just, I'm going to go everywhere that I went with Hanako, or in Hanako's story. I'm just going to happen to find them straight away. Having managed to recover a little, Lily tenaciously sips her cup to take a long gulp of the coffee in front of me. So I hoped her face lights up. She realised what flavour it is. I just realised they said the doll looked the same as the other doll, but it had a different colour dress. They're just going to recolour the dress on the CG, aren't they? Wow. Ah, this is wonderful. Asao, how did you know that this was... I'd asked for French vanilla black tea, hedging my bets that it would be her favourite flavour, or at least one she liked. I don't really know much about tea. It sounded like one she might appreciate. On the basics of our liking vanilla ice cream, a tea connoisseur, I am definitely not. It's a lucky guess. You really like tea, don't you? She puts her teacup down and gives a tiny nod, a familiar small smile thankfully perched on her face once again. It's Hanako's route, but faster. Well, that's good, I suppose. Drinking tea is calming, I think. If it's fast enough, I got time I can play some Fortnite tonight. The amount you drink, you sure you're not addicted to it? Caffeine addiction is pretty common nowadays. My mum used to be addicted to tea, but she did manage to win us. Well, she drinks like herbal teas now instead, but like the non-caffeine ones. So I'm pretty sure she used to have a caffeine addiction. Did I ever say I wasn't? She lets out a giggle as my head drops. We used to have our vices. I suppose that there are worse things to be addicted to. French vanilla black tea, huh? I'll have to remember that. For a while, I both silently drink. Comforting to have someone like her nearby and new surroundings, even if it's just two of us sitting in silence. I begin to wonder if this feeling is the same for her until she sets down her cup. Asao, do you mind if I ask you a slightly odd question? Depends on the question, I guess. I was wondering what your favourite colour is. Everyone has one, after all. I must reply before realising why the seemingly mundane question is actually quite strange. My favourite colour, but... She gives a pouting look, wanting me to answer anyway. Well, the answer seems unavoidably wasted on her. There isn't any harm in giving it. Always had a thing for green. So that's my favourite. Green, is it? What things do you think of when contemplating that colour? Caffeine addiction is perfectly harmless, provided you have access to caffeine there. They do give you a headache if you are unable to drink it. I don't know that much. But you wean yourself off it and you don't have to worry about that at all. Or you just never drink it. Don't get addicted to nothing. I suppose grass fields and trees in summer. The army as well with camouflage, because I really like the army apparently. Men always seem to like the military. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna laugh with you, Lily. That's how you're an idiot. But that sounds like a nice colour. A very nice colour. She nods her head a little, as if approving of the choice. So how foreign the concept of colour is to her mind, labelling it by association seems reasonable enough. Everyone has a favourite colour. And what's yours? White. I'm told that's the colour of snow and of ice cream. Oh, no better than me then. If you don't like that colour because of favourite food. I guess white is nice too, though. Speaking of colours, it's getting dark soon. And speaking of colours, it'll be getting dark soon. You what? What does that got to do with colours? Whatever. Let me help you up. Lily offers her hand, which I take into mind, help lever her up from her seat, the table. Softness compared to mine takes me off guard, as I'm really not used to such casual contact. Doesn't seem to bother her at all, though. Well, it seems obvious why. It feels like just one more ladylike aspect to her. As her hand moves into her pocket, I quickly cut her off. Don't worry. I'll pay for this. Oh, thank you, Asao. Gives an earnest smile and a gesture. A reward much greater than any of her words. By the time we step off the bus, it's well and truly dark. Make our way up the hill in silence, both of us puffing a little awkwardly, probably because of the day's events. I'm still concerned over Lily's withdrawn nature after meeting her sister. The fact that I managed to cheer her up even slightly feels like a personal victory. But it feels like the air between us has changed. Maybe it's only a little bit. Something I don't think either of us realised before. That was a date, wasn't it? It was. That doesn't elude either of us. The question's answer being so self-evident as to be rhetorical. Awkward as it may be, I don't think this feeling is bad. In fact, quite the opposite. I don't know what it is. I certainly can't be for sure. But it feels like something a little more than friendship. Understanding? Empathy? Searching for words to adequately describe. It's difficult nonetheless. I just realised every single one of these storylines has a third wheel. Because there's 5 of them, right? So in Rin and Emi's, the other one of those 2 girls is the third wheel. In Lily and Hanako's, the other one of those is the third wheel. And the Shizune's, you've got Misha as the third wheel. I think Hasao has a thing for third wheels. Understanding? Empathy? Search for words adequately described is difficult, nonetheless. Would you like to do it again sometime, Lily, without shopping for presents? The native question is met with the same look from Lily as before. Her pale skin makes the rosy tint of her cheeks just slightly more noticeable on her face. I still pointed to the street ahead of her, and lowers just a little bit. Okay. Oh yeah. We in there, boys. One second. Walk down the hall of the girls' dormitories, my school bag in hand. Doll lies inside, carefully placed on top of a small box. I've been carrying the box in there for a while now, still not sure what to do with it. The whole situation, come to think of it, is bizarre. Well, I've known Hanako's upcoming birthday party for a while now, and no idea exactly what the celebrations would be until I found a single note left in the abandoned tea room earlier today. Hold up and read it again. Double checking is one word? Huh. I don't think double checking is one word. I think there should be an apostrophe between that. Double checking the instructions. Plain black handwriting, fairly legible despite Lily's blindness, clearly thanks to a considerable effort and care. Hasao, we'll be holding a party at my place. Please come at 6 o'clock to room 225 in the girls' dormitory. Sorry for notifying you this way, but I have class representative duties. Lily Satao. I'm going to say right now, never say that again. Please, because it reminds me of something that someone said once that I had to share a room with for a week, and they were an arsehole, like a complete arsehole, and it's very similar to something they said, because they knew that I liked someone, and they were going out of their way to try and sleep with them in that week that I had to spend with them, and I just wanted to punch him in the face every single time, but I wouldn't be able to say why I was punching him in the face, so I never did, so I just had to fucking put up with it. I appreciate the rhyming, but it was the rhyming that's the problem. Oh, no, that's triggered me in a completely unrelated thing that you would have never known about. I'd forgotten about that. Oh, that's one of my least favourite memories, that. Not fun times at all. You know, I still want to punch him. I haven't seen him in years. I have absolutely nothing to do with him. But if I ever see him, I might just punch him for fun, you know? I feel like he deserves it. Not reassured, I continue walking down the hallway until I reach Lily's dormitory room. Hey X-Men. I hesitate for a second, but eventually give 3 sharp taps on the door. Brief and muffled exchange of words can be heard from the other side. Listening closer, I can just pick out Hanako and Lily's voices. As they finish, Lily calls out. Might that be Hasao? Yep, I got the note you left for me. You can come in, the door's unlocked. Glad that I managed to get the right room, press down the handle and let myself in. Still swings open, my greeting to them is stolen from my mouth. Because it's a pajama party! Lily sits at the low table in the centre of the room with her pyjamas. On the other side sits Hanako in a nightgown. Being dressed in only my normal school clothes, I feel quite out of place. No, I don't want to punch everyone that rhymes. Specifically, the topic of rhyming a girl's name with genitalia. How about that? Being dressed in only my normal school clothes, I feel quite out of place. Just a quick glance at the lovely sight of the two, my eyes tearing themselves from Lily's long, thin and pale legs, with only a measure of reluctance. Aye, I think I bought everything that was needed. She smiles and nods. I wonder if she's even aware of the pleasant sight she makes. The thin, dark blue silk of her pyjamas really suits her, accentuating both her eyes and her curves. The look of her last night, the tentative, almost shy demeanour, seems all but replaced by her coy nature. It's nice to see her confidence return, though. I can't help casting my mind back to how she looked back then. I looked at Hanako, who nervously sits opposite her in her gown. It isn't a surprise that she'd wear something so conservative, though it definitely looks cute. Hi, Hanako. Happy birthday. Thank you. She's unusually skittish, despite the fact that she's warmed up to me considerably over the weeks. We've come to know each other. It's a pretty unusual situation, I guess. Feel free to take a seat, Asao. I'll just pour you two some tea. Sure thing. Lily takes the steaming red teapot from the side of the table, gently pours its contents of a teacup, takes a seat beside them, setting my bag against the nearby wall. It's looking really weird seeing the scene of those two sitting on the floor as a drawing, and then seeing the real life photo in the background. My senses returned, and hormones somewhat calmer. I realise this is the first time I've ever been in Lily's room. First thing I noticed is the ambient smell. Just slightly different from that in mine. Probably faint perfume or nail polish. Could be anything with girls, really. Another is the plain nature of the room. Visually, beige walls and a smart yet unadoring cabinet. Lack of posture or wall hangings. It's distinctly utilitarian. Something I should have anticipated, given her blindness. Oh yeah. The only thing that really seems out of the ordinary is several piles of books sitting on the floor, each reaching from roughly knee height to waist height. Some of them have printed titles, others entirely blank, except for dots and braille. The fact that the one to printed titles uniformly in English is interesting, though not completely unexpected. She mentioned her parents impressing the language upon her and Akira, after all. Her room looks nice, Lily. I hear a call of thanks from beside my shoulder. Looking back to Hanako, her gaze is fixed on her lap, while her hands are nervously clutching her gown. It's now that I notice why. Loose clothes on, the extent of her scarring is far more visible, reaching down to her neck and out to cover her right shoulder. Considering this is a party for her, she doesn't feel like she's enjoying the experience now that I'm here. So how old are you turning? 18? Look of surprise, not at all helped by a total lack of skill or hiding her feelings, shows that she was trying to mentally tune me out. This is really quite awkward. Yeah. On the plus side, it's only 2 more years till you can drink. So who's older? Wait, what? The drinking age in Japan is 20? Huh. Really? I was like, wait a minute. The age of consent in Japan is 13, but the age for drinking is 20. That's baffling. That's actually baffling. Whatever. On the plus side, it's only 2 more years so you can drink. So who's older? You or Lily? Lily. She had her birthday in February. What about yours? Early this year. So it's already passed. Never specifically saying when your birthday is. Unstated is that it passed while it was stuck in hospital. That was a particularly low point of the experience. Conversation with her dries up as quickly as expected. It was long before Lily's finished preparing her drink, setting down the 3 teacups in front of us. Pick mine up, easily noticing how much stronger aroma and taste is the tea we've been having. Huh, tastes different than the tea we have in school. It's a different variety, rather than the kind we've been having in there. You've never tasted orange japa before? Not that I can remember. I usually drink coffee after all, like when we were in town. This is nice though. As we settle down and sip, Hanako seems to be more relaxed, or at least a little bit less tense about my presence. We all finish our cups at about the same time. Hanako failing rather badly at hiding her anticipation for the cake, sitting on the side, begging to be eaten. Come to think of it, feeling very eager myself. First things first though. Lily? Yes, now is good. Each of us knowing exactly what the other means, I lean sideways and dig around in my bag for the doll I bought Hanako, as Lily gets up and retrieves her gift. Hiding our gifts in our hands, we present them both on the table at the same time. I can't do two voices at the same time. It's not possible. Hanako silently sits, looking at them for a second on the end. Oh, sheer surprise. A little wooden doll, replete with Victorian-era dress and a little hat, lies next to a light brown and fluffy stuffed bear from Lily. She clutches at her gown as she moves to speak, not taking her eyes off the modest present. Thank you, Lily and Hasao. Oh, so we get a different CG. We don't actually get the one with the doll. They don't just change the colour of the dress of the doll. It's so cute, though. Hanako's still best girl. Voice begins to crack as Lily reaches forward, wrapping her in a soft embrace. The sight of Hanako holding Lily so tightly is heartwarming. So much so that I couldn't wipe the smile off my face, even if I wanted to. Oh, I just thought of something. I haven't been writing down ideas. There we go. Till Jenny rests her face on Hanako's head, she speaks so quietly and softly that I can barely hear. Happy birthday, Hanako. Happy birthday. Hanako gives a small nod, holding on to Lilly for a time before breaking off and wiping an eye. Guess that for Hanako, simply having someone, anyone, be there to love her would be special. The fact that Lilly and I can now share that role for her is something I think we will always be grateful for. Oh, they did just replace the dress colour. I called it. I knew it was going to happen. Consider yourself fought, Lee. I will fight you on Saturday, tomorrow. We will duel it out. You build a deck around Lily cards. I will build a deck around Hanako cards. In fact, I haven't made her Lily cards. It means I can make them all awful. And we shall duel to see who is best girl. Hey, Josh. Hanako gently takes the doll and teddy bear, holding them both in her chest as she warmly smiles. For a long time, all three of us simply sit in happy silence. Quiet is not broken until Lily's soft voice beckons. Shall we have the cake, then? Our proposal is met with two looks of unhidden anticipation. No arguments from me. Okay. Black Rose, you suck. Phew, that was good. Wow, I'm glad we just got a screen fade for a cake. That's great. I contentedly sit back, both Lily and Hanako looking just as satisfied with the food as I. Took some effort, but we managed to finish off the cake in one go. Lee, what the fuck? Why you subscribe to someone who has a 9-part emote? Why? Yeah, you do. As I contentedly sit back, Lily and Hanako satisfied with the food as I. It took some effort, but we managed to finish off the cake in one go. I don't think I could fit any more in. I think next time I'll buy a smaller cake. Hanako and I give a chuckle. I've been noticing that. Come to this time next year, we'll have graduated from Yamaku. The fact that's somewhat depressing, since I finally feel as if my life is starting to get back in some kind of order. Idly looking around Lily's neat and orderly room, and her books catch my eye once again. I'm a little impetuous, but my curiosity gets the better of me. Besides, I don't think she'll mind in any case. Hey Lily, do you mind if I take a look at one of your books? You're quite welcome to, Sal. You got a giraffe, maybe needed. She's gonna finish it anyway, eh? That said, if you could overcome 2 language barriers, I'll be quite impressed. 2? Braille and, oh right, English. She gives a nod. I know you're studying English, but I'm still amazed that you're this proficient at it. One could say it's a perfect way to avoid people borrowing my collection. She says in jest, but I'm a little disappointed. Having all these books around, we have no way of reading them. Feels like one big tease. Hanako giggles quietly as I reach over to the closest pile, plucking the topmost book with only curiously glance. Death on the Nile, in large letters on the cover, only printed in text to be seen. Sit down for a while at the book, open my lap as Lily and Hanako talk. Try as I might to feel out the dots of braille prints on each page, they seem to blend into one another and becomes indistinct. I thought this to be a lot easier than it actually is. With some practice though, I could see someone with a better sense of touch than mine managing to read it at a pretty fast speed. Noticing the science has probably begun earlier, look after the dotted pages to see Lily smiling as Hanako sips another cup of tea. Something wrong? Quite the opposite. Curiosity is quite endearing. I am inordinately pleased by the praise, though I can feel my cheeks heating up a little. Thanks. I don't know how else I could act. To be honest, I wasn't altogether sure of how you saw us, since you're a new transfer student from another school. If you'd pitied us, I would have been quite offended. A certain edge to Lily's voice, one that I quite possibly placed as pride. Glancing over to Hanako, she seems even more subdued than usual, looking towards Lily rather than me. I wouldn't worry about that. Considering the position I found myself in, I'm perhaps the last person that should be dispensing pity on others. My parents' first interaction with me after my heart attack. I wouldn't want anyone to see that kind of face. Catch myself from going any further. But not soon enough. Both the girls seem to be put off, Lily especially. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have gone that far. An awkward silence reigns for a few beats. Thankfully ended as Lily's head perked up in a gesture I've come to easily recognise. Here's something. The door. Everyone looks towards it, trusting in Lily's senses. Sure enough, the door handle shudders. It turns a flash of yellow and black slipping through. Akira Sadao in the house. Happy birthday, Hanako. Ah, thank you. Yeah, well done. Akira takes a seat at the table as she plops her tool bag beside her. She has trademark boisterous air about her, making no small deal of her entrance. Hanako clutches her gown to steady herself. Doesn't appear too shaken after she settles down. Guess she must have met Akira before, not a huge surprise given how close Akira and Lilly are. Akira doesn't seem to be the least bit put off by Hanako's scarring, despite its prominence, but she also doesn't pull any punches at how she acts, despite Hanako's shy nature. I thought you said you have work, Akira. Did you manage to get off for a while? Kinda. Feel bad about ditching the guys doing overtime, so I gotta get back soon. But I feel bad about not coming to your cute little Hanako's birthday too, so for now I'm here. She grins widely at Hanako, flowers into a full blush. She pins her eyes downwards towards her lap. Her mouth seems to widen and retract over and over, as if she was trying to suppress a smile out of embarrassment. I forgot it's been a while, yeah. It's a little strange how her reaction seems to be more immediate and forceful than when she's embarrassed by the way she looks. All she managed to give in return was a tiny nod, failing to hide her appreciation to any great extent. Not that many people give her positive attention, I suppose. It makes me respect how well Akira can handle her, making her so happy compared to what little I could do. Now then, before I go, she reaches into a bag beside her and grandly displays its content. Ah, the wine. Out comes 2 large glass bottles, both with long French names on the label. Hanako's expression as a nod makes her surprise and curiosity. So mine's no different. Lily's not seeing the proceedings as is obvious to what's going on. Akira, this isn't... What is it? Wine. 1 red, 1 white. Akira, that's... Relax. Like Shizune's here to scold you. Well, he has a point. That's not exactly allowed on campus. Or anywhere, really. We're still short of the legal drinking age here, remember? Rich words from someone practically drooling as he examines the bottle. She got me there. I'm genuinely interested in trying something, just a little. While Hanuko may not be handling one herself, her look does tell me that she's far from opposed to the notion as well. Lily rubs her forehead, giving up the fight. She knows Akira would win due to simply not caring enough about the funny rules and regulations. Squiggles, French, it's all the same, Josh. Just don't breathe a word of this to anyone in the school, please, I beg of you. I'm not stupid, don't worry. That's sad, I gotta get back to work pretty soon. So soon, but you only just arrived. Sorry, Lily. Good to see you two again, though, and you, Hisao. See you later, then. Goodbye, Akira. She levels herself up with a grunt. They've said the word levers like 6 times in just this act alone. What is it about levers? What the fuck? Walks out the room, leaving us alone with the 2 items on the table. Interesting. Lily gives a nervous giggle at her sister's antics as Hanako takes a wine bottle. So, what do you think, Lily? She rests her elbow on the table and pictures the bridge of her nose, thinking it through. She really doesn't seem to be able to keep up with her sister. Well, it's already here. We may as well have some. No sooner does she say it than I take a quick glance around the room for glasses. Levers no longer sounds like a word, right? It's a barely used word as it was. A small groan above me reminds me that Lily retired to rest in her bed for a bit a few minutes ago. I was completely drained of energy. I managed to stand up and drag myself to the side of the bed, sitting down and leaning myself back against it. Good God. Lily's groan sounds lifeless. Too much to drink? Oh yeah, last time they had she shared it between 4 people. Also spin the bottle. Oh my God, they might. My head hurts. Yeah, too much to drink. Rest my head again. I most my head back and idly stare at the ceiling. What an unmitigated disaster. Like proper idiots, we all drank the night away with 1 glass after another. Hanako simply fell to the side asleep, and it's a miracle I don't feel as ill as Lily. Hey, Hisao, I'm sorry about today. I didn't think this would happen. It's fine, Lily. Tell the truth, I had a lot of fun today. Really? I think Hanako did too. No, she certainly did. There's a short silence before another groan resounds in the supine Lily. You okay? As you said, I just drank too much. What's the time? The time, it's... Quick look at my wristwatch. Its numeral's barely legible in the gloom. About midnight. Curfew's in effect, then? Yeah, I guessed as much. Well, I'll have to sleep here for tonight. As soon as I say it, I hear the sheets moving as Lily sits up. Hanako? No, go back to sleep. Don't try to get up. Hisao, I have to. You're in worse shape than me by any stretch. Get some rest. But what about... I'll grab some spare blankets and put them over her. Don't worry. They drank 2 bottles of wine, dude. And they've never drunk before. As far as I'm aware, it's the first time they've ever had alcohol in their life. So I give a deep yawn and stand to retrieve them. I hear her lie back down with a soft thud. Thank you, Hisao. No problem. It's the least I can do. You look outright wasted. I'm not wasted, just a little bit tired. She starts pouting. Slight slur begins to sort her words as the alcohol takes hold of her again. Grab a couple of blankets, rolled up at the end of her bed. Quietly walking up to Hanako, I carefully lay the blankets over her peacefully sleeping figure, making sure not to wake her. The thick smell of alcohol coming off her breath makes me doubt she'd wake up no matter what I did, though. I stand and take one last measure of the room. 2 girls, both very drunk, and 1 guy, sleeping overnight with them in the female student dorm. What a scandal that'd be if it broke out. Hanako is a small girl. She's very small. Lily is actually acting drunk. Yeah. As I move to sit back down to the side of the bed, I steal one last glance at Lily. A sprawling, dishevelled figure lies resting peacefully, slightly turned to the side. I crouch down to get a better look. Her white skin blends with the white pillow of the bed. I guess, yeah. A slumber-born peacefulness on her face. Usually she seems so confident and forward, always there and caring for Hanako. Now, though, she seems painfully delicate. Think back to Hanako's presence. It would be a nice occasion for her, but I hardly expect it to be so moving. One birthday after another, year after year. Just she and Lily, all alone. I guess it wasn't the present she liked. Resigning myself to an uncomfortable sleep, I sit down at the side of the bed once again. Rest my tired arms beside me. Hey, Sal. Lily's voice so quiet I can barely hear it. She must be on the verge of sleep. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. For what? For being here. No, that's okay. As I hear a deep breath, it's obvious Lily's gone to sleep. I close my eyes, it doesn't take long for slumber to hit me as well. Don't worry, we haven't got any shenanigans. Thankfully. Oh, I thought there was going to be a break there. Sal? I don't know who's talking. Sal, are you? Soft, barely audible voice, ringing in my ears, slowly wakes me. Is Lily me? No, Josh. I don't know. Ask Lee. Lee, is Josh your favourite? Saying thank you. Oh. Correctly. For no reason. With a mumble, I slowly open my... Well, Taken by surprise at the face, hovering curiously mere millimetres from mine, I make our heads collide with a harsh thud. The impact of our foreheads causes both of us to fall backwards and yelp in pain. Lily sounding more like a squeak toy than a person. Josh's best girl, it's true. Okay. So, well, I'll have to disagree then, because Josh clearly... I'm sorry, Josh. If you're Lily, you're not best girl. Unless you're Pokemon Lily, in which case you are best girl. Your girl with best name, does that count? Oh, I don't know, actually. I really like the name Emmy as well, though. Struggle when they put literally my 2 favourite female names in this game. Ow, ow, ow. So I rub my forehead with one hand, supporting myself with the other. Lily lies a few feet ahead, doing just the same. Her face obviously pained. Sorry, your face was kind of close and I acted on reflex. You okay? My head. It seems she's not actually okay. Come to think of it, I doubt the impact alone is what's causing her head so much pain. Hangover? You drank a fair bit last night. Suddenly nods in confirmation as I lever myself up. Stop saying lever! Please! I offer a hand to her and help her back to her feet. Glancing behind her, I find that Hanako is still fast asleep. It's not fair. I only drank as much as you did. That's very different from what I remember. Anyway, girls have a lower tolerance than men. That doesn't help. Fine, I'll get you a glass of water. Just be careful not to trip over Hanako. I rub the sleep out of my eyes, or at least some of it, as I walk to the counter. Pretending that someone with a hangover isn't the way I like to spend a morning. It takes a few seconds for a glass to fill, the clear water reflecting in the sliver of light that makes it through the thin curtains. Looks like Lily's taken a seat on the side of the bed. I walk over to her while taking care to step over the peacefully sleeping Hanako, place the glass into her outstretched hands. Thank you. No problem. Take a seat next to her. Soft bed having a surprising amount of give. She drinks slowly and methodically. A long silence passes, only with Hanako's soft breathing to be heard. Some measure of guilt, I look at Lily's face and attempt to read her expression. Perhaps furrowed, she looks to be lost in thought. For a moment I hesitate, but eventually place a hand on her shoulder and attempt to reassure her. I expect her to flinch rather than noticeably at that, though. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Lily quickly shakes her head in a manner of somewhat more violent than usual for her. She takes a long... Well, if you shake your head violently, it's not going to help your headache. She shakes a long breath to steady herself before letting her head sink. I must look terrible right now. I moved to protest, but quickly realised that it would be futile to do so. That said, I want her to open up more. If you want to talk about anything, I'm here. He gives a self-depreciating snort as if to mock her own emotions. There's just a lot happening right now. Maybe they mean lava and not leather. She want to be my leather, you gonna get... God damn it. God damn it, Lee. I'm sorry for being so strange recently, especially back when we were in town. Even now I'm a bit confused about everything. Believe me, I know how that feels. She smiles wistfully, resting her cheek on the back of her fingers. We're a couple of broken young fools, aren't we? Come on, don't say that. Come graduation, we'll be back into the real world. The real world? Sometimes I surprise myself with the way I think about things. I guess the strange divorce feeling of Yamaku in the surrounding town compared to the outside world still hasn't become natural. Maybe it never will. It's strange in hindsight, being isolated from society like this doesn't feel as bad as it probably should. A wry grin on her face, Lily seems to share the same sense of amusement in the idea. Eventually, though, her smile drops. I'll be going back to Scotland for a week or two soon. Is that why we had to reschedule Hanukkah's birthday party? Gives an affirmative nod. You'll be able to see your family again at least. You're not looking forward to it. I haven't met my family in 6 years. I don't even know how to act around them anymore. Wait, what? My mouth hangs open as I try to process what she said. Oh, have. Because you said gave, I got confused and just didn't read it. Have makes a lot more sense. She's 18. That means she'd have only been 12 when they left. I may have seen very little of my parents, with them both working long hours, but that's utterly useless. I struggle to find some way to respond. But why? Why did they leave, or why are they inviting Akira and me back? Both, I suppose. My father's business has its headquarters in Scotland, and an executive position became available for him there. An executive position of his business? Mate, if he owns the business, he can have whatever fucking position he wants. What do you mean? Whatever. In the end, he had to move permanently. My mother followed him, but Akira and I stayed in Japan for the sake of both Akira's job within the Japanese branch of my father's company and my education. See, it is. I didn't just read it. It's their father's company, but an executive position opened up. Just fucking give it to someone. You can just say I'm the executive in Japan. Oh my god. As for the latter, one of my aunts is gravely sick. I'm sorry. Don't be. It feels strange, really. Being summoned there for her, yet we've barely met before. I can't even remember the sound of her voice. She's just using his business as in his job. No, you wait till it gets to the next line. Equally strange is the total lack of empathy. Or he has a smallish stake, I guess. She has a small lack of antipathy she feels towards her family for doing such a thing. Can't help but feel slightly humbled. That said, her wistful exterior is just hiding her emotions. Seeing her like this is depressing. Knowing what to do, I lift myself off the bed. Oh, he lifts this time. Doesn't lever. He lifts. Lily notices the bed's movement, her head perking up and a hand reaching sideways to feel where I was. That's how? I'll go to my bag, still leaning against the wall. Unbuckling the front flap, I retrieved an opaque bag from within. Take a small plain box in my hands. Hold your hands out, Lily. She looked surprised for a moment, but eventually... missed that word. Fine. I'm amused by her look of curiosity when I place the music box in her open palms. Her typically delicate way of handling it makes it seem as if it were fragile enough to break if breathed on. Yeah, I know. She obviously brings it in front of her face, her slender fingers, feeling it out, its contours and patterning. Point I want to make is, if he does own the business, he still doesn't need to go, apply for a job in it. he he would have whatever his role is. I guess maybe if he put more of a stake into it, that's what it meant by the executive position. I don't know. Anyway, eventually her fingers find the recessed line between the lid and body of the box. The thumb effortlessly pops open the lid. Take a seat on the bed next to her, watching her face silently and intently. She sits completely motionless. She listens to a diminutive, tinny melody. Her mouth just slightly open. It takes a long while before she closes the lid with a small snap, bringing the curtain down on the miniature performance playing in her hands. The smile on her face, gentle and wistful, shows that I made the right decision. Think of it as going away present for your trip to Scotland. I will. The rest of shuffling can be heard from the floor in front of us, the sound having awoken Hanako. She climbs out of the blanket I put over her, looking befuddled and wiping the sleep from her eyes. I see her finally up. Where? Hanako looked around the room with her eyes, only half open, her mind far from being awake as her body. Her dazed state of mind makes me and Lilly chuckle. Unlike Sonic, who only knuckles. Wait. So Lilly gets off to bed and tends to Hanako. Take one last look around the room. Guess I better get going then. That's a Zelda CDI line right there. There'll be questions if I'm seen leaving the girls' dormitories in the morning. Goodbye, Asao. Oh, goodbye. Santa walks to the door, picking up my somewhat lighter bag along the way. After I leave the room and enter the hallway, though, I hear Lily's footsteps behind me. What's wrong? Without a word, she strides up to me. I freeze as I feel her hand slide into my cheek, seemingly every nerve taking the feeling of her fingers and palm upon it. Immediately after, her face slowly moves next to mine, a light momentary touch of her lips brushing against my other cheek. For a moment, everything seems to stand still. I absentmindedly bring my fingers to my cheek as if to try to recapture the fleeting feeling. Lily. That's my thank you, Asao. Thank you? For your present. Have a nice day in school. Oh, yeah, he's totally going to school after he's got a smashing headache. With that, she disappears behind her door, gently closing it. Muffled voices of her and Hanako audible for it as much as they were yesterday night. I think it'd be hard-pressed not to have a nice day after that. Walk away with a sudden spring in my step. And there were some people around, glanced at me, emerging from the girls' dormitory building, but I found it difficult to care. And levers towards my cheek. Oh, God. That was cuter than Lucina eating bread. That seems very specifically random. Finger levers to and fro from her phone. Hee-chan! Go away. Hee-chan! Leave me alone. Come on, Hee-chan! Let me sleep. For 2 nights of not being able to sleep at all, the last thing I want to be is woken when I finally managed to. Maybe the last period of class with a textbook is my pillow, but I'll take whatever sleep I can get at this point. See, Hee-chan, even Shi-chan wants you to get up. I don't care what Shizune wants, leave me alone. Geez, Hee-chan, I'll just have to wake. Wait, Misha's going to... You! This is bad. I'm up, you don't have to... I can feel my face flowering to a scarlet red blush. Shooting little guards sitting bolt upright, staring at the shouting fool who was sleeping just moments before. Damn it. Then my head smacked down on the table with noticeable thud. Wahahaha! Misha's trademark uncontrollable laughter reverberates through the classroom. As I turn my mournful eyes to the spectacled Shizune beside her, she carefully adjusts her glasses, desperately trying to maintain the look of serious disapproval. Narrowing my eyes, I can see the badly hidden grin spreading across her face. Et tu, Shizune. Shizune looks away quickly. She crosses her arms tightly, barely on the edge of her control. Wahahaha! Misha's laughter doubles in volume as she glances at Shizune. All I can do is drag my hand down my face in resignation. You two. Who was the one that slept in class, Hee-chan? Dear God, this would be hell, yeah, right? Yeah, it was me. Poor Shi-chan having to fit trying to wake you up, weren't you? With my eyes, practice standoffish Shizune. A single huff of confirmation returns to look away with her arms crossed. Why was Shizune trying to wake me up? Shi-chan wanted to give you the handouts the substitute teacher gave out while Hee-chan was sleeping. Handouts? Suddenly find 2 sheets of paper thrust down in front of my face. I need context. It's a GIF. Yeah, fuck it, I'll open it. Whatever. I don't have Twitch open, so it's fine. What is that from? I recognize that animation. And it is very cute. Following the hand holding them, I see a still pouting figure looking down at me with distinct scowl. I guess I really am in the wrong here. Sorry about that. No dice. Her irritated face still holds. I clasp my hands together and flick my head downwards in apology. Very, very sorry. When is the Yu-Gi-Oh! Based readout of this? I want to see go. No, not this. No. You've missed it. We're doing Yu-Gi-Oh! Voices for Hatoful Boyfriend. Every single character in Hatoful Boyfriend is going to be a Yu-Gi-Oh! Character. I don't know about Chaz. Probably Chaz. Jack Atlas definitely. Crowler definitely. And Kaiba definitely. Who else did we decide on? I can't remember. We decided on a few of them. I think Chaz was one of the ones we were going to have. But it's not this game. That's the next game. And it's not actually the next game. Because the next game is Mario. But it's the game after that. After Mario. When John Cena... What? Okay. She laughs and simply drops the paper on the desk. Damn. Look up over my hands to see Shizune and Misha signing frantically to each other. Look at frustration on Shizune's face. Looks to be less of a dialogue, more of a tirade. Punctuated with sidelong glances to me. To say it's unsettling is an understatement. Pegasus. Yeah, that was the other one we decided on. Yep. I'm probably going to have Bastion as well. The Cena dating game. Dude, is that actually a real thing, though? Like, because I know they did like an April Fool's joke about it, but that's actually a real thing. I'll play that. I will actually play that. Two suddenly stop signing and looking at me in unison, both having exactly the same look of disapproval. One fluid motion, Misha's hand suddenly extends high above me and comes rocketing down. Yeah, it is real. Oh. You send me a link to that. PM me a link to that on Discord. That will have to be like 3 games away. But because Mario is next, because I promised Sam I would play Mario because he wants his game back and it's not mine, it is his, so it's only fair. I might end up playing that on more than one day a week, to be fair. I feel like I'll have to do like a grinding stream every now and then because it is an RPG. But, you know, before I can even hope to react, I had a scent bouncing up and down like a jack-in-the-box. Quick, bring my hands to my head, more out of reflex than actual pain. Ow, what was that for? I opened my eyes to see the two grinning at each other while exchanging an enthusiastic thumbs up. Shi-chan says she forgives you now, He-chan. Could you forgive me with a little less force next time? Wahaha! Look at the two of them with a blank face. Misha and Shizune. Misha and Shizune won. Hisao nil. That doesn't look like a PM, buddy. PM it to me. I'll go check it now. Oh, for everyone else. Right, gotcha. Fair enough. Oh, Shi-chan also says you should check your student mail more often. She produces a bright yellow envelope and hands it over with exuberant grit. Strange. Who could have written me a letter? Now's not the time, most definitely not the place to find out, though. Giving up on the nap so cruelly stolen from me, I rub my forehead and slowly get up, putting the sheets and envelope in my bag before swinging it over my shoulder. Take a step back and move to depart with a small bow. While Misha clutches her sides, laughing, and Shizune nods back at a curt farewell. Join the floor of students exiting the open door and turn to the corner in the hallway. Only turned up face to face with Hanako. Whoa, hey, Hanako. Good afternoon, Hisao. Silence falls between us as busily chatting students pass us by. She's fidgeting constantly, her eyes drawn to her rather unremarkable footwear. I take the bridge from my nose and my fingers, while I blink my eyes heavily in an attempt to make things seem clearer. Barely staying awake as it is. Hanako, you want to say something? What is it? I wanted to give you this. Hmm? She holds out a small rectangular piece of paper. I blink again to make out the text, though I barely open eyes, slowly starting to make out what's written. Eggs times 2, bread loaf times 1, whole grain cereal times 1, and time times 1. John Cena dating game is now forever in my search history. Good. A shopping list? Look upwards, raising an eyebrow. I usually go shopping with Lilly, but I can't come, so... You want me to run errands for you? It's okay if you don't want to. I just thought that maybe, She's panicking. I sigh. Yet another battle lost. This time by a weakly fought surrender. I smile tiredly and rest a hand on her head to calm her down. It's fine. I was going to go anyway. Just the stuff on this list? She nods, then bows deeply twice, as if to make her gratitude perfectly clear. We were going to meet outside the school gates at 6. Thank you. I was going to get it, but I need to study for the test tomorrow. Test? Ah, that's right. Science. How are you doing with it? She brightens ever so slightly. I've been spending more time in it than before. I think I can do okay. Good work, then. She, too, starts smiling, and much more earnestly than that. I have a lie about something serious that John Cena dating game. I hope no one would. I have full confidence that I can do fine without any extra studying, but the fact she's putting the extra effort instead of just reading the library is heartening. I'll grab the stuff and take it to your dorm in the evening. See ya. She doesn't still have a hangover, buddy. This is 2 days later. They even said he just hasn't slept for 2 days. He's becoming an insomniac like me. I'll go do my homework before meeting Lilly. Should be able to take care of it in time. Confident. Oh, final boss time again. Wrangling with a particularly complicated math problem has caused me to be a little bit late for meeting with Lilly. Only a couple of minutes, but enough to make me step smartly out into the courtyard and to school gate. Make a right turn to start my way towards the small dam below, leaving a few students turning the other way to the bus station. Flip my right hand in my pocket as I walk in the orange sunlight of dusk. Thankfully, the sweltering summer heat started to die down, making way for a pleasant cool breeze. I stretch my hand out high above my head. Familiar figures take form. Cane in right hand. To boot the snoot. Ah, Lilly. She stops and turns around, swiveling her head slightly, to try and work out exactly where the voice came from. Hey, it's me. We're not ready. It's too soon. Could catch up to her. Coming beside her, matching her slow pace, we resume walking. Good afternoon, Asao. Hi there. Glance up at the sky. Distinct tinge of orange discolors. This is the top. This picture of the sky is not on this walk. It's just from a different scene. Because I used this in Rin's route. I recognise it. It's like from the hill or something. But because they're just showing the top of it, they're like, no one will notice. Weight grinding is the point of this game, isn't it? Tinge of orange clouds, watching the footpath of his light. Long shadow of the trees fall across the wide road down the hill. So, Asao, what brings you here? Just going down town to grab some groceries. Hanako sent me. Hanako sent you? Yeah, she said she needed to study for a test tomorrow. She's going to come down anyway, so I'll just buy her stuff as well. Unspoken is that Lilly really could use some help to get food, but it's an obvious fact that neither of us need to stay. It's good to hear she's studying for it. Felt the same when she asked me to come with you. We continue walking down the street, familiar sound of her cane echoing through the air as we go. Except for the occasional passing car and leaves whispering in the branches, there's blissful silence. Thank God I can finally relax for the first time today. Glance over at Lilly. That porcelain face... Porcelain? That's a bit rude. Face of hers never seems to lack that air of relaxed confidence. I guess the same could be said of her personality too. Is it like slowly zooming in on her? It is. As she silently walks, her face remaining pointed to the street ahead of her. Look ahead and savor the cool air blowing over my face. It's probably the calmest moment I've had since the about face... It just said the word face like 3 times in one sentence. Stop it. My life took so recently. To have it while walking to get some groceries. What a weird life. I feel the crumpled up note rubbing against my hand in my pocket. Pull it out to check its contents. Let's see here. Eggs, bread, cereal, thyme, lettuce, shaved ham. That sounds like quite a bit to carry back along with your own. It didn't have all of that on there. It only had 5 things on it. My levels are perfect. I just literally have 4 things on it. My mind suddenly clicks that yes, there's actually a person beside me. Well, wait, I mean, she laughs wholeheartedly. My, Asao. Her giggles punctuate her words, though she's making little effort to suppress them. Quite direct today, aren't we? Yeah, you got me there. Still, it's quite a bit. Usually I go shopping with Hanako, so I know what she buys. It's the same thing every week. Ah, she a good cook? She gives a nervous giggle. Where did that shaved ham come from? I don't know, maybe since, you know, she started watching trying to make some steamed hams, you know. So she ran back and altered the list while I was studying. It's usually me who ends up cooking. I used to do so for Akira, so there's no problem doing it for Hanako as well. You can cook, but sure hum of amused lilt emanates from beside me. It wasn't on the list, yeah. She ran in while I was studying. Because Hanako totally runs. Not just the fact that she seems amused by my comments so often is actually genuine. I've just wanted to make me more comfortable in addressing her blindness. There are ways around it. Some meals are more difficult to cook than others because of being unable to see what I'm doing, but it usually only takes a little more time. Fingers can double as very useful measurement tools, for example. Makes sense. You just have to be pretty careful not to hurt herself. And how many times that's happened. Given it sounds like she cooked alone, possibly for years while Akira worked and her parents were gone. With that, the conversation trails off. Where's the awkward silence of Hanako? Lily seems generally content to say what she thinks and stay quiet when there's nothing to say. Thick road under my feet bathes in orange glow. Occasional fallen leaf crunching underfoot as we walk. Now that deep yawn and my lack of sleep comes back to haunt me. Did you not get much sleep last night? Couldn't sleep at all for the last 2 nights. Probably insomnia. Lily's face suddenly becomes worried. Feels like a personal failure every time she gets worried about my well-being, even if it's genuinely nice to know someone cares. You have insomnia? Aren't you going to see the nurse about it? Nah, no, we're not gonna see the nurse. No real need. It's happened before a few times. I'm meant to screw with my sleeping occasionally. Also, if you do think about it, Thomas Tankin really is about racial segregation. Thanks for adding that to the shopping list, Josh. I'm sorry. Come on, it's not your fault. At least I shouldn't have any trouble getting to sleep tonight. You do worry me sometimes. I worry you? Reach around and scratch the back of my neck. I don't want to address this. Hey, Lily. I don't mean to sound weird, but please try to forget about my heart condition. That's we'll see. She looks kind of lost. I hardly blame her. I guess what I'm trying to get at is, just don't treat me differently because of it. She bows her head slightly, her white cheeks reddening almost imperceptibly. It's only natural to worry about those around you. Well, it's still nice to know there's someone like that out there. Maybe somewhat embarrassing to say, but it's the truth. Lily takes a breath to regain her composure and manages a gentle smile, for her cheeks remain flushed. You think you don't have heart issues? Oh. Final downhill walk to the store, past in silence. Welcome! So as I get my stuff first and Hanako on the second round. Grab 2 well-worn red baskets and the stack beside the entrance. Pass one to Lily. Just as she did before, she lays on the ground and slides her retracted cane between the basket handles before picking it back up with her right hand. When she takes hold of my arm in her own, I'm surprised just how fast this kind of casual contact becomes so natural. Mostly due to necessity, no doubt. Shall we? Sure. While we navigate around the store, the odd person occasionally passing us pays us no heed at all. It's nice compared to the stares and whispers around the city. As we reach each aisle, I quickly check with Lily what she needs and grab it alongside what I want, putting our items into our respective baskets. It's an odd feeling to be dependent on so much for something so basic as shopping, and it could be practically a necessity for her to pick out what she wants after all. Right, I'm pretty much done with both my stuff and Hanako's. Do you need anything else, Lily? No, this should be everything. Off we go then. Oddly, there's a queue mile long. Considering the store's only large enough to warrant one counter, seems like it would take a while. Damn. Lily gives an inquisitive look, unable to see the reason for my complaint. The queue's really long. Looks like we'll have to wait. How strange. Showing the same mood of resignation, we reluctantly take our place at the end of the line. One person finishes, the line moves up. Another person finishes, the line moves up. High octane action right now, guys. Queuing in a till. Man. Oh, I never get to do this in daily life. Oh man, so exciting. By the time we finally reach the head of the line, I'm so close to dozing off that Lily has to gently pat me on the back for me to move up. Hazao? Sorry. Gives a short sigh of concentration as I move up, getting the groceries for Hanako and me in separate bags. Thank you, please coming in. By the time we emerge from the store, Lily's holding a single bag while I struggle to carry 4, both hands well and truly full. It's a lot of work, but thankfully the items in them are light. Even without looking skyward, it's obvious that a surprising amount of time has passed. The road outside being dark and lit by street lamps. Once the retrieves came, we set back out to the dormitories, where we came, leaving the welcoming warm glow of the store. Oddly queues is basically pornography. Despite the road being empty of cars, the bags full abundantly made up for the lack of noise, constantly clunking and squeaking together. My, Hazao, it's good to find that you're eating well. I'm a growing guy, after all. I need to eat all I can. It must be nice being a man. What? Simply not noticing or ignoring my surprise at the completely out of left field comment, she continues on without missing a beat. Weight doesn't really bother you in eating most of the time. I get what you mean. Women tend to worry about stuff like that more than we do, I guess. Exactly. It makes me somewhat envious, to be honest. Well, it's not like we can outright ignore it. With an affirmative nod, we continue our walk. Oh, that's right. What is? Hanako mentioned your birthday was earlier this year. Do anything special for it? She gives a long pause, lost in thought for a few seconds, and she recalls the event. Not really. It was just Hanako and me having a little party during the night after school. A birthday's supposed to be a big event, you know. Sounds like a pretty lonely way to spend a birthday, just her and Hanako staying overnight. Birthdays always felt like a... Ooh. Birthdays always felt like a family occasion to me. At a time when, in spite of their full-time jobs, both my parents make an effort to be there for the day, or at least be a party beforehand. Mind you, how Lily mentioned she hadn't seen her family in such a long time, and even ended up moving away from Akira's house afterwards. But it's the same situation as mundane as ease. Considering her ability to read the packaging, just getting groceries would be a pain without somebody else to be around. In the end, she's just as Hanako and me as Akira is when she's off from work. Be that as it may, she still seems to have many more distant friends among the students, not to mention people like Yuko. Seems to be her own choice. There's such a separation between those who are close to her and those she only socializes with. The fuck is the name of this scene? A Brief History of Time. Oh, I'm so glad you got to see that, Josh. That's great. Helps me a lot to see how much Lily seems to have her life set up and going as just as she wants. Yeah, Hanako is there for her to celebrate her birthday, and I'm here helping her with shopping. The weird kind of symbiosis, I suppose. You alright, Hazao? Sorry? You seem to go very quiet, that's all. Sorry, I was just thinking. Oh. Now I piped a cure. Oh, no. Well, I guess we would have seen this anyway. Saving the game. Saving the game. Oh. Well, I mean, this is pretty obvious. Tell the truth. just kind of, I was thinking about how you seem to have everything so sorted out, even with Hanako relying on you. I can admit that I even kind of relied on you when I first transferred in. I think it's a good quality to have. Turned to Lily, surveying her reaction. She's forcing herself to look forward and furrowing her brow quite a bit. Her face looks a bit awkward, as if she was trying to find just the right words. Lily? I would thank you, but assuming that I don't rely on the presence of others too much, you'd be wrong to think that Hanako simply depends on me with nothing in return. She seems to have a bit of trouble saying it, even though it's largely what I thought already. She's tried so hard to maintain her independence, as anyone would have in her position, cited or not. Maybe she just finds it hard to talk about her own needs. Only now that I realise an omission of what she was saying, though. I decided to follow it up, largely in jest, to avoid things getting too personal. Oh, and what about me? She suddenly runs ahead of me and turns, blocking me off. With a smile, she holds her hand behind her as she leans forward. She just do like the classic anime thing, where they run in front of the character in the opening sequence, hold their hands behind their back, and do the little lean forward. Emmy doing that, 100%. Yeah, that's a very Emmy thing to do. Misha, maybe, and Shizune, I could see doing it. Lily? Doesn't seem quite in character. You're different. With that, she turns back and continues to walk ahead of me, a newfound spring in her step. Still, the stupid back spray. I don't know why. All I can do is raise an eyebrow and give a dazed grin. I don't think I've ever seen this playful and teasing side of her before. So, I'm different. It's hard to work out the exact context, but knowing her, this ambiguity was intended. Our relationship has been changing, at the very least, simply because I began to stand on my own 2 feet and started getting more curious about the situation of those around me. As to why, probably a mix of personal curiosity, as I wanted to try and work out how to deal with my situation. Not sure of Lily, though. That's why her own statement, so similar to my own feelings towards her, throwing me off so balanced. Watching her make her way up the street, cane tapping from left to right, I decided to settle the matter later. Just smile. It's a nice side to her, and I don't want to forget it. Is MC the Rock? No, can you smell what the MC's cooking, though? Because the only person you can smell what they're cooking is Lily, because she cooks. I don't think that MC cooks. Eventually we get to the girls' dormitory, both my arms aching from the weight of the 2 sets of groceries. Ha! Finally here. Phew. With the amount he raises an eyebrow. Ha! Okay, yeah, that's fair. Bend down to wipe my forehead with the back of my hand. Lily stops in front of her door and sets down a bag, finishing around her pocket for the key. Fishing even. Thank you, Asao. I really appreciate your help. This is nothing. Levers his eyebrow. It might be nothing to you, but it definitely is something for me. With that, she steps through the door, closing it behind her. Blink. Those were nothing but honest thanks. I can't help feeling something different about them. Anyway, I have something else to do before I can mull on my leisure. Turn back to the door. Hanako's room is proceeded. I knock twice in quick succession. The bag till my hand rustling together. For a couple of seconds, the door slowly opens. If one weren't looking closely, they could be forgiven for thinking I hadn't moved the door. I twist my head to my side and try to peer through the tiny sliver of a gap between the door and the door frame. Hey, Hanako, I've got your stuff. It makes it sound like a drug dealer. With that, she opens the door, completely making her plain room visible over her shoulder. Sparsely decorated, probably as even more remarkable than my room. One on my right arm, both bags almost pulling it straight back down with their weight. Thank you, Asao. I'm sorry to make you carry them all this way. It's fine, don't worry. Just don't make me do it every day, okay? Pass the bags to her, give a light-hearted chuckle. After the initial transfer of weight, she manages to take them easily. I'll be off then. Night, Hanako. Good night. See you in class tomorrow. Face and leather, the 2 words I've heard more from Yuki than salt from Train. That's not quite true. Today, specifically, yeah. Still close, probably, but... With a deep bow, her groceries still in both hands, she steps back and shuts the door. Making my way back to my own dorm, I put one bag in the other hand to balance them out. And as I do so, I can't get Lily's light-hearted smile on my mind. When I first met her, it would have been nearly impossible to imagine her like that. Indeed, it feels like we've become close in the past few weeks since I first got to know both her and Hanako. Time I spend with her each day, the small exchange of happiness we share. Those small moments of joy as I get closer to her. Oh, you played Overwatch with Train earlier today, right? Okay. Yeah, so more today than just about. I'm far from certain, but I don't think there are just normal feelings of friendship. Once I return to my room, I store my groceries and begin getting ready for the night. So the school books back in my bag, closing need tomorrow, bring out the yellow envelope Misha gave me earlier in the process. I got so sidetracked by one thing or another, I couldn't deal with it earlier. Who could have written to me, I wonder? Oh, you were the main provider of salt today, okay. The name nearly adorning the back of the envelope frees me in my tracks. It's been so long since I've seen her writing, there's little chance I could have identified it as hers otherwise. Iwanako. It's funny, because he specifically said he recognised her writing every single ever playthrough in this one. He's like, I wouldn't recognise her writing. Why? Should she have written to me? Oh, I guess, actually, he's reading this way later, right? Because in Hanako's storyline, so when Lily goes to leave, which is going to be later this week, that was the end of chapter 3. So there's only one, you know, I started chapter 4. Whereas in this one, obviously the letter's always midway through chapter 2, right? But in this one, which is about to leave at the end of the week, and we're in the middle of chapter 2. Why should she have written me? I can't think of a good reason for her to do this. I was don't open the letter, but there'd be a little point to that. Just left it alone. Its mere existence was gnawing at me until I did something about it. I'm not going to read the letter again because I've read it a billion times by now. Look down at a piece of paper on my desk. It's bright summary. Decoration. Beam happily at me. Lettering in pink, jarring badly with the yellow sunflower border on the card. How unique the characters have been written thoroughly, with an unusual amount of care. Better give the letter a second thought when it was given to me, but now I can't get its contents out of my mind. Yeah, Yep, here's the letter. We've read this a bajillion times. So I find I have little problem scratching the letter and enveloping the ball and tossing it into a waste bin, ridding myself of its existence. Get away with mixed feelings, cheated out of a pleasant evening by this intruder from the past. Ironically, it takes a while before I can manage to sleep. Already that ironic, buddy. Can I have a few crisps? So it will sit on this scene for a while. So I got these weird tortilla chips. Spicy chili salsa flavor. Ancho, habanero, and serrano chili tortillas. What's weird about them is that they're all in hexagon shapes. I didn't think that was a thing that... normally, well, I guess I'm so used to Doritos being in triangle, right? I've read it a bajillion times. It's not a real number. Pretty sure bajillion's a real number. You can make up any number you want. But do you know what the number bajillion is? 4. Because I've read it 4 times. Therefore, if my statement is to be correct, a bajillion equals 4. Or maybe like 3.5. Because I didn't fully read it the last time. So, if anyone ever asks you how much a bajillion is, it's 3.5. I sweat profusely, awaiting the dreaded moment. Each tick of the clock tenses my muscles. Now much more every minute, making the hair stand on end. Still free. You read fuck all of that. No. This is the 5th time, Josh. I didn't read any of it this time. So, the last time I only read like half of it. And I was like, oh, fuck this. The first 3 times, I'm pretty sure I read through it. I definitely did the first time, 100%. Stick clock tenses my muscles, that more. Every minute making its hair stand on end. It's coming to me. I can feel it. Death! Oh. This suddenly took a dark turn I wasn't expecting. You know what's funny? I've been expecting death, right? To be a big major theme of this game, because everyone's like ill. Right? Or disabled or whatever. And in every single storyline, it has not been even remotely relevant. And all of a sudden, I'm just going into this and thinking, you know, whatever. All my stupid, like, Doki nightmares or whatever, I'm related to this game. This game doesn't do anything like that. And all of a sudden, that. Alright. Death in the form of a single sheet of paper. Take a small pile of papers from the student in front of me and pass it backwards after plucking off the top piece. Then top right of the page, find my fears realised within that small red circle. 43! No! It's one too high to be the meaning of life! I hang my head and sigh in resignation. Cursing under my breath, I can feel the aura of similar sentiment rising from the entire glass. It's strange, but that fact lifts my mood a minute's gone out. Misery loves company, I suppose. As the teacher opens her mouth, the room... Her mouth? What teacher is this? The room braces for the inevitable onslaught. Only to be saved by the last minute. Quick move to collect her bags and leave for the lunch, post-haste. She delivers a parting broadside. We'll be discussing the test scores next lesson. Needless to say, there will be quite some discussion to be had. Collective groan resounds in the class, now reduced to shuffling out dejectedly. But she and my bags are walking along the hallway, crumpling into the process. It's enough that such a troublesome letter ended up on my desk yesterday, and now this. I hate English. Someone yelling Hassau, but I don't know who. Stern, female voice gruffly calls out from behind me. I freeze on the spot, face feeling like stone, so I can feel my brain disconnecting from my body. My eyes slowly shift right, trying to catch a glimpse of the disembodied voice. The bell is for me, not for you. Nothing. My face begins to slip by as time passes. I decide to risk turning my head, ever so slowly. I twist it to the Gah! Jump into the air, drop my bag, yelling out in surprise. As I recover and gain my composure, I turn to see. I should have known. Emmy. Oh, Emmy appears in this story. Hello. I didn't look back at your voice because I didn't think you'd appear. Gotcha, Hasao. She stands there with a mischievous grin on her face, hands forward and fingers pointed inwards. She was the one who jabbed my ribs with her fingers. I look down at her with a grimace, rubbing my hair in frustration. It's no way to greet someone, you know. You have no sense of humour. I left my sense of humour in my English class. Explain to the teacher if you want to give them back to me. She pulls her best puppy dog eyes at me as she pouts. Lily's managed to build up my resistance to the tactic, but Emmy's short stature adds enough to the effect to make me relent. So how are things? Haven't seen you around for a while. Same old, same old. I ran so fast, nobody wants to join me on my morning runs. It's a real pain. Her modesty never fails to amuse me. Although... Uh-oh. You know what I'm thinking, don't you, Azal? Wearing my emotions on my sleeve is one of my worst habits. She's seen right through me. Fortunately, I see someone else approaching us who will give me an out. Oh, hi, Hanako. Give her a welcoming wave and try my best looking like I haven't noticed Emmy's pouting face. She's giving me a small wave back. Hi, Azal. Emmy. Hey, Hanako. I'll join you and Lilly in a sec. Actually, speaking of lunchtime company, thought to see you about Rin, Emmy. Ah, Rin. Without a second word, she forgets all about us and bolts off up the hallway. She must have forgotten she was waiting for her. How can I stand speechless, only able to helplessly stand and watch this ball of seemingly boundless energy dash off. Oh yes, how? She suddenly stops herself just before vanishing around the corner to the rooftop staircase, spinning around to meet up amused faces. I hate English too. Oh, Emmy, never change. You're the best. With that, she disappears. All I can do is hang my head, give a long sigh, thoroughly left in the dust. So I hear a short giggle coming behind me, and then see Hanako smiling at the corner of my attack around. Pick up my job bag from the floor and quickly dust it off. Afternoon. Been busy? You don't like English? Oh, nah, I just had a test a while back, and then we caught me brooding about the results. Sorry. She averts her gaze. Why is the room next to us like pitch black? That's weird. Guilt written onto her face. A casual observer would think she just accidentally reminded me of a dead relative. Come on, it's not your fault. How are you doing in it? She looks up, though still avoiding meeting my eyes. Alright, I suppose. An awkward silence passes. Seemed all too common around Hanako. Oh, Lily asked if you'd like to join us for lunch on the roof. Guess I don't exactly have a pressing engagement to attend to. Sure, I'll be right up. I'll go get my lunch from the cafeteria now then. Didn't Emmy just run up the step? Are we gonna have lunch with Emmy and Rin? Hey, while we're at it, let's get Shizune and Misha in on this. Let's have the whole party. You don't need my approval to leave, you know. See what they did there? See what they did there? To leave instead of lever. Okay, I'll be going then. Gives a skittish reply. Small nod. Quickly makes off towards the cafeteria. The picture is just. Yeah, I mean, that one's staring sort of off to the side, to be fair. She must have forgotten to bring her lunch today. No walk to the hallway. More and more students come out of the classrooms past me, going the same direction as Hanako went. By the time I managed to make it to the stairs, I've pushed my way past busily chatting throng of students. I managed to make it past the last of the crowd around the staircase, stumbling slightly in relief. Slow my pace before I open the door to the roof. Ah, damn. I'm sure I've had my eyes, but blinded by the harsh summer sun. We are actually going to hang out with Emmy and Rin, I guess. Yes! This is going to be the best scene. So I slowly regain my vision. The surroundings finally take form. Lily, Emmy, and Rin sit together on the rooftop. Top of the hilltops, forest around Yamaku, visible past the fence and around them, as if to frame the view. Hiya, Sal. Lily and Rin give a quick nod of acknowledgement, and a deep nod of greeting, respectively. Start walking towards the rather mismatched trio. I can't help but marvelling at the speed of which Emmy devours the rest of her half-eaten banana. Giggity. Hey, strange to see you three together like this. It seems to have been quite the day of coincidences. Emmy and Rin decided to eat on the roof just as Hanako and I decided to. What a coincidence, guys! Emmy and Rin decided to eat their lunch on the rooftops. Wow. You stole it. This bat was ours. Simmer down, you can't steal a place in the school. Plunk myself down beside Lily, the four of us creating a semicircle. I think she is right. You too? A butterfly is her accomplice. The buttock. Glance around, sure enough, small yellow butterfly floats across my field of vision. So tell me, how did this butterfly help Lily steal this spot? It scouted out our conversation and told her. Should have known better than to expect sound reasoning from Rin. Regardless, I guess it wouldn't hurt to play along. You're telling me she can talk to butterflies? There are people who can talk to horses, called horse whisperers. Lily must be a butterfly whisperer. Bury my head in my hands as Emmy rounds at her strange companion. She doesn't seem to share Rin's sense of humour. How do 4 people make a semicircle? Did they say semicircle? I mean, you could make a semicircle with 4 people. Like, circles don't have corners. So, like, one person sitting on one side, and then one person sitting completely opposite to them, and then the other 2 sitting on the same side, you know? Bury my head in my hands, Emmy rounds the strange... Oh, yeah, there it is. Whispers don't work that way. Emmy and Rin continue their banter as I turn to Lily, who's busily finishing off her small box of curry and rice. So what brought you up here, anyway? A little fresh air every now and then doesn't hurt. Ah. Emmy breaks off from a vain attempt to introduce the concept of logic to Rin. That's why I came up here too. Something tells me Something tells me that it was her idea alone, and that Rin only got dragged up here on Emmy's whim. Then again, the same could probably be said of Lily and Hanako. Now, we can share. Creaking of the door to the roof can be heard. As soon as she said the word, a moment of silence falls over us, everyone's attention focuses on the figure appearing from it. Hanako slowly walks over to us, her eyes pinned to the ground, silently ruining the attention she's attracting. She tenses, just barely, when her eyes met Rin. Wait, if they have 2 corners. I mean, if you do a line on it, technically a semicircle is a, like, you know, 1D object or whatever they call it. Not 1D, 2D object because it's like a line, but you know, it doesn't. You don't have to finish the shape. You don't have to finish the shape. It's just a. It's. I guess you'd call it a. What do they call it? Like a, not parallelogram, like one of the trapezoid. But you know, whatever. Kind of raising an eyebrow, she walks over to us and sits next to me, doing her utmost to avoid looking up, even as she brings the cafeteria bread to her mouth. So how do you and Emmy know each other, anyway? Emmy is somewhat well known around the school for her athletic ability. She's the fastest member of the track team, the track and field club by some margin, even beating Miki Miura as the track meet last week. Miki Miura, a tan girl from the front of my class. Clearing her height and toned body, able to beat her is quite an accomplishment. Looking over to Emmy, it's very clear she's well aware of this fact and she beams proudly. So, Sarah, what was your score in English? Ouch! No comment. Boo. She puffs her cheeks and pouts, but it doesn't take long for her to bounce back. Alright, if I tell you mine, you have to tell me yours, deal? Yeah, Miki, you know Miki. She was in Hanako's route. Fine. Okay, on the count of 3, both say our results. 1, 2, 3. He just says nothing. 32. I beam a mischievous grin. Ah! Evil! You said it, not me. Still, the fact that you managed an even lower score than me is kind of amazing. Grr! She looks and sounds like a small terrier growling at an intruder. Can't say it's the most threatening sight I've ever seen. Oh, you missed Hanako's route? Wait, I thought you watched it back on... Oh, I haven't uploaded it yet. Oops. You gotta see Hanako's route. That's the best route. Either way, scoring higher than 32 isn't something to boast about, much less scoring below it, for any subject. Yes, Lily. Sorry, Lily. I could help you with your English if you'd like. It would be my pleasure to... No, that's fine, but I appreciate the thought, really. Lily looks slightly deflated. Her hopes of imparting her knowledge dashed. Judging from the badly hidden laughter of the rest of us, neither she nor Emmy seems to have garnered too much pity. So I see her happily laughing, though. I feel my voice suddenly cut off as my chest clenches. I sit in silence for a few seconds, all my concentration forced on my heartbeat. It's only a small pain. The ache feels like it's growing. Breathe deeply. I can't handle this. We've got, like, best girl, funniest girl, Emmy is here as well, flirtiest girl, I guess, and nicest girl, I guess. All 4. We just need Misha and Shizune up here, and then we've got the full set, and I don't think I can handle it. I'm dying. I'm dying, guys. Glance upward and try to keep at least some of my attention on surroundings. See Emmy suddenly freezing when she notices the expression of pain on my face out of the corner of her eye. Hey, Sarah, you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I look back down and redouble my efforts to try and stay calm, clenching my fists to try and dull the pain. Takes a short time, but the pain, thankfully, begins to fade. I look back up, there's only silence and pensive faces to be seen. Guess I better explain myself. Arrhythmia, it's fine, it's just a half flutter. Are you sure? Should we get the nurse? Taking her cue, Hanako quickly picks herself up and begins to dash to the door. Hanako, stop. Lily, I'm fine. You look like a wet, wrinkled tomato. Thanks, Rin. Huh? I bring my head to my forehead. I can feel the beads of sweat gathering on it and dab them off at my cuff. Thanks. I told you, I'm fine. I'm just kind of fragile, I guess. The entire atmosphere changed from one gaiety down to downcast faces, the situation being too awkward for anyone to know exactly how to react. And of course, the whole thing, thanks to me, just had to happen now, around others. Oh, Emmy? Huh? She looks up, box of juice halfway into her mouth. I haven't told you my score yet, have I? Yeah, well, you're half foreign. Your score doesn't count anyway. Wow. Lifting an eyebrow, I inquisitively turned to Lily. What was your test result, anyway? She gives a cheeky grin. 100%. Perfect score. No way. All I can do is hang my mouth open in wonder. Considering those tests are insane even for some native speakers, I can only imagine she's gone and done something like committing to mind part of the dictionary. A gift for rote memorization, I suppose. That's... See? Only someone part foreign could get a score that good. See? Lily and I grin at Emmy's expense. Her reaction identical to mine when I first tripped on that little landmine. Lily's foreign ancestry does rate a point, though. Oh, that's right. You leave tomorrow for Scotland, don't you? I just encountered racism. Let's just ignore it. Don't worry. She was insensitive to her disability 2 seconds later. It's fine. This is why Emmy and Hassan get on so well. That's correct. Emmy heard some rumours about it. It seems word spreading quickly, considering I only told a friend in my class a couple of days ago. Must be so nice to go halfway around the world on a holiday. Hey, could you buy me something while you're there? Don't be too shy now. And he gives a light-hearted giggle, evidently fully expecting Emmy's bluntness. The rest of the lunch continues much the same, before the jauntiness from before my heart flutter, thankfully, returns in full. So everyone flies off, the appropriate farewells, only Lily and I are left. Hey, Lily. She packs the last of her things in her bag and clips it shut before perking her head up slightly. Thanks for breaking the silence back there. Kind of wanted to stop it, but I didn't really know how to. As much as I'd like to sound less morose about it, the letter from yesterday, screwing up a test so badly in class, now my heart making things very hard indeed. Okay, Josh, I gotta be honest, I misread what you just said then. When people are referring to people and calling them thick, I misread it with 2 C's. And I looked back and I was like, no, she's not. What are you Oh, thick like stupid. Yeah, no, yeah, she... yeah. Yeah. I spent too much time on the internet. She gives an indulgent smile and nods. I wasn't picked up on it, but knowing her, it's unlikely that she hasn't. Emmy's strong, but only human. We do worry about you, Hasao. Hold on. Why would I worry you? Smiling face collapses, becoming uncomfortably serious. Hasao, we're not ignorant of your situation. Unlike... She suddenly cuts herself short, unsure of whether she should say what she intends to. Give a weak smile and rest my head on her shoulder. Don't. It's enough that I worry about it. I don't want you to shoulder my burden. But if you all worry about it, I have to worry about worrying. If that makes sense. I'm fine, okay? For a moment, she looks to be lost in thought, carefully pondering how to react. Go outside? What the fuck is outside? Mate, if I have a spare moment, I'm going to play Fortnite. I'm not going to go outside. I'll go outside in Fortnite. You know, like, just as long as I stay in the storm. Sal's perfect life. Emmy is an ex-close partner. Lily is wife. Rina's best friend. Shune is colleague. And Hanako watching over his trash. Wow. 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 Lee, that sounds pretty bad. Sounds pretty bad. It sounds like you've got bad taste, Lee. I think you got bad taste. Real bad taste. Sal, do you have any paper left in your food packaging? I think so. I'll just check. I'm trying in my bag for the leftovers from lunch. Don't you find any paper square for my sandwich package? Nurse, what you going for? My eyebrow raised an expression rather than quizzical. I gently place the square into Lily's hand. Without another word, she brings her fingers around it to feel the outside edges. This should be large enough. Literally, yeah. Both our seat on the roof, the minutes to the lesson ticking away, she proceeds to lay the item on the ground and begin her work in earnest. Wrapped in silence, I watched her fingers move around the small square with amazing dexterity. A small fold here, a large fold there. Her fingertips keep slow but sure of pace. Looking up, her expression is calm and placid. The fact that her face is pointed well above the sheet in front of her makes the sight of her work more curious. I just realised, why would I want Shizune as a colleague? What, you talk about perfect life, Lee, but you know how bad your taste is? Where's Misha? Check and mate. Can't. What are you like? And Yuko and Mickey, like all the best characters, you just left them. You're terrible, Lee. Terrible. The expression can't place it. The fact her face is well pointed above the sheet of her in front of her makes the sight of her work all the more curious. Shoulder slump a bit after finishing one final fold. Work apparently done. So when she holds up the item in her hand, I realise what it is. It's a paper crane. Small origami crane. Light brown, thanks to the packaging used as a result, it's quite delicate and precise. You can do origami. I taught myself how to do it when I was younger. It improved my dexterity a bit. Misha is his adoptive mother. But you didn't mention her, so we're going to completely disregard your entire thing, because also I'm marrying Lily. Not Lily. You said we're marrying Lily. I'm going Hanako, and you can fuck off. Told myself how to do it when I was younger. Honestly, I don't think I'd want to marry any of them. I don't know. Seems like it'd be a bit of a hectic life, right? Having to worry about... Well, I guess Hanako doesn't really have a disability, so maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Huh. A little baffled. Carefully take a small bird from her pale cupped hand. So it breaks from the slightest breath. Seemed to be folded quite well, and holds shape easily. Both grab our bags, head out the door, Lily extending her cane as she does so. I had Lily's handiwork up to my face for further inspection when I walked down the hallway. Her hand running on the silver handrails for orientation. They keep saying silver and sliver so much that I'm having to choose which one's which. She taught herself origami to improve her dexterity, the use of her hands meaning so much given her condition. Ah, so that's it. Smile as I realised the bird's meaning. Everyone here has to find their own way of dealing with their condition. You aren't alone here when you have problems. Thanks, Lily. I appreciate this. She gives a sweet smile and nod. Not using a word where none need to be used. In a typical manner. All I ask is that you take care of yourself, as how. Don't worry, I will. Promise? Promise. And with that, we part ways. To be honest, I don't want to know anymore. The fact that I could die at any moment, or the fact that everyone knows it. Guess I'll just take each day as it comes. As the unexpected present in my hand reminds me, I'm not alone here. Even though I may be like this, I'm not alone. And if they worry, if anyone worries, I'll smile. I'll smile enough for all their worries to go away. What a nice gesture. So as one of my favourite anime, as a quote from one of my favourite animes. Just remember, Yuki, to always smile. Whenever the bell rings out, a collective sigh of relief comes from everyone. Much of the morning's been taken up by a droning lecture on stoichiometry. Topic entirely unbefitting of the insufferable heat permitting the classroom. Knowing that attempting to teach anything more would be an exercise in futility, Muto gives up against clearing his teaching material from the desk for the day. Meaningless banter starts filling the classroom, notice Hanako getting up and coming to my desk. She's been a lot less withdrawn lately, something which gives me a small measure of satisfaction. Hello, Sal. Hey, want to go pick up Lily then? Close to the time when she needs to get going. Gonna make the flight. About that. Ha! Yeah, screw you, Josh. She said she might be held up a bit by her classmates. I suppose that makes sense. Class usually gets off a little earlier now, so Lily would normally have to just come to our classroom. Class must be sending her off. Oh, never mind. We can wait outside the classroom for once, right? She gets a small giggle before nodding. Two of us taking our things and leaving for 3-2's classroom. When we reach our destination, I stop in idle amusement at the scene inside. One of the shorter girls in the class has Lily wrapped in an enthusiastic hug. I had no higher than Lily's chin. Our other friends, of which there are several, gathered around her as well. Lily simply smiles kindly and hugs her back. Guess Lily must be pretty popular. Compared to Shizune's harsh but fair dictatorship of free, Lily seems more like a mother figure for 3-2 and says nothing of her height and looks. Kenji pointedly cool demeanour as he packs up his things at his seat at the back of the corner of the classroom as expected. He no doubt was far from a fan of the fuss being made by Lily's leaving. Looking beside me and seeing Hanako following my gaze, I decided to finally enter the room. Afternoon, Lily. It's just me and Hanako. Hanako withers noticeably when exposed to the din being made around Lily. Try as she might, I doubt she'll ever completely get over her social anxiety. Hello. Lily manages to work out a position reasonably well. Classmates detaching herself without a second word. Look, a slight exasperation is written on Lily's face, though. I can't say I blame her. Hello, Sao, Hanako. Do we have much time before the flight leaves? Give a quick glance at my watch, taking up the trip to the airport on account. There's a good 10, maybe 15 minutes left while still accounting for contingencies. Yeah, I still have a few minutes to kill. Wouldn't worry about missing it yet. Is this Hanako? Uh-oh, I think we've just inadvertently become entangled in Lilly's social web. The girl is probably part of the legally blind faction of the class, like Kenji, given her almost window pane-like spectacles. Her short, roughly cut hair gives her a look that fits her excitable expression. Hello, She takes Hanako's hand and pulls it up and down enthusiastically. I really don't get how girls can be so social to someone they only know as the friend of a friend. Hanako exchanges nervous greetings. I look around the room for my short and overdressed next-door neighbour. Try as I might, he seems to have slipped out of the classroom without anyone noticing. For a moment I tried to think of possible career paths that could reasonably benefit from his single skill, before putting my mind to more permanent matters. Lily seems pleased, if somewhat guarded, about the enthusiasm Hanako is suddenly excited from those around her. She might not see it, but Hanako is much less panicked about the affair than I had anticipated. Shuffling her way through the gaggle of classmates, I eventually managed to reach her. Don't worry, Hanako's fine. Thank you, I thought you might be overwhelmed by them. Don't worry, we'll be gentle. Both of us grimace in unison. Hanako's nervous grin stays plastered on her face. A couple of girls move in to meet her. Kind of amazing that even just a month ago she'd never have been able to cope with situations such as this. Even when I first met her, the two of us completely alone, she sprinted away from the library. So, got everything you need? It's all packed. I just have to go by my room to pick it up on the way, and Hanako and I need to change. Guess we better get going then. That's the second time he said, I guess we better get going then. I am almost certain that Hasao is just turning into CDI Link. He's so hungry he could eat an Octorok. Hanako's head flicks upwards in a flash, her face rather unmistakably appreciating the chance to extricate herself from the small group gathered around her. Coming. The long taxi ride to the airport was surprisingly pleasant, despite the three of us being rather squashed together to fit in the small back seat. On the other hand, maybe despite isn't the right word. Lily pays the fare to the driver as we file out. Hanako's eyes flittering left and right. Thankfully, there aren't too many people around, most of them being inside the main building rather than milling outside. It isn't hard to spot Akira and Hideki leaning against the fence while talking to pass the time. A large black travel bag, complete with wheels and travel handle, leans against the fence alongside them. Hideki's the first to notice us, pointing out to Akira, who gives us an over-enthusiastic wave. Hey, hey! Grab Lily's travel bag for us, we go meet the two, adding a nod of appreciation. I've got all my stuff here. You got yours? Plane ticket as well? Don't worry, I have everything. You? Yep, all ready to go. None of had some problems along the way, I might add. Oh, that face. That face is priceless. Snyder Mark has his head roughly dragged around by a firmly clamped on hand. Ah, yeah. I sort of forgot I was in my trouser pocket. Trousers that I put in the wash. Oh, no. Don't worry, don't worry. Did you know you can print out tickets if you are online nowadays? It's really cool. This airport does look suspiciously like a hospital, doesn't it? I was thinking that. We'd better start off then. Check-in should be ready by now. Yeah, you're right. A certain amount of wistfulness in both their voices. To say nothing of the people left behind, meeting their family again after all these years would be too big for them. Lily. Hanako wraps Lily in a gentle hug to say goodbye, one that is warmly reciprocated. Lily and I share a brief hug afterwards, each of us saying our goodbyes. Beside us, Akira and Hideki break off from a small hug, and a word or two between them. It will probably look quite nice, if not for the almost comical height difference between the two. Lily takes hold of her sister's arm. Once all that needs to be said and farewells is said, the two walk past the huge glass doors. Goodbye, Hasao, Hanako. See ya. Don't do anything stupid, shorty. We wave at them until they disappear from sight, and the throng of people moving around inside. And then, we were alone. Together. Well, that's that. Time to see Hideki already beginning to walk off. See ya. Throws her hand in the air in a manner I'd expect of Akira. In the end, it's just Hanako and me left standing outside. I rest my hand on her shoulder. She absentmindedly gazes towards the front doors of the building, so she might catch a glimpse of either of the two before they disappear. Don't worry, the time will pass fast. She hesitates for a moment, but eventually nods. With the scorching heat of the summer sun beaming down on us, we make our way to the nearby bus stop. Strange, really. Just now begun to see Lily differently. She leaves in what almost feels like a pilgrimage to the past. In a way, though, that's just what I've been doing since coming to Yamaku. As much as I reflect on everything that's happened to me, I really am hardly unique. Everyone has their own circumstances and separate paths to get where they are now. Yet, I still can't really work out how I should proceed. My life may have practically been reset, and I still can't find anything that satisfactorily fills the hole I fill in myself. Maybe Lily's leaving will be a good thing for me. If I had to lean on, I need to do more for myself. I'll have to be there for Hanako as well. It feels strange to have so much changing so quickly after my months in hospital. It seems to exist so separately from reality. But that's all the more reason for me to keep focused. I can't let any opportunity slip out of my fingers in an attempt to rebuild my life. My god, Hasao really likes to monologue, doesn't he? Like, Jesus. We're alone is an oxymoron. It sure is, isn't it? I rest my chin on my hand as I absentmindedly look out the window. You'd never have Muto's lectures droning on if it were endless. The summer sky is almost alluring in its bright cerulean splendour. The only odd passing cloud breaks up the deep blue expanse. This feeling of longing is probably the outdoor side of me learning to escape. Nakai, could you answer this? Side of me is lost to the past now, though. In that case, I think I would use the ain suffix. Correct. Moving on. Suffix for it. My attention towards Muto slipped once again. I spot Misha giving me an enthusiastic thumbs up and nod to her after settling her down. Been a handful of days since Lilly left for Scotland. Days which had passed relatively peacefully. Life largely continued as usual in contrast to what I'd expect. While thoughts of her have danced around the edge of my mind since she left, present events managed to subdue them, at least for the time being. So I find myself idly chatting with Hanako, as usual when lunchtime finally rolls by. Are the later ones in the series good as well? Not really. Probably best off just sticking to the original. His later books didn't live up to it, other than maybe God Emperor. Thanks, I wasn't really sure if... Hanako steps to the side. I see Suzune stride up in a typical business-like manner, flanked by her ever-present bright-haired shadow. A sign that the needs to be. Try as I might, can't read any hint of their intent from their faces. Suzune's poker face from Misha, seemingly boundless cheerfulness, a devilish combination. Morning, Suzune. Misha. Hi. I accentuate the greeting with a nod to Suzune in order to get the point across. She promptly and curtly returns the gesture to both of us. It's been a long while since I've talked with them, really. For a while, I thought they might be avoiding me. I eventually came to the conclusion that Suzune really isn't the type to do so. Morning. Shi-chan says that Muto wants to see you sometime. Because of the statement, my face contorts as if I'd just eaten spoiled food, giving Misha no end of amusement. Wahaha! Anyone think you're in trouble, He-chan? You may not be aware of it, but you have the least to worry about of anyone in the class. What an unexpected vote of confidence. Even Hanako nods hesitantly to affirm the point. Thanks, I'll keep that in mind. There was something I wanted to ask you, though. And what might that be, He-chan? I have this feeling this won't go over well, but here goes. Is there any reason why you and Lilly don't get along? Seems like even a little civility. Civility? Yeah. Would help you both in your duties. Oh! Hanako's still smiling because I haven't changed the sprite, but I'm pretty sure she should be not by now. Shuna's cold stare after Misha happily signs the word stop me in my tracks. Hindsight, we could have worded that better. Oh, there she goes. Come on, I'm sure I see Hanako move back. Just a little. Frankly, Shuna notices this and lets her temper dissipate as she forcefully runs her hand through her hair, lets some steam. Perfectly on cue, Misha begins interpreting the second Shizune's arms begin to move. I would say that such matters aren't relevant to you, since you seem to have befriended Lilly. She pauses to adjust her glasses, evidently attempting to articulate her point in the best possible manner. While I assume the same of her, I cannot call my own views on the matter unbiased. Suffice to say, we were close friends before we are now. Shuna makes a quick gesture to Misha to stop her from interpreting. A quick meeting with her before proceeding. The fact that the two communicate so easily yet secretly right in front of us is slightly disconcerting. Hanako seems to share my curiosity at the proceedings, looking on with thinly masked interest. As they finish their opaque conversation, Misha looks slightly deflated. I guess her opinion on the matter wasn't followed. Shi-chan says you should ask Lilly about it. She doesn't want to be the one that gets you involved. Ah well, I guess I'll ask her if she gets back. At least I got some information out of Shizune. The two having been on close terms means that they weren't always at each other's throat. At least not quite to this extent. I understand. Thanks anyway. I nod and farewell. Two break away and walk out the door, no doubt headed straight for the student counter room. Could have gone worse, I suppose. Hanako let out a long breath, relieved at the confrontation resolution. Can't say I blame her. I'll see you later then. Yeah, I'll meet you in the tea room. See ya. With that, she waves and joins a trickle of students leaving the classroom. Kai, can I speak to you for a moment? Delivered in his typical monotone manner, he apparently decided I need a reminder to see him already. Eventually, I finished packing my things. By the time I reached his desk, the classroom was close to empty. Yes, sir. Looks up, taking a measure of my face before giving an awkward, rather obvious, acted chuckle. No need to feel guilty. Not any trouble. I just want to ask you something. I've asked a few of the other students so far. That's okay, guys. For a moment, I thought my maximum of keeping my head down and pen up had failed me. So what do you want to talk about? Start with, what do you think of progress in class so far? Good? Bad? I detest that kind of question. For a fair amount of time, I try to think of a response that's neither pathetically humble nor cocky. I'd say I'm doing alright. The work doesn't seem too hard, and I'm doing better on tests than I thought I would. Good answer. Correct one, too. Give a mental sigh of relief at satisfaction. So I don't gain a little pride from his comment would be a blatant lie. In the maelstrom of thoughts clouding my mind after learning that I'd be transferring to Yamaku, my school grades seemed utterly unimportant. Being entirely clueless as to what skill level would be assumed of me once I actually got here, hugely relieved when I found out that I understood well enough the schoolwork we were doing. I know circumstances might have thrown a wrench in the work, but if you give any thought to your future... A future? Well, your profession. Do you have any thoughts on where you'd like to be in 10 or 20 years? I wouldn't be surprised if you covered ground at previous school, but I have a record of it if you have. So as last year of high school is the time when students would need to think about such things. To be honest, I hadn't really lent much thought compared to my immediate situation. Catching on to my thinking, Mito speaks up. It's okay if you haven't decided anything specific yet. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of your classmates were still undecided after all. Maybe pursue one of your talents. He's rather obviously trying to squeeze an answer out of me. Something about his previous wedding makes me suspicious. Didn't seem to be intent on asking everybody like this, so he must have had some kind of selective criteria. And I guess, our grades in his class. Well, something in science might be the path of the least resistance. It wasn't meant to be Irish, it's just because I've got food in my mouth. I stuttered for a second. His face brightens, no doubt pleased at the thought of Price following a subject to career path. Good. Having a general idea is the first step. I'd advise you to think on it, though. Oh well, things kind of settling down, which will help. Good to hear. Oh, and I noticed that Ikazawa's attendance and grades have improved since you came to be friends. I'd like to thank you for that. Surprised you noticed we knew each other. Gives a chuckle as an awkward smile. Guy really has no idea how to properly act around others. Every facial movement seems like an act of careful but misdirected choreography. You could say that having a general idea of who knows whom is part of a teacher's job. Catching himself before he goes off on a tangent, he loudly coughs into his hand. I'm sure you have things to do, though, so I'll stop you there. Please do think about where you're headed from here, if you don't have long to go before you finish high school. Oh well, thanks. Brief talk ended. Take my leave. I was about to fuss with the teacher material on his desk. One of the times I'm envious of Lilly, almost maddeningly so. To have one's future so clear and so assured, you're working towards something from such a young age. It's an idea so utterly irreconcilable with my own thoughts, mired by the present day just as they've always been. Walking through the lobby to the cafeteria, suddenly ruined my daily routine. I've been completely thrown off. Seemed like a normal day. Arriving class before most. Waking early, due to having become quite adept at chucking down my pills without choking as I get ready for the day. But students trickled in, one never materialised. Hanako. Step inside. I scanning the expanse of the cafeteria in search for a suitable place to take a seat. Task made more difficult by the groups of students moving around, busily talking. Gah! Hand pounded me in the back, a couple of times, severely winding me. I can care less about the culprit as I focus my thoughts to my chest in near automatic reaction. My hand instinctively tightens on my breast. I start going through the steps, rehearsing my mind every other day. Breathe steadily. In and out. A measure of relief, slowly feel my chest going less tense. By the time I look back up, my face is covered in sweat from the experience. Hey man, you okay? God damn it, don't do that, you idiot! He retreats back, an expression of unease written on his face. Hindsight, probably shouldn't have barred him, considering he had no way to know. Give a sigh and right myself some difficulty. Sorry, I just have some chest problems. Sharp knocks aren't good. Seems strange to him to see him so upset. The fact that I can't do anything about it irritates me. Let's get lunch. Okay, good to have some company for once. I just went Misha for a second there. Oops. We start off at the serving line. When considering as Kenji and I can make small talk nowadays, as opposed to my only interaction with him being anti-feminist lectures. Seems like it can be hard to find an empty table. There's a few people I wouldn't mind sitting with. Nobody's like you, though. I feel a shiver run through my spine. Clarify that now. They don't listen. Their mind's closed. It's the media, man. Goddamn brainwashing mainstream feminist fascist media. He takes a breath and I savor the second of silence. Damn, they control everything. Everything but you and me. Relax a little while we grab our food and drink. So, what have you got for me? Huh? Come on, you've been hanging around Sato and that other chick for ages now. Rumours all over my class. Probably some of the others too. Eavesdropping isn't a good habit. Let me guess. You never do it? Not even when you're bored? Really? Well, fine, point taken. Both of us stopped to have soup ladled in a couple of small bowls and placed into our trays. The concoction, the lands in the bowl, it's pretty questionable, but at least it smells reasonably good. As we take our seats at a miraculously free table, I try to think of something that would actually interest him at all. I hope I can come up with an acceptable topic. Found an answer to that question we asked a couple of weeks back. Where Lily's non-Japanese half comes from, that is. Good man! It's Russia, right? Totally Russia. Scotland. He's visibly stopped in his tracks. Scotland? Yeah, that was my reaction too. She can speak English fluently and everything. Damn it! Do you realise what this means? How terrifying this news is to me? Oh! Oh no! Oh no! I wasn't expecting to have a fucking Kenji choice. Oh no! He's hyperventilating. Passing out for a little while will probably make him more relaxed than he normally is. This is somehow going to affect the end game, and I don't know how. Oh no. Part of me wants to just humour him so I can hear him out. Because I love listening to Kenji. But the other part of me thinks that ignoring his insane ramblings is probably the correct answer. What to pick? I mean, we gotta hear Kenji out, right? It's Kenji. He's so funny. Alright, we'll hear you out, buddy. I have no idea what it means. Enlighten me. I just lost 1,000 yen, man. 1,000 yen. Damn, it's the worst day ever. You're kidding me. You made a bet about her nationality? One of the dudes in my class is bugging me about it. I gave him some of my wisdom, and he had the audacity to say my logic was wrong. So what did he think? Germany or something. Doesn't matter. What matters is my 1,000 yen. Damn, this day is ruined thanks to her. What a bitch. Looks utterly devastated as he wolfs down several clumps of his soggy soy-soaked rice. And takes a few mouthfuls before he pokes his chopstick at me, stabbing the air repeatedly in revelation. Did your mother ever tell you not to speak your mouthful? Gives you a dirty look before choking down the rest of the food left in his mouth. Then a gulp of juice. It's rather unsightly. When my own food sitting in front of me, I decided to get the task of eating cafeteria food over and done with as fast as possible. So when I do so, sooner the experience will be over. So as I was saying, why would anyone want to live in that place anyway? I mean, what's there to see? Grassy plains? That's it. Lots and lots of grassy plains. And I mean kilts. Men in kilts. I'm not sure which is worse, his food or his worldview. I can feel my face being dragged down by the combined weight. Not that he'd notice. Or care. It's not that bad. Why do you care so much about her anyway? She's just your class representative after all. Gives me a malevolent chuckle. If it's anyone but Kenji, I'd feel uneasy at how he sounds. I finally found the chink in the Feminist Legion's armour. It took a while, but I'm confident this is going to be how we can bring down the whole system. I'm about to blow your mind. Are you ready? I tune out his rambling for a moment. I finish my rice and start on the unappetizing soup. One taste is enough to confirm it's cold. Ready as I'll ever be. I confirm that Lilly is in the Mafia. What? Alright, stay with me for a second here and I'll describe the scene. I wish I could do otherwise. Lily's there, walking down the street after school. You're not stalking her, are you? No, damn man, I do have some sense of self-preservation. Not dignity, or morals, or social standards. Anyway, as I was saying, car pulls up next to her. Guess who steps out? Man in a pinstripe suit. Waves her in, 2 leaves, just like that. I tell you, man, she's under protection. Under protection. Man in a... Oh, I see where this is going now. Takes effort not to sign his aspiration. Well, yes, this man was about average height, had a slightly slender build, blonde hair, looked foreign, smiled a lot. He looks positively stunned. Take advantage of the moment to quietly gulp a mouth of his cold soup. Seems more observant than I thought. Yes, I have chosen well. He giggles a little and nods to himself so dramatically that it looks comical. Can't tell whether that's intentional or not, and that fact makes me frown. This has important ramifications, you know. If she really is connected to people like them, and we're smart about what we do with the information, we can turn this to our greatest weapon against the student council. Once he starts rambling into conspiracy territory, Machu suddenly becomes much more important. Only after listening to his pontifications, my mind drifts to the matter of Lilly, and I have apathy for Shizune. Paths between them is steadily becoming more coherent. I'm not sure if I should be learning of her past this way. Indeed, even if I do work out what went on, it doesn't really seem like my business is going to interfere. Damn, not having Lilly around is making my thoughts wander. I'm noticing more bored and solemn about her company, and the same goes for Hanako. All we do during lunch anymore is eat and play chess. Come to think of it, I need to go check on Hanako after school too. Considering how much improved attendance, I'm guessing she's come down with something. Oh, okay. Stops about to leave the classroom. Turning the ball to my heel, meet Muto. Starting out to me a couple of the worksheets we worked on the day with his long, lanky arm. Would you mind giving these to Ikazawa? I know he asked for a ghost to it, but I assume we'll be checking in on her. For a moment I briefly considered the possibility of there being more than innocent prediction. Quickly discard the idea though, as it's hard to think of him acting in such a Machiavellian way. It's not his nature. Sure, no problem. I didn't know Machiavellian had a capital M. That's interesting. Walking up the hallway of the girls' dormitory, several ideas why Hanako was absent floated around my head. Most obvious than just being a simple cold. That said, she may not be sick at all. It's almost been a week since Lily left, despite her least appearing to be normal. I suspect she's somewhat more insecure about it than she's letting on. Eventually I come to Hanako's dormitory room. Simple brown door separating us. Her room's position next to Lily's extremely convenient. Probably a large contributor to their meeting in the first place. Grimacing slightly at the prospect of her being sick, I ran my knuckle on the door. Silence. Listen intently for any sound of shuffling coming from inside, but I can't hear a thing. Knock on the door again. Slightly harder. Still no answer. How strange. Door opens behind me. A freckled, somewhat scrawny underclassman I don't recognise comes out and is briefly taken off guard by my presence. Hi? Oh, another question. Okay. I mean, I guess I ask about Hanako, right? Doesn't seem like a very difficult question. Actually, it might be a rather fortuitous meeting. Hey, excuse me, do you know if Hanako's come out of her room today or not? She doesn't seem to be answering. Ikazawa. You're not answering the door is totally normal. That tall foreign girl's the only person she'll ever talk to after all. She has a shrug before walking off down the hallway, having much more important matters to attend to than Hanako or me. Her dismissive attitude annoys me. Hanako must have a reputation as a hermit. A reputation that doesn't seem outright undeserved, at least at the time before we'd met. Scratch my head and make one last attempt to get Hanako to answer, and knock the door one final time. Hanako, it's just me. Muto said to give you some stuff. Why the attempt just seemed just as unsuccessful at last. Just before I slip on the sheets under a door, though, I can hear the handle rattling. As the door opens halfway, I do my best to look Hanako over as quickly as possible. It's a task made somewhat more difficult by her oversized gown, hiding so much of her body. She doesn't look sick, or at least not immediately so. To be honest, I'd have preferred that expression right now. Hi, Hanako. Muto wanted to give you these since you weren't in class today. I hold out the loose sheets, which she tenaciously takes in her hand. The way she moves is weird, devoid of thought, as if she's some kind of mechanical automaton rather than a living being. Are you okay? Feeling sick or anything? I could get the nurse. Feels almost pitiful to pull on such a routine girl will soon act. Can't think of anything else I could possibly do for her, though. She seems to collect herself a little better than the notion, but only a little. I'm fine. Okay. Okay. Look of silence follows, eventually ending in her nodding solemnly and farewell, closing the door. The entire experience feels surreal. More a little put off, I wander back to my room and hope she'll be better by tomorrow, despite not knowing exactly what's wrong with her. See, in Hanako's story, you'd have done a better fucking job. And been like, hey, I'm going to be a good friend. I'm going to find myself in front of Hanako's door. For now, about unexplained absences from class. Nothing. Could have taken her she'd been like this. Trying to worry about her. Summoning my willpower to start to ask one last time to get a respond. Hanako, if you don't say anything, I'll go get the nurse for you. Go away. What? I'll tell whether her tone is depression, anger, or both. What can I actually do to help her? She doesn't even want help. That's just fair enough. I can't just leave her like this, though. She's just sitting in her room for days on end. I'm in my temple, I'm in thought. I withdraw to my own room to think about how to proceed. Rationality is what's needed here. No reaction may just make matters worse. Dig around drawer after drawer of my desk, looking for where I put that damn piece of paper. Before she left, Lily told me the number to call her on. I'm in Scotland. I wrote it down. Now that I need it, though, the damn thing is... here. Poetry just entered it directly into my cell phone, come to think of it. Without further ado, I enter the number and I actually press the call button. The fact that the phone rings at all shows I've got a prefix. The fact that the phone rings at all shows that I got the prefix for the call to Scotland right, at least. Never made an international call before, so that's some comfort. When she has the phone picks up, the feminine voice don't recognise on the other end. It's probably Lily's mother. English? Suddenly finding myself unprepared, I realise I can't understand a word she says, either due to my limited vocabulary or a heavy accent. I should have anticipated this, since going to Lily, her mother is a native Scot. Soldier on the hope that she might know some Japanese, considering it's their daughter's native language. It's a sound Akai speaking. Enthusiastic sound of realization can be heard as she recognised the language. My feeling of relief is immense. You must be one of Lily's friends from school, correct? Even so, her accent means I have to concentrate to work out what she's saying. Yes, that's right. Pleased to speak to you, Mrs. Satao. So nice to hear our friends, so polite. Lily dear, it's for you. Her mother seems nice, a little over-enthusiastic given the mundane situation. A small silence. Lily takes her time getting off the phone. In the distance, I can make out just her mother scolding her playfully for just getting up. Hello, Lily speaking. You sound awful. She makes it sound somewhere between dying animal and a yawn. One thing I did remember was to check the check before calling what the time zone. It'd be pretty late in the morning over there, so she really has no excuse. That accent is, I don't know what a fucking Scottish accent sounds like, alright? And if I did, I probably can't do it. So it's like a mixture of Scottish and Irish. Not feeling well. Just tired. What time is it there? Late afternoon. School finished for the day not long ago. You're not a morning person, are you? I don't need you making fun of it as well. Takes me a measure of restraint not to laugh at her pain groan. Poor girl. How are you doing over there then, about the mornings? It's been enjoyable. After not meeting them for so long, I've just had a meal together with my parents. It's nice. Though the pool and the sheer size of the house might have something to do with that as well. Even if they're not in Japan. From the way it sounds, our family must be pretty wealthy to live so luxuriously. Things alright with you and Hanako? Damn, I was hoping that wouldn't be brought up quite so quickly. Take a moment to try and sort out exactly how to describe the situation without causing her undue worry. She picks up on that without a word being said. Hanako's not well, is she? How did you know? Because today is her birthday. I'd hoped she might have gotten at least a little better after coming to know you, but how is she right now? She missed school yesterday and seemingly out of sorts when I checked on her today. Today she missed school again, and just told me to go away. I've really no idea what to make of it. Has this happened in the past? Does it relate to her scarring in some way? Fortunately so. Roughly the same thing happened last year when her birthday came up. As far as I can tell, it's because her parents died in the accident that caused her scarring, and Hanako blames herself for their deaths. What she says does seem to make sense. If she's blaming herself on her birthday, then she may well be ruining that if she was ever born. Father Lily seems so in the dark about it, though, almost to the extent that I am surprised. So that's why she lives in the student dormitories as well. Has she told you any more about the accident? As close as we've come, she's barely told me anything about what happened. What I know is largely conjecture. She sounds depressed, almost defeated. Considering the trauma Hanako must have gone through, I really can't fault Lily for not knowing. Nevertheless, she still seems to consider it a personal failing. Don't blame yourself, Lily, for everything she's gone through. I know. Thank you, Asao. I'm sorry I can't be of more help to you. It's fine. I'll just give it some more thought. Thanks and have a good time in Scotland. It's nothing. Thank you for taking care of Hanako. Okay, bye. Goodbye. And with that, the line goes silent. 1 second. Alright, sorry. And with that, the line goes silent. Oi. Game. There we go. Amid the seemingly only increased number of questions I can't answer, the most immediate is what Lily was going to say. Oh no. I'm an idiot. She must have thought I was calling to talk with her, but I only asked for help with Hanako. Even more shameful than that thought is the fact that such an appraisal would be largely correct. Well, first things first, for now, I need to at least sort out Hanako and make sure she's actually eating okay. Occasional passing student give badly hidden glances at the plate of food and carry it to the female dormitory. Totally a meal to be proud of, only being an instant microwave meal from the convenience store, which should at least fill her up. When she arrived outside her room, I'm going to ward off a couple of girls who jokingly tried to pilfer the food I'd taken so long to procure. Decided to forgo knocking, since it's proven to be after the user's measure, somewhat difficult to do with my hands full. Hanako, it's Asao. I know you're listening. I've got some food for you. Silence, as I expected. I'll leave it beside your door. Please eat it at least, okay? There, I've said my piece. Now it's up to her. Putting the plate down, I walk back to my own room to eat my dinner. By the time I return to Hanako's dormitory, good hours passed. Thankfully, there isn't anything to be seen beside her door. I walk back and at least somewhat happier that she's eating. If she intends to get through this by herself, then being able to help, even if it's just in such a small way, is at least something. Sit reading in the library after school, turning page after page, barely registering the words written on each of the sheer boredom. My cheek resting on my hand, kind of a notice of slightly rough reading against my palm. I belong for any razor. Oh, Sal's growing a beard. Giving up on reading, I simply let my head drop into the book in front of me. Things quieted down considerably since Hanako began attending school again. When she first returned to class, nothing was said, not done, that wasn't part of the usual routine. We've been the same way ever since. TheYukiverse decided to bring up her accident, so there simply wasn't any point in pursuing it. As a few days went past, steady grind continued just as it had before. It's only natural that my mind would wander to other places, more important, other people. The lily-shaped hole in the daily life of Hanako and me has been pretty noticeable for a while now. I'd be pleased to say this has allowed me time to refine just what my thoughts on her exactly are, but alas, I've had no such luck. It doesn't help that my many attempts to do so led to the troublesome topic of Hanako. Every time my thoughts drift in that direction, I reflexively try to think about something else. Why did this have to happen now? Don't look up to the source of the taunted voice coming from behind me. Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb anyone. That's not it. I'm trying the orange tinted room, quickly realizing how silly my apology must have sounded. In the time I spent thinking and lazing around here, everyone's well and truly left. Library closing? If you don't want to go, I can keep it open a bit longer. There's no trouble at all. Don't worry, I should get going anyway, thanks. So I get up against me more. I feel Yuko's eyes drilling into my back. There's something wrong. You look depressed. Are you okay? Yuko nervously twists her fingers as she said this, unsure whether she's overstepping her boundaries or not. You can't tell if she's more worried about my mood or about bothering me. Let me just shrug it off and assure her that I'm fine, but my reflective mood gets the better of me. Despite being staff, she really doesn't feel like much of an authority figure as others. It's just, I guess the best term for it would be relationship problems. Oh, I'm not too good with that kind of thing. My only relationship ended a bit abruptly. But if you want to talk about it, I mean, I could listen, I think. I feel kind of bad for bringing it up. She's not that old, though, so at least she had a good chance of finding another partner. It isn't like we're in a bad situation right now. We spend many days together as friends, sometimes going out and doing stuff, that kind of thing. I'm trying to want to do more for her, learn more about her, be with her more. Not sure whether it's actually love or not, though, because our friendship stands as enjoyable. You shouldn't let that stop you. No, sorry. How to say this? I think that it's nice that you have good friendship, but school is going to eventually end. Do you think you'll be fine with not knowing if it could have gone somewhere further after you graduated? Guess that's the crux of the problem. We have no idea what the answer to that question is. Well, I can't really help there. What your true feelings are is something you have to decide for yourself. But I think that if you do love her, you should definitely say something. After thinking about it really hard, I decided even though my relationship didn't work out, it's still better that way than never knowing that it might have worked or not. How did you go to sound so wise? It makes sense that with more life experience than I, she'd have a better idea about this. Well, I suppose not very much was actually answered. Talking to her has helped to get off my chest. And I have no doubt that I should confess if I really do like Lily. I give a slightly frustrated sigh. Only reading so much actually helps when it comes to situations like this. She gives a girlish giggle, which I only reinforced my view of her as being different from the usual staff here. In the end, it all comes down to what will happen after school finishes once again. Considering what happens before I get to Yamako, feels like being asked to keep up with a field of runners, despite having started from a dozen yards behind them. It's just one more motive to move on from the past. The last thing I need right now is to get caught up in that and homesick while I'm at it. Once again, I find myself calling Lily. My phone bill is going to be horrific considering this is international, but it's worth it. I don't really want to smooth over her feelings from last time. I called, I genuinely wanted to talk to her again. When the phone finally picks up, I easily recognise the voice on the other end. Oh, is this in English? Hello, Mrs. Satao. May I, speak? Damn, I've forgotten how the rest is supposed to go. It's encouraging to forget such a small amount of words, even if I didn't spend that long trying to memorize them. May I speak with Lily, please? Hello again, Zhao. Are you teaching yourself English? Just a little. I don't think I'm too good at... Oh, that was in Japanese, right? Just a little. I think I'm too good at languages in general. No, don't say that. Your pronunciation was good. I'll get Lily for you. Just wait a moment. It's very Irish. I'm giving her a very... It's getting more Irish by the second. Irish voice is fun to do. What can I say? Lily waits. She goes off in search of Lily. And the other end goes silent. Then she much more... sounds Yorkshire. Does it? Okay. And she had much more awake sounding Lily than last time. Answered the time over. They're being past noon now. How are you there? Yeah, I'm here. Hi. Good afternoon. Sorry for taking so long. I was outside in the garden. Gardening? Unfortunately, I found I'm no good at it, so I just smell the flowers. I think my fingers appreciate it more. I take it Hanako's recovered a bit? Yeah, I just made sure she was eating and eventually she righted herself. Thanks for the help the other day. I don't think I was really that much help. The main thing is that she's better, though. True. How's life over there, then? Sounds like you've been living in nothing short of a mansion. I wouldn't call it a mansion. But it's rather large. It's obvious what she wants to say, though modestly but it is rather large is obvious, is what she wanted to say, though modestly stopping her. A little envious, but it's our holiday. It's a nice house to stay in, though. There's a beach near here, too, which Akira's especially fond of. She's a swimmer? She's constantly dragging me there to have swimming competitions, which she wins, every time. Lily doesn't strike me as very athletic at all, so not being adept at swimming seems logical enough. Fast I've ever seen her move is understandably relaxed pace during her walks to and from the suburbs down from the hill at school. Makes you into her swimming, hard to imagine. Beaches there must look nice. They'd be less crowded than the ones around here, at least. Indeed. Akira says the area around here looks beautiful because it's so far outstretched from the city. I didn't realise what I said after I said it. It doesn't bother her at all. It's still easy to forget that she can't see when she's not around, despite the time we've been friends. That said, the local accent sometimes makes communication a bit hard. It's a constant reminder that this isn't home. Well, the fact that she doesn't consider her parents' residence to be her home makes good sense. Makes me realise that I can't really answer whether the same goes for me. Graduation from Yamako is distant enough to be difficult to view objectively, and I've spent so much time in this small room, I've come to accept the dormitory as my new home surprisingly quickly. Guess that'll be hard to deal with. Is your knowledge of English holding up? Thankfully, I may be fluent, but being in a position where I have to use it often helps my curbing a Japanese accent, so it's been useful practice. I hear you're trying to teach yourself English? More like memorizing a few lines and failing, even that much. I'm not really cut out for learning another language. My mission of defeat draws a mute giggle. I believe that there are things one chooses to do in life, and there are things that are one chosen for to do in one life. You can take comfort in the fact you're better at me in science and maths, at least. So even Scottish people can't understand Scottish accent, right? Well, that's helped in me making Muto's star student. I wouldn't worry about it. They're useful skills for many jobs, right? That's what he tells me. His face very It's nice to remind me of our simple small talk that's been missing since you left. As each of us waits for the other to begin speaking, I decide to push ahead with my feelings. I can feel my throat tightening slightly. Why, I miss you. Silence on the other end of the phone tells me she's given the words that you wait. But as it goes on, I can't help feeling more and more apprehensive. Thankfully, the silence ends almost as quickly as it began. I miss you too, Hisao. Goodbye. Goodbye, Lily. Wow! Wow! I miss you too. Goodbye. That was like a fucking... That was like the sort of shit you expect on, you know, when you get like a threatening phone call. An assassin. It's like... And we all miss you too. Goodbye. And then like an assassin snipes you through the window or something. Well, that light to native, almost shy voice, a warm and soft tone. I'd simply be lying to myself, I would say. I don't recognise the feeling for what it is. With thoughts of Lily dancing on my mind, I start anticipating her return. Today has been the most excellent day. Been the most excellent day. Oh. That was rather abrupt from her, wasn't it? Still listening to another of Muto's long-winded lectures, my mind wandering far from the scribbles on a dirty blackboard. Since I called Lily, my mind's been drawn in two directions. Both roughly led to the same conclusion. I started to feel oddly detached from my past life. It's only been a month and a half since I arrived here. That's it! Hanako's story takes place in like 2 months. Because the resolution of Hanako's story is before Lily comes back. Wow. That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right at all. I'm pretty sure it's longer than that. Because they were talking about exams, like the end of year exams, right? And I can't even say, oh, maybe the trip to Scotland happened at a different time of the year. Because Hanako's birthday. Actually, wait. Lily said her birthday's already happened, and it was in February, right? And if the school year ends in July... March, April, May, June, July. There's only 5 possible months it could happen in. Or 4, because February was a past month. So if this game started in March... and at best can end in July... Wow. Dude falls in love pretty quick, doesn't he? To become used to a school where disability is the norm rather than the rare exception still catch me off guard sometimes when I think about it. The same school is populated by burn victims, amputees, the blind, the deaf, and all manner of disabilities in between. If someone had described the school to me before I'd come here, I'd have shrugged it off as an overactive imagination. When I first arrived, I felt like the Dutch coming into this strange new land for the first time. It's amazing how quickly one becomes used to the environment they're forced to live in, really. I've even found someone that's got me entirely smitten. What a strange life. You did say that. Before I can wander any further, though, I had a page of lined paper slipped onto my distracted face. The garish, bright pink ink has no doubt been penned by Misha. Don't look so bored, He-chan. School's nearly over. 3-day holiday. Alright, we get Saturday and Monday off. Can't complain about having less school, I suppose. Yeah. I count my pen and scribble on the page before covertly passing it back to her. Flickering my eyes to the front of the class every now and then, Muto continues scrolling away arcane equations and formulas on the board. Arcane equations, eh? That's a good sentence. I like that sentence. Arcane equations. I'm guessing you have something planned. She takes paper back and hunches over. Comically, even for her, with a tongue poking through the side of her mouth. Did she misinterpret my expression as depressed and she's trying to cheer me up? Oh, he's still a prick, though. That hasn't changed. Student council welcome Shi-chan, of course. I'm still brooding over that, surely. But Ichan could have helped us. Poor, lonely girls. I'll lend you a hand for today if I weren't going to be so busy. Ooh, naughty, naughty, Ichan. I'm just going to meet Lilly with Hanako. I don't know what you're going through your head. So Lily's back. Yeah, she's coming on the evening flight with her sister. She'll be back in school next week. She takes the note back and begins to write. I look up to see an unwelcome sight. While I frantically tried to silently catch Misha's attention, Muto confidently strides through the gap between the desk and the front of the class, his intent gaze focused directly on her. She suddenly stops writing as his tall figure casts an impossibly long shadow over the page. He suddenly takes a piece of paper from her and begins to read. Sweating bullets, I quickly glance around the class, noting their complete silence. Of course, it would just have been the one thing to actually get their attention during the lesson. After a scant few seconds examining the page, he rolls the paper up into a small tube and lightly bops Misha over the head with it. Half an hour after you can hop off to student council. Think you can hold off until then? Misha's face cracks, the entire class erupts into laughter. He might well be awkward, but he knows how to handle lyrics excellently. I'd probably feel sorry for her if I weren't as busy stifling my own laughter. So, is that one it? No, I think that's some foreign airline. And so the third aircraft they're not in comes to land. For the past half an hour, we've been whiling away the time with small snippets of pointless chatter. Lilly and Akira's flight has been delayed, and at this rate, it'll probably be dark before their plane arrives. Is it that one? No, the company colours are wrong. Anika's eyes flutter left and right, following the trickle of people in and out of the huge glass doors ahead of us. Fortunately, nobody pays them much heed. Their attention apparently directed towards greater things. Maybe that one's it. No, I think that's... Hold on a minute. I think that one might be it after all. Takes some more time between the billboard changing their flight status to disembarking. Loud yawns sneaks upon me, not allowing enough time to stifle it. My sleep patterns have, once again, been all over the place, likely due to a mix of worrying about Hanako and the side effects of my medication. Hisao, over there. Look to Hanako, then follow her gaze to the airport door. Oh, Lilly, they're here. Really? We call out to each other in greeting, quickly shuffling over to the side to avoid blocking the passage for each other. Lilly! Hanako jumps forward to hug Lilly, a wide smile on her face, being all that needed to see her happiness at Lily's return. Lilly simply smiles in return, a soft voice. It's wonderful to meet you again, Hanako. As the two give each other a hug, well deserved after all that's happened while she was gone, I turned to Akira. Yeah, all that's happened, if we were doing Hanako's storyline, it would have been a lot, but we're not, so it's not really much. Yo. Not pretty late. Yeah, there was a really bad storm over the airport. We got drenched just going from the car to the door. Guess you'll appreciate the weather here more. Welcome back, you two. You too, Lilly. Hanako breaks off from today as I speak. For a long time, neither of us say a word. Contrary to what I thought of our homecoming would be like, the atmosphere feels awkward, almost stifling. Both of us try to guess each other's feelings, not quite sure about what should be said. Damn, exactly what I feared when I thought of trying to move things forward between us. Lilly runs her hand through her fair hair and awkwardly twirls one of her bangs in her fingers, clearly trying to think of how best to react. Eventually, thankfully, Lilly gives a small sigh and breaks the silence. Thank you, Asao. It's nice to be back. Wow, wait, she was trying to answer that the entire time. Are you okay? You look tired. Evidently not recollecting herself all that well, she lays her hand in front of her face to stave off any concern Hanako may have over her. I'm okay, really. It's just a bit of jet lag. Weak. You don't have any? She simply gives a big grin, puffing out her modest chest. I feel absolutely fine. That's not fair. Ha ha ha. Ah, well, you shouldn't take too long to get rid of it. Ah, that's right. Hisao? Yeah? Don't we have a holiday from school soon? I'd have forgotten if Misha hadn't reminded me this morning. We've got a 3-day weekend starting from tomorrow. Kira playfully bumps her elbow lightly into Lily's side, grinning. Told you wouldn't miss it. You have something planned? If neither you or Hanako are busy. I've got no plans, so something to do would be appreciated. Hanako? No, nothing. That's good. I was thinking we'd go to my family's summer house for a bit of quiet over the break. We've rarely used it recently, though, so we'll have to dust a few things off while we're there. Oh, where is it? Up north in Hokkaido. The place is practically deserted, so it should be a nice quiet break for you guys. You're not coming? Nah, I got a little holiday of my own to set up with my boyfriend. I'll my eyes at us, suspicious of her intentions. Sounds like we're just cleaning up the summer house for you. That's perhaps a valid conclusion. Both of us zero in on Akira. Face somewhat evasive. Looks like we were right. That's just a convenient bonus. Really, me and the guy left in pretty good condition last we were there, I promise. Now then, I'm out of here. Already? Oh, already, Akira. Stricky turns, walks away, hand held high. See you in a few days, guys. Lilly and I can only sigh her hasty retreat. Does sound like it would be a nice place to go. Lilly gives an enthusiastic nod, taking her carry bag in one hand, placing her other on Hanako's shoulder for guidance, begin to make her way to the taxi area. After the fracas of the past few days, spending a weekend in the country alone with her and Hanako sounds like a dream. The more I think about it, the more sure I am. This will be the right time and place to confess my feelings to her. Uh-oh. So I guess I'm going to find out if all my earlier answers are the correct answers based on this. Akira looks suspiciously male as well. That's why I've been giving her a dude's voice. The first time we were introduced to them, they didn't tell me who it was, so I just gave her the voice. Monichio wrapped herself around my shivering body, having my cupped hands, desperately trying to stave off the cold as we met about the station platform. Lily's clothing was rather ill-suited for the temperature around us. I only hope it's indicative of what she expects the weather to be like at our destination. Damn it, Lily, why do you have to get here so early? Fortunately, the train schedule is against us. Next train to Hokkaido is at 2 in the afternoon. Great, just great. Pause a moment to wipe some sleep out of my eyes, and Lily promptly takes advantage of the opening. Cheer up, Asao. Once we get there, it'll be much warmer. I'll just take the bullet train. A normal train's going to take hours to get there. May as well just take the Shinkansen line as far as north goes and just switch to the end. There's a certain charm to older trains, wouldn't you agree? No! If I could take a bullet train every time I needed to take a train, I'd take a fucking bullet train. I'm sorry. Oh, wait, I missed something. Oh, I'd agree if it weren't freezing in the morning cold because we decided to take one. I'm sorry, Hasao. Sorry, what for? I was the one suggested to taking a normal train. Way to make me feel guilty. All I can do is sign and cover my face with my hand. It's fine, I'm just grumbling. My, Hanako. You needn't shoulder all the blame yourself. Even without your suggestion, I'd still have opted for the same thing. Thankful for the quick interception from Lily, I take a quick gander around the station. Aside from us, train's platforms all but deserted. Morning dew settling down on the empty benches. Guess no one else is masochistic enough to brave the very early morning. Just realised, Hasao's been pretty chill most of the time. Idiot, but chill. First time he's getting really salty, it's because we're trying to get a train. Put that on there. Though if someone was, they'd not have noticed the huge bags both Lily and Hanako brought with them. What do you have to pack in those things anyway? The bags? Paused for a moment, tilted her head and thought. A change of clothing, raincoat, underwear, sleepwear, a number of books. I think that's most of it. Make it sound as if I'm unprepared. You bought less? Underwear and a pack of cards. That's it. Alright, pills, never mind that. No pyjamas? Damn, I knew I forgot something. Threw off my hair in frustration, Lily sighs. There should be clothes you can use there. Akira still occasionally goes there after all, and I think some of our parents' clothing is still in storage. Hey there, Yuri. I don't think there'll be any problem with you borrowing a set of pyjamas, if need be. Thanks. Still, I don't mind just sleeping in normal clothing. For 2 days? Good point. Not really, though. 2 days would be borderline. It's more like looking even... Try again. Though 2 days would be borderline, it's more like looking even a little like a slob would be unacceptable while in the presence of two girls. As we leisurely walk on the station platform, announcement sounds in the loudspeakers, loudly heralding our ride's arrival. Looking past Lily and Hanako, though, the train's still well out of sight. Quick check on my watch is enough to see that it's the one we'll be taking. 35 train was ours, right? Correct. Either of you want me to take your bags? Mine's not exactly heavy. My, that's very gentlemanly of you, Hasao. Don't accept too reluctantly now. As I bend down to pick up Lily's large bag, look up to see Hanako picking up hers. You fine with that? Silent nod is the only answer. I'm starting to get the feeling that by the trip's end, I'll be able to count every sentence she says on one hand. Oh, yo. See, Hanako's clearly my girl. She plays cards. See, Lee, you're totally wrong. The morning landscape passing by the window and the occasional rattle of the train bumping as it carried around tried to focus my attention on the aging playing cards in my hand. I'll raise you 5. I scrunches her face up and leans over to Lily's conspirator. The two exchanging a few whispered words. Seeing how often this happened so far, I'm coming to doubt that Hanako's grasp of how to play poker. Doesn't seem to disturb Lily's reading, though. Her hand flitting over each page, the occasional correction to account for the train's bumping and rocking. My collection of chess pieces that we're using as chips is steadily growing anyway, so it doesn't really bother me. Looking around us, our carriage is almost as empty as the station platform. We wait for the train itself. Only a handful of people can be seen, looking mostly like tourists and couples on holiday, while two continue their lesson in clandestine strategizing. A small boy looks over the seat and stares at me, hoping he doesn't begin to stare at Hanako, so we give him a wave and smile. Thank you for your treats back to his seat after finding me far too boring to waste his attention on. Lilly can play cards. She is. She's cheating. It's not me being insensitive. It's me telling you that Hanako's best girl and you're a dick. Thankfully, if she's back to see I'll see you and raise you another 5. Damn, you got me. I fold. I've been bluffing. She caught me. Hanging my head, I push over a large portion of my winnings. Hanako looks absolutely delighted. And even if Lilly keeps her attention focused on her reading material, I can see a smirk on her face. They're both extremely pleased. For a moment, I try to work out what Lilly's reading. The cover is too faded to read beyond Roman letters are on it. Pity I can't read the braille above the printed title. What are you reading, Lilly? The title looks like it's in English. That's right. It's And Then There Were None, an old British story. I could read it to you if you like. She sends you off with a grin, obviously in jest. I think I'll pass, thanks. He lost his... Yeah, he did. It's Hanako's Skull Servant now. Oh, this looks nice. After a seemingly endless trip, we finally reached the promised land of Sato Summer House. Even after the train trip, the walk up seemed to take forever. Despite my grumblings, though, I'd have never guessed the sight would be in store for us once we travelled that long, deserted road. It's more like a farmhouse than the everyday house I'd imagined, small in size and surrounded by trees and bushes. An empty expanse of wheat fields and farming land can be seen as we walk up the fencing, only consisting of rickety old wooden planks. It really drives home how far we are from the major cities, a sight that feels antithetical? Yeah. Antithetical, maybe? Yeah, antithetical, I'm going to say, to the environment that I grew up in. The only thing that doesn't surprise me is the Western styling. Wow, it's amazing how... it's wonderful. That's nice to hear. While Akira may have said the things she kept in the house reasonable condition, I was worried that we might have a different standard of reasonable. If the door is tiny or the windows are huge. I think the windows are huge. Yeah, wait. Yeah, I've just seen the door. Hang on a minute. If I scrub a cut, will they go away? Oh! No. So what it is, the door is normal size. The windows, I guess, are kind of big. But, so the floor in there would be like here. So I'm guessing there's like stairs up. Because, yeah, look, this is a second floor down here, like the downstairs garage. So the door's just like randomly in the middle. And it doesn't, I guess it kind of looks odd. But I think they're about normal sizes. Oh, I already read that. Looks like there's another soul for miles. I thought Akira would be the type to keep to the city. Lilly furrows her brow in thought, seemingly recalling almost forgotten knowledge. From memory, there's a small town not too far ahead. Other than that, though, this is largely just old farmland. Kira and I stayed here in our parents' house, which was the nearest city for a while. But after they left, we decided to move into a smaller, more easily maintainable house. Find a place like this in Japan nowadays. It's kind of anachronistic. Well, this town does have quite a bit of history. Look down the street one last time before getting back to the task at hand. Shall we go in then? I'm parched. It was a long walk to get here. And he gives an enthusiastic nod. The three of us lugging our bags to the house. As soon as we set foot inside, Hanako and I start looking around, taking in every detail of where we'll be staying for the next few days. All the artifacts of another life stopped in mid-motion around the house, such as the television guide lying beside the counter it was on, pans of adjoining kitchens still sitting on the stove. It's a strange feeling, really, as if we're stepping into Akira's life for a brief moment, before leaving in a couple of days, just as we've come. Of course, the more mundane reality is that she just hasn't cleaned up after herself that well. Where should we put our bags? I'll show Hanako our bedroom. You can put yours here if you like. You mean I don't have the same bedroom as you two? Hanako flowers into full blush as Lily takes her cheek in hat. Oh my, how bold. Freeway duel, yeah, you're probably right. You two. Hold on, if I'm to leave my bags here, where will I be sleeping? Well, seeing as we lack a guest bedroom. A comfortable futon, huh? Sorry, Hazel. I sigh, lamenting my place on the bottom rung as sleeping location priorities. I guess I don't have a choice. Dude, don't dip. Sleeping on a comfy sofa is more comfortable than sleeping on a bed, let me just tell you. Just putting that one out there. Lily used to show Hanako their bedroom, so I take a small tour of my surroundings after I drop my bag on the floor. The kitchen is just our living room, fairly modest. The rustic nature of the wooden furnishing drives home how far we are from civilization. Returning to the living room, I decide to try out the television until they get back. A touch of the remote, I immediately flicks to life, apparently set to a news channel. Almost flopping down from exhaustion rather than sitting, I lay back and watch. And watch. And watch. He's as smooth as peanut butter. You mean the chunky kind, right? Sao? Quickly blinked to wake myself up. Lilly and Hanako have returned, minus their bags. From the Hokkaido night sky visible outside the window, looks like I drifted off to sleep. Looking to the wall-mounted clock, it's already 10. You found the television, then? Yeah, it does feel nice and homey here. I'm glad you like it. You were already out like a light when we came back after unpacking our things, so we didn't have the heart to wake you sooner. Judging from my giggle, I must sound funny when I sleep. I swiftly decided not to inquire. There's some dinner waiting for you in the kitchen. Hanako gives a deep yawn, only just remembering to cover her mouth at the last second. My, are you tired? I didn't get much sleep last night. I'm pretty tired too. Really? You just woke up? Long walk up here and it's getting late. If that's the case, I suppose we should retire for the night. Good night, Hasao. Good night. Night. With that, they quietly turned and walked back to the bed. So they woke me up to say good night. Wonder if I'll be able to get back to sleep after being woken up. Suppose I'll eat something and watch some more TV before quietly going to bed. Good idea, Hasao. You love him, Josh. He's your favourite character. I'll stop reading in a second. Let's have one more crisp. Ow. Okay. Is he still sleeping? I think so. I am not. I am, however, incredibly tired. It's getting late in the morning. I know that. He likely stayed up to watch television. I could hear it from our bedroom. Only because I couldn't get to sleep. Which sounded worse than Doomfist. Should we wake him? Don't do that, Hanako, please. No, we should leave him. I doubt he'd want to be woken early if he didn't get much sleep during the night. Thank you, Lilly. Besides, he sounds so peaceful. Be ashamed to wake him when he's like this. Keep a straight face, Sal. It's nice she cares so much, though. Hanako, could you go to the fridge and fish out what's needed to make lunch? Alright, just the vegetables and rice. That should be enough. We only need something simple as we can eat in town later. Hanako's footsteps on the carpeted floor can be heard moving away from the living room. As they do, I feel Lily's hand gently rest on my chest. It takes a titanic effort not to react, but something about her makes me think she knows I'm awake. A long silence passes. The only thought on my mind is that of the gentle, outstretched hand laying upon my chest. After an indiscernible amount of time, Lilly withdraws her hand. Good morning, Hasao. Conceding defeat all too easily, I prop myself up and rub my eyes. How'd you know? Your breathing was off. Well, that makes sense. She couldn't have needed that long to work it out. Knowing her hearing, she likely knew before laying her hand on me. If you wanted to sleep more, you should really go to bed earlier. I had the television going long into the night. Sorry about that. My medication has been interfering with my sleep for a while now. Even if I'm tired, I have trouble actually sleeping. I know the feel. I'm sorry for bringing it up, Hasao. I saw exactly the kind of thing I wish I was one. Oh, no. Choices. Not again. I mean, I'm pretty sure I know the option here. But we'll do what we normally do and save the game anyway. Current scene prelude. It's a bit more than prelude. But I'm guessing I address it, right? It's pretty obvious. Come on, you worry about me more than I do at times. It just means I have to sleep a bit longer, that's all. Oh, wait, did I just address her? Oh, no. Oh, no, wait, no, I thought... Oh, no, I think I just screwed up. Oh, whoops. Oh, no, we're all being honest. It's a prelude. Nice. I'd say that looks absolutely fine, but I guess that wouldn't have a lot of meaning to you. She gives a sigh of consternation before trailing off with an amused chuckle, giving up the point. If you say so, please do take care of yourself, Hasao. Go on, Hanako could use some help. She moves to protest, but reluctantly, acquiesces? I don't know. Disappears into the kitchen, hand running along with smooth white walls as she slowly walks. Whether off, address it, or 1v1 or an Overwatch. Can I pick the third option? Oh no, because I guess if I'm supposed to be trying to date her, then trying to beat her in a game of Overwatch probably is not good. Wait, she can't see? That's not even fair. How do you play Overwatch with just listening? While I sit and watch television, I attempt to wake myself a little more, but it's futile. I don't have anything better to do, so I follow Lily's lead. As around the corner, I see Hanako and Lily, backs turned, quietly cutting food on the granite-coloured counter. I am temporarily engrossed as I watch Lily guiding the knife down carefully with a finger on a cabbage she's cutting, each slice delivered slowly but with precision. Seems a little slow, but considering that she can't see what she's doing, it's a small wonder she can cook at all, let alone for both her and Hanako. Hi Hanako, Lily, want any help? See, this bothers me. I knew they were going to use her backwards facing straight, because you said you were at the back of them. She did, I knew. Better than me. But then, like, Hanako's not facing backwards. Wait. So annoying. Lily jerks back in surprise while turning around, her yelp immediately drawing Hanako and me at her side. What's that? A small trickle of scarlet falls downwards from her pale fingertip, the knife having cut just deep enough to draw blood. Oh no, we're doing a Lily story. Not Lily storyline, this is Lily. We're doing a Yuri storyline. Watch out, guys. With the television sound masking my footsteps, she must not have noticed me coming. To compensate for having to use touch to guide everything she does during cooking, she must need to pay extra attention. Lily! Don't worry, Hanako, it's just a small wound. You should still get a band-aid on it, at least until it stops bleeding. First aid stuff will be in the bathroom, right? I think so. Will you be okay here, Hanako? Frown at how a little heed she's paying to herself as Hanako gives a quick, almost automatic nod. It's fine, I can keep making lunch. The awkward silence reigns as I set the bottle of antiseptic and a bottle of band-aids on the side of the sink. Lily's finger held out for me to treat. 'Tis but a scratch. 'Tis but a flesh wound. The lid of the bottle comes off with a minimum of resistance, and a small ball of cotton I soaked in the liquid stains a pale green. Okay, hold still, so I've probably heard a bit. She gives a small nod, and I take her hand and steady it. With the tenderness I can muster, I gently bring the dampened wad to a small red line. What? I've barely touched it. Sorry. Do you? Okay. I can't say I've ever had that exact situation. I'll tell you to man up, but I can't really do that. She gives a small giggle. I take advantage of her momentary distraction and gently press the cot against her finger a few times. Thankfully, it's enough to do the job. Yeah. Fair enough, but also, just fucking be more careful with a knife. I guess the guy with the knife phobia is probably the most careful person with a knife in the world. So I've literally never had that happen while cooking. I've settled somewhat, and I bring the band-aid over the tip of her fingers, covering the wound, while making sure not to get it stuck to her fingernail. There, finished. You can move now. Taking her hand from mine, she gently clasps it over the other. Thank you. It's no problem. It's the least I can do after causing you to hurt yourself, after all. She lowers her head slightly, the apology, absentmindedly rubbing her hand in what seems to be embarrassment. I really don't mind. Her answer doesn't seem to make much sense, given that what happened is pretty clearly my fault. I can't help grimacing at her, despite the fact that her dainty smile still holds. She must not like being reminded of the limitations of her lack of sight imposes on her. Something I can't possibly fault her for. I've fallen prey to the same kind of feelings before, despite my condition not being nearly as ubiquitous in my life. Neither of us are any the happier. We head back to the various smells of cooking food from the kitchen. I lay out the plates of food, steam slowly rising from the well-cooked rice and curry dishes, while Hanako lays out the cutlery. Knife one side, fork in the other, western. How perfectly fitting for someone like Lily. As we take our seats, taking careful heed of the dark red tablecloth hanging below our knees, Lily emerges from the kitchen. In her hands there are 3 glasses and a bottle of wine. As I recall our previous run-in with that devilish elixir, I hide my face in my palm. Devilish elixir. Oh, I like that. That's good. May or may not use that. Alcohol? Seriously? She pauses as she reaches the table, a playful grin passed on her face. Kira specifically gave permission to take a bottle from her collection. Not only does she give alcohol to minors, she even lets them pilfer their own. The perfect model of a responsible adult, Akira is not. Delightfully devilish, Satao. Yes. More to the point, though. This is hardly the meal deserving of alcohol. So I don't think Lily is the type to easily become hooked on things. That's not really the problem. I don't really have qualms of it, but didn't you have a bad experience of it last time? Last time was likely due to drinking too much, so a single glass shouldn't prove a problem. Think of it as a learning experience. I don't recall many learning experiences that made me feel rotten before putting me to sleep, but I'll take your word for it. She dips an uninjured finger in to feel the liquid level, tipping again at the bottom as the liquid rises up. The white of her fingers almost seems to glow as the sunlight hits it, the delicate outline blurred but reflected in the glass. Her fingers are definitely longer than mine, and the kind I think more suited to a pianist than a teacher. She'd likely have done well if she'd learned how to play. Quickly dig into our meal, forks and knives clattering against plates. None of us particularly eager to speak while eating. Lily altogether too reserved for such thing, Hanako probably too shy to start conversation, and I too busy savouring the food. Such a pedestrian activity, eating together at the table, seems so utterly normal, yet it makes me realise how long it's been since I've done something like this. Just the three of us sitting around a single table eating as if we were a malformed family. Maybe this trip, as far away from everything as we are, was worth it. It takes quite a long time, but eventually we'll finish our surprisingly filling meal. The wine, thankfully, has little effect given we only had a glass or two each. Of course they had two. I slumped back into the seat, rubbing my stomach contently. I am stuffed. Lily pats her mouth with a napkin twice, and only twice, with evenly timed intervals in between. It's hard to tell sometimes whether how she acts is a well-trained routine or a well-rehearsed act. I think I must be as well. Did you like it, Hanako? It was nice. Now that we're all fed, shall we be off? Off? Where? You weren't privy to the discussion between Hanako and me earlier. Get the impression that she's having a subtle dig at my sleeping in. We'll be going into the town nearby. Guess I should have expected the two girls to take a holiday as an excuse to go shopping no matter where on the planet they may be. I'm interested to see more around the north though, so this can only be a good thing. Sounds good. How long's the walk in then? It's supposed to be around 1 mile to 1.5 miles. Nearby, huh? Great. Just great. As we climb up the path surrounded by trees and undergrowth, I watch Lily and Hanako walking ahead. A slight breeze, but all but whisks away the sound of Lily's cane gently tapping on the ground. Notice that Lily since removed the band-aid now that the bleeding of her finger has stopped. A deep, lung-filled breath of fresh country air makes me wish all the harder the air around the home had been quite so clean. I am jealous of a sow right now. I wish I had fresh country air. Man, I can't remember what that was like. Can't have been 1/2 mile, but I'm already working up a sweat. This isn't a pleasant, cool day, though, so it should be too hard on myself for it. Hey, Lily, how well do you know this town, anyway? See, I'm only going to talk to Lily because we don't have a back sprite for Hanako, because this is fucking stupid. Since I spent quite a few of my vacations up here until I entered Yamaku, I'd say I know it fairly well. We used to drive there once a weekend then. Oh, I wish Akira was here to drive us now. We could take a moment to rub my hands, a couple of times, staving off the oddly cold feeling in. Do you like it up here? I'd say it was nice during the winter, but as you can work out, summer gets a little too hot for comfort. It's nice and quiet at least. What did he say this time that you hate? I'll kill him. My family's real house is quite far south. When they left Japan, my parents gave it to Akira and me. Only Akira lives there now after me moving to Yamaku. Well, quite certainly describes this place. No, lonely is how I'd put it. Other than the prophesied small town, there isn't another soul for miles around. Coming from a home nestled deep within the big city, it's suddenly different. He's just a sour in general. I think if I'd not come to Yamaku, staying out in the country like this would be too much for a change to get used to. After getting accustomed to the school's isolation, though, the idea of living in a place such as this becomes almost inviting. To be somewhere away from the hustle and bustle of the metropolitan centres. So, Hisao, have you been to Hokkaido before? Nah, I used to live down south. Never had any field trips or holidays up this far. Well, it's a new experience for you then. Yeah, it is. I'm surprised to see how nice it feels here. How about you, Hanako? She shakes her head from side to side. It's my first time too. As we continue walking, I begin to feel pins and needles on my legs. A little disturbing, given there's no reason for it happening. Could you do hold on a moment? I just need to... Is anything wrong? Nah, I've just got pins and needles and... My vocal cords suddenly become taut. My chest tightens instantaneously. I quickly pull my upper arm over it, trying to quell the shot of pain. He didn't take his fucking drugs, did he? What on Hisao, you mongoose? Hisao? Lily's face only mildly concerned, not knowing the sight in which Hanako is recoiling from. I'm fine, just tired. I move my arm from my chest and force myself to begin walking again. Just a minor heart flutter, so it'll pass like the others. It takes a couple of steps when my body violently revolts against me. My legs suddenly begin to give way underneath me and all my tension in my knees seeming to evaporate. Oh, don't do the zooming in at weird angles. Oh. Before I can react, they uselessly give way under my weight, leaving me only just enough time to brace myself and fall onto all fours. Best part of the game. Ah, damn. Hisao! I look up to her, realise my face is still taut of pain, only adding that much more to her worry. Hisao? Hanako, tell me what's going on. Hanako, tell me. Hanako quickly moves to my side as Lily almost panics, a little clue as to exactly how bad a condition I'm in. While she stands there petrified, I lower my face to take a deep breath. Come to realisation that makes me endlessly irritated with my stupid self. All the excitement of my new surroundings, I entirely neglected to take my medication last night or even this morning. Taking another breath, the acute pain in my chest begins to die down, and suddenly it arrived. Thank God. Thank God. Thank God, thank God, thank God. Oh, I thought he was dead. I thought he was saying thank God because the pain would stop because he was dead. I actually thought we just died. Well, as it does, I become acutely aware of the sweat now pouring off my face and the two scared girls around me. Hasao. Oh, poor Josh. I'm fine, Lily. I'm fine. Scrub my brow in an effort to level myself. There we go. It's been like nearly a whole scene. We got leather back. Hanako's arms quickly moving to catch me if I fall and stumble a bit before gaining my balance. I look to Lily and Hanako, worry written on both their faces, and I feel awful, utterly awful. I think we should go back. I realize the futility of processing. I look away in frustration. Fine. Oh, you nearly got your wish, Josh. 'Twas not to be today. Hey, though, we're doing a pretty shit job of staying alive, so like maybe we'll die in this story. I have my eyes groggy, completely bereft of energy. For a while, I simply lie down lifelessly, staring at the ceiling as I review the events of the morning and attempt to organise my thoughts. Justin Timberlake's new song, Limberback. We went to walk to town. I nearly gave way. Came back. Took my pills. I slept. I can remember each period of time as a snapshot, but the timeline is clear enough. The memory of the girl's face as I struggled is an unpleasant one, stinging my feelings. Look at the ceiling hard enough. I can imagine the tile edges, the small dimples of the ceiling in the hospital. The fact alone is enough to make me sit up and try to pull myself together. Scratch the back of my dishevelled hair, glancing around the room. Lily and Hanako nowhere to be seen. The television is turned off. Clock above it says it's pretty late in the afternoon. Noticeably reddened sky outside the window confirms this further. I turn to pick myself off the futon, swaying slightly as I pull my arms out for balance. So I better go look for the girls, see if they're alright. As I look out the window, I faintly see something in the distance. Straining my eyes, I just make out the shape of a person's figure. Long blonde hair, swaying in the faint breeze, makes it almost seem to melt in the bright yellow of the wheat field. Without a second thought, I leave the room to follow that lone apparition. The brightness of the setting sun assaults my freshly woken eyes, forcing me to avert them until they adjust. Long yellow strands of wheat brushing against my legs as I wade through them, densely grown field making it hard to advance. Oh, I'm bringing leather back. That makes more sense than I'm bringing limber back, yeah. Your phone's great. The long yellow strand... Oh, I read that. Regardless, my eyes stay fixed ahead, true to the solitary figure. Within minutes, I reach her. Meters behind her, turn back. Lily? Of course, her back. What is this game's obsession with Lily's back? The guy who wrote this had a fetish for Lily's back, I swear. Simply nods. Where's Hanako? She's in bed. She went to sleep after I calmed her down. She stays in the matter-of-factly, with a few words as possible, as if saying any more was strictly forbidden. Something different about her. Her normally confident figure seems oddly fragile, her body offering no resistance to the breeze, blowing her skirt. Strands of wheat sway from side to side, while deafening pause passes, the only sound being the rustling. She's got a sexy back, because she's bringing sexy back, right? Strands of wheat... Oh, yeah, I read it. As you stand in the field alone, I know what I have to ask. What's wrong, Lily? I'm not acting as you usually do. Remember when I talked to my family, Sal? Your family? I looked downwards and thought, sifting through scattered memories, then seemed to leap ready to hand when I searched for it, rising to the surface as soon as I was recalled. After Hannah's birthday party, she gives a single, simple nod. It was nice, back then, you and I celebrating with Hanako, simply sharing presents, talking, having fun together. It was almost as if we were family, one small, misshapen family. I thought that could just go on forever. Just the three of us, happily together. She takes a long breath, slight shakiness just barely audible through the moving air. Even if my family weren't so far away. As long as we were together, that was all I needed. I don't want to lose you, Sal. I didn't even realise how afraid I was of losing someone else until today. I'm sorry, Lily. I know my body's weak, but even then I make the most stupid of mistakes. Don't apologise. Please don't apologise. Could you kindly try to not fucking die? Lily? She turns to face me, her pale cheeks stained with tears. One misguided step after another, she stumbles towards me, her arms held out in search of so much as a faint brush against me. That's a nice scene. My heart doesn't race nor pound as I step towards Lily, gently taking and steadying her in my arms as she quickly clutches me, sobbing. With her face trembling against my shoulder, the next words from her mouth were the last I expected. I love you, Hisao. I love you. 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 Alright, we've known each other for 2 months, but Just saying, she's the one saying it, not him. I'm sure he's going to say it back. But like back to your earlier point, Josh, she's the one that's fallen for him. Those two and me living together, not the Hasao not dying. Yeah, I figured. Don't go away. I beg of you. Never ever go away. I love you, so please. So, that's why she's been acting like this. Tender voice when I call her. Full of concern at the slightest pain I might feel. After having been left in Japan without her family. If only Akira, Hanako and me around, she was afraid of losing yet another person who was close to her. She was genuinely worried for me. It's a strange feeling, mixed with surprise and sorrow. It's also the deepest gratitude I think I've ever felt. The only reaction I can muster among my conflicting emotions is a calm sigh. You idiot. Hisao? For a fleeting moment, I feel her body become still. The only thing it felt is the calm afternoon breeze. I said before, didn't I? It's only natural to feel concerned about those around you. I'm still here, and I'll always be here, because I want to see you more each day. Sharing your happiness to support you in your sadness. Most of all, I'll be here, because I want to see your smile. Your true smile. A single gust of wind rustles the long strands of wheat. A second silence passes. Smile when you want to smile. Cry when you want to cry. I love you, Lily, so you don't have to hold back anymore. With that, her arms clutch my back as tightly as she can, her face buried beside mine. Her tears fall down my back and she cries unrestrainedly. The last of her resistance melts away. Hisao! 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 I close my eyes and bring my head down to her shoulder, holding her shaking frame tightly. It's okay, Lily. I'll never go away. I promise. Oh! He promised he's not going away, guys. That means he's going to die. I've played enough games to know that means he's just basically said, look, I'm dying. I am going to die. I am definitely dying. Slowly walk back to the house, holding each other tightly as we take the seat inside. He leans ahead on my shoulder and I put my arm around her waist. Neither of us had any want to break the silence. With her eyes shut, it's hard to work out whether she's fallen asleep. Not that I mind, the warmth of her body leaning against me, the softness of her hand delicately in mine. For a long, long time, we sit leaning against one another, showing our warmth and feelings as night eventually begins to settle in. Really. It's okay, promise. Lee's gentle, soft voice ends the silence. Thank you, Hisao. Thank you? He really is you, Josh. You just keep saying sorry thank you all the time. Like nothing. For returning my feelings. You don't thank someone for that. It's not a thankable thing. Did you think I wouldn't? There was the possibility. I take a deep breath and thought. How much was only my fault? It's funny, actually. I was thinking of telling you about my own feelings sometime soon. Guessing that way, you saved me the effort. She raises her head a little, and she gives a tiny, amused giggle. I smile at how earnest it is, so girlish in its lightness. She collects herself soon afterwards, her hair resting against my shoulder. Feeling a bit better? She gives a small nod. You are thoughtful, Hisao. That's why I like you. I'm sorry I'm like this. As much as I didn't want to make you concerned for me, I couldn't do anything to prevent it. Don't apologise for it. Please don't. Lily? Have I ever apologised for my blindness, even once? You can't help the way you were born, Hisao. There's no point in apologising for who you are. She says with a surprising conviction. In the end, it was perhaps this mentality which spurred her to befriend me in such a short time, in addition to her motherly instincts. She did seem to become trusting very quickly, but I never questioned why. Now it seems obvious she did so to help me, as I went through one of the lowest points in my life. I moved to respond, but I cut myself off, but I feel her fingers run gently through my hair. I feel her soft and delicate touch moving downwards to trace the contours of my face, her palm finally settling on my cheek. You are a beautiful person, Hisao. Please don't ever apologise for that. For a moment, I'm utterly speechless. I slowly bend my head down, placing a tender kiss on her light, voluminous hair. Thoughtful Hisao. Is she unable to think as well as... Wow. We're a couple of right old fools, aren't we? We are. After a long calm, she speaks again. Hisao? Yeah? I wouldn't mind if you... Feel her hand tensing under mine, trembling slightly. Mouth opens as I try, but I can't formulate a response to her proposition. Lily. Before I can say another word, she slips her hand from under mine, tenderly holds the side of my face once more. Please. Give a peaceful smile, holding her hand against my cheek as I nod a single time. Okay. Looking into her eyes, she leans towards me. Her lips touch mine as she guides herself with her hand. Oh, what? Hi, Trey. She breaks off not a second later, fainting smiling. I love you, Hisao. Kiss again, this time with both of us meeting the other. While the previous kiss was one of love, this was one of lust. I see you were right all along, Josh. Our tongues meeting and our breathing heavy. After precious seconds, we part, both our faces well and truly flushed. So this is the start of Train's beat poem career. Yeah, man. Both of us bring our fingers down to our lips in unison, recalling that fleeting feeling rapidly becoming buried between our urges and our bashfulness. Lily is the first to shift uncomfortably, though. What is it? Should we get more comfortable? Okay. And that is my cue to bring up... Oh, wait. It'll do a scene transition, right? It'll do a scene transition. Now she mentions it, this futon will be a bit too narrow to do much on. Considering the thoughts running through both our minds, it's no small wonder that any one of us has a measure of foresight left. You do realise Hanako is, like, in the only bedroom, right? Oh. No, that's definitely Q. So, everybody, welcome to the screen. Our lovely new... our lovely new sensor bar. He's had an upgrade. Let's take our hand, guide sideways, move briefly awkward dance, ending with both of us tentatively sitting on the floor opposite each other. To reach forward to pull our top off, she stops after moving her hand to do the same. You're shaking. Pause for a moment and look at my hands. Surely enough, they're quivering slightly. Whether it's from nervousness or excitement, I'm not sure. I guess I am. I just realised where she is. I'm gonna have to move this down. There we go. That's nice and awkward. So you're as nervous as I am, then? I withdraw my hands and sigh, steadying myself. We have plenty of time, so there's no need to rush this. I mean, I would invite her, obviously. Sorry, it's my first time, so I'm a bit... What's not to get? They're bad. Well, they're not bad, I suppose. They're just stories. It's not really game. It's not, you can't really call them a game. It's as much of a game as like I was about to say The Last of Us. That is a game. That's not what I meant. Life is Strange. You know, it's just a story. It's not a game. It's just a story where you get to choose where it goes. Oh, well, that part of it also, yeah. Having a threesome with your surrogate daughter seems weird. It's the same for me. I'm happy. We could share this together. Imagine a smile twofold. Leaning forward and taking her body in my arms, she reaches to hug me back. I love you, Lily. You already said that. Kind of grinning. Even in such situations, she has her wits about her. I gotta say, out of all of the 5 so far, this is the most, like, storybook fairy tale ending, you know? Oh, Life is Strange has hella gameplay, does it? Alright. Sure. Slightly stiff hands, and we begin to slide the first button off my shirt. Once you remove the last of our clothes, which end up haphazardly piled behind us, my breath is taken away by the sight in front of me. Not mangoes! Got a sense of their mangoes. She murders Hassan and becomes best girl. After being awoken by a sound, I opened my eyes with a measure of... Well, a measure of what? A measure of reluctance. Turning my head to the left, I find the rain outside swoops against the window loudly. Spray after wind-blown spray lashes against the glass if it's trying its hardest to make up for the summer's previous heat. Sit up in a futon, holding the back of my neck to try and subdue the pain from my awkward sleeping positions. By all accounts, I should have been lamenting the turn in the weather, given that it's our last day here. The ends of yesterday refused to stop flooding in my mind, though. The feeling of holding Lily's crying body in my arms... Oh, crying? Oh. Oh, you mean outside? Right. I thought he meant when they were... Oh, I was about to say, shit, dude, I didn't know you were that bad. The rush of lust and hormones that flowed through us as we spent the night together. It seems almost futile to try and rationalise everything that's happened. In an attempt to distract myself, I groan and lean over to retrieve my bag without standing. Pulling out one bottle after another, I take the daily regimen's worth of pills from their containers and swallow them without further ado. It took a surprisingly short amount of time to get used to swallowing pills without water. That said, I suppose the same thing goes for getting used to living in a school for disabled students. Remember Yamaku, I've become all more grateful for having the chance to get away, even if it's just for the shortest of times. I appreciate the chance to spend time alone with Lily and Hanako, away from the bustle of school life, even considering the latest complications. I never thought I'd say it, but the idea of living away from the city is nice. Tranquil area, inviting one. It's a thought that barely a year ago would have seemed simply ludicrous. A flash of pink, no doubt Hanako's gown, peeked from around the corner, Realising I must look sight since I've only just woken up, I slap the remaining pills in my mouth, run a hand through my hair. Oh, the box is still here, isn't it? See that box? Box is best girl, though. Good morning, Sal. Ah, guac! I applied to completely forgetting that I'm in the middle of swallowing a particularly large pill. Coughing and spluttering, I violently gag on it. Ah, Sal. After spluttering loudly and tapping my chest a couple of times to force it down, I managed to recover. I'm fine. Sorry, forgot I was swallowing. Giggity. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I hold my hand up, gesturing for Hanako to stop. I gagged. It's my fault. Morning, Hanako. She paused for a moment before bowing in reply. Staggering in behind Hanako is the familiar figure of Lilly, also dressed in her pajamas, with her eyes full of sleep and her hair bedraggled. She's a sight to behold. Hi, Lilly. Good morning, Hazao. For a while, silence hangs in the air as neither of us know what to do. Given what happened last night, we both have more than enough reason to be finding the situation awkward. Just how are we meant to react to meeting each other after something like that? Best course of action would probably be to talk to Lilly alone, to set things in order. I'll start making breakfast. Lilly evidently catches to my train of thought. I'll help. Hanako, could you set the table? She nods, her head disappearing into a cupboard. She quickly goes about her assigned task. Considering his character completely sucks. I'd agree with you if you replaced the word Lilly with Hanako. Hanako's pajamas being the second best costume in the game, then I'd agree with you, yeah. I have a little more sleep out of my eyes. I wander over to the fridge and take out some milk. Lilly grabs various brightly coloured boxes from some of the lower cupboards to my side. While we make the rather bland-looking meal, I whisper somewhat quietly than usual. Knowing Lily's hearing, she won't have any trouble catching what I say. Are you okay, Lilly, after last night? She gives a delicate nod, her expression weak. Through her tiredness surely plays a part, she seems genuinely unsure about what's happened between us and how to move ahead. Can't say I blame her, considering my feelings are the same. I'm sorry, Asao. I wasn't thinking straight yesterday. I never stopped to consider you or Hanako. I even went as far as... She's winding herself up. With her hands and voice both tightening, I give her a gentle bump to try and lighten up the situation. You don't have to apologise, like I said. You as well, after all. But as her composure begins to falter, it becomes obvious there's no alternative. Turning to Lilly, I gently embrace her tall frame. She offers no resistance at all, thankfully pulling back just from the edge of our emotions. Despite a reassuring embrace, lasting only a matter of seconds, I notice Hanako wordlessly watching. Play in her hand, hovering inches above the table, her action mid-halted by the sight. She was totally watching last night then. Got a few utensils against plates, the only sound to be heard as we silently eat. Whereas before, only two of us may have been unsure of ourselves, the entire situation has changed. After weeks of blissful friendship, whining away the days, shared meals, and chatting with little meaning, the relationship of Lilly and me, no, that of all of us, has irreversibly changed. I can't take this. Of all of us? Wait, did she actually... I thought we were only joking about that. Okay, Lilly. She solemnly nods, gently laying her spoon on the plate in front of her. Neither of us know exactly how to regard each other, let alone how Hanako would view us. This might seem abrupt, but I've confessed to Hazao. For a moment, Hanako looked almost confused, precisely the reaction I thought she would have. She eventually nods, her spoon still in her mouth as she does. Did you accept? I did. She gives a smile so large and so earnest, I find myself blushing. I think it's the brightest I've ever seen her expression look. Then I'm happy. I'm really, really happy. I'm sorry for not telling you anything about it before. Things have been... Hanako shakes her head from side to side empathetically, apparently forgetting in a rush that Lilly couldn't possibly notice. She begins fiddling with her fingers, looking a little more nervous than she did before. To be honest, I began to think you might like each other a while ago. First, I didn't really know what to think about it, but I decided in the end that if my friends are happy, then I'm happy. I was really glad to have another friend when we met Hasao, so finding love through him is even better, right? Feeling of relief in her acceptance of our relationship falls over me like a wave. Same happiness to Lilly, judging by her expression. Thank you, Hanako. I really appreciate you being so understanding. Lilly's voice still sounds slightly apologetic, or at least unsure. This doesn't escape Hanako, who appears lost in thought for a few moments before turning to me. Hasao, do you mind if Lilly and I go outside for a bit? Ah, no, feel free. Hanako? Yo, she totally had a crush on me, right? But Lilly got in there first. I see. That's why she sounds all apologetic. Hanako gets up from her seat, taking Lily's hand, almost dragging her from the table with excitement. Considering Lily's typical slow and steady pace, Hanako's makes her footing awkward. She almost loses her balance a couple of times. Pretty amusing sight, leaving me wordless as I watch them disappearing out the door. Only now I realise the rain stopped, being replaced by skies seemingly all the more vivid and bright to make up for the morning's drab grey expanse. For Hanako, this must be a pretty big revelation. Lilly and I are really the only people she associates with, almost as if we are parents of her own steed. I suppose that might well be the best way to describe our relationship we share. A father, mother and daughter. All playing around our little make-believe family as if it could last forever. Might be a strange dynamic, and one that certainly can't last for long, but maybe just for this one small moment. It's okay. So I stand at the table and go to join Lily and Hanukkah in the fields outside, and that's my self-affirmation. This one small moment of happiness, no matter how brief, will last with me for all of us. Forever. Submerged deep in the hot water, I let a drawn-out sigh escape my lips. The feeling of seemingly every muscle in my body relaxing is euphoric. I have no idea how long it's been since I had a genuine hot bath, but right now I can hardly be bothered trying to remember. Maybe I'm given the simple fact that for once I get to have a real bath, more credit than it's due. The chance to just calm down, allow myself to unwind, and to have some time to myself is a welcome one. Annika, Lily and I wandered about outside, exploring the extent of the surprisingly large tract of land surrounding the house. Then we spent the majority of the afternoon resting, watching television, reading and playing cards. May not have been the most exciting finale to the trip, but such a tranquil peacefulness of something to save you. Even after we return to school tomorrow, I think I'll remember this little house in Hokkaido for a long time. It's a pity we only have a couple more hours to spend here before going to the train back. All I can do is yawn contentedly while I watch the steam slowly rise from the clear water's placid surface, my eyes eventually locking to the ceiling. Our exams are imminent. I've barely studied at all for them. On top of that, I don't even know what I'll do after graduation. Passing exams is all well and good, but to what end? Also, now, of all times, I'm getting into a relationship. What the hell am I doing? Guess I shouldn't think like that. What's done is done, and maybe this could be viewed as another aspect of my new life that I'm working on. I enjoy being with Lily, and there's more to life than school and career after all. As I busily attempt to rationalise all that's happened, I hear a series of raps on the door. Pick myself up, sit upright, try to figure out who the source. Free, no more, no less. Light yet assertive, they're tapping, timed regularly enough to tune a metronome. I'd be extremely surprised if it wasn't Lily. May I come in? Yeah, it's Lily. Still in the bath, I'll be out in a sec. I know. Voice coming from outside the door freezes me. After a second's thought, I rest on the side of the bath and let my arms dangle over the side. So I try my best to play it off. I can't help letting my mind wander. Sure, come in. With that, she opens the door, slowly walking into the room and closing it behind her. Still oddly calm, countering my racing heart. Hey, Lily. Do you mind if I take a bath with you? That's cute. Pull up, everyone's Mr. Friend. Wait. Where do we put it? Knowing this game here. I don't mind, go ahead. With a small nod, she begins to lift off her sweater and her shoulders, bearing her chest little by little. I can do that for you if you like. Refused. Why? Her face shows she's still not overly comfortable with letting me attempt her. Can't say I blame her. She continues undressing, her shirt and skirt fall off the floor, leaving her a white lace bra and panties. Eventually, she stands bare in the centre of the room. And now shrimps, I guess. Is this where she stabs you? I mean, if this is a shower scene, yeah, pretty sure. I'm waiting for it. It's got to happen somewhere, right? Like, this is the route that I die in. I'm almost certain. It has to be. Oh, okay. I guess Lily, we don't really have to worry about this box with her at all. After chaotic dash to the station, finding our seats in the otherwise deserted carriage, when we crash. Looking at the time, close to midnight. I was surprised that few take this particular train. And I goes fast asleep on Lily's shoulder. I can only barely muster the energy to stay awake. Something we had a while ago probably didn't help. I'd probably be depressed about going back to school if my brain wasn't actively working. As it is, though, the sight of the nighttime scenery scrolling by is surprisingly beautiful. And loud yawns nearly wholly drowned out with the clacking of the train tracks, the old carriage rattling. So tired. And whose fault is that, Asao? She really does toe the line between insulting and amusing sometimes, though I managed to wring out a weary smile. I look back out the window, my reflection just visible and clear plain. Truth be told, she's perfectly correct. If it weren't for that little interlude a few hours ago, both of us would have a lot more energy. On top of that, we both had to take another bath, very nearly making us late for this train's departure. Yeah, it was mine. Still, getting into a bath with a guy is a dangerous thing to do. Evidently. Hey, Kirby. Sorry, I guess I kind of took advantage of the situation back there. I didn't realise we were complaining about Emmy's story, right? Where it's just like H scene after H scene straight up. They just had two in the same fucking scene. So far, I guess Emmy's had more. Emmy had 4, I think. So Lily's only at 2, but we'll see. Well, I didn't exactly hate it. As she trails off, I look back to her. My eyes narrow and see her slightly reddened cheeks and small grin. Her mind obviously elsewhere. Say it. I knew the possibility of it happening was there. I knew it. You're just as dirty-minded as I am. She quickly coughs into her free hand, making her disapproval crystal clear. That's rather a crude way of putting it. Yeah, true. Oh, and you would suggest? I merely have a healthy adolescent sex drive. Oh, she's doing a pouty face. In other words, dirty-minded. Almost seeming to sense the moment, Hanako mumbles quietly as she furrows in her brow in Lily's lap. Lily's look of disapproval melts away. She genuinely smiles and strokes her hand on Hanako's long dark hair. More like this later. All I can do is watch and smile. Someone were to ask me when I fell in love with her, I wouldn't be able to answer. Best to be able to come up with is, it just happened at some point, but I didn't realise it. If someone were to ask me why I love her, though, I could answer much more easily. You really love Hanako, don't you? She gives a deep nod, smiling warmly. It's a pity to have to return to school. She seemed to relax so much while we were away. Oh, this is an interesting one. Oh. The momentary present. So, talk about Hanako. I mean, talk about Hanako seems like the logical thing here, right? Because that's the thing that Lily cares the most about. But if we talk about school, that'll talk about like the future and stuff, which has been like a main plot point of this one. Freeway Duel, called it. I think I'm going to go with my gut instinct and still talk about Hanako. But I feel like school is definitely a solid option. Yeah, let's do it. Screw it. I'm probably wrong. Wouldn't worry. Hanako's been gaining confidence thanks to you. At least for as long as I've known you two. She gives a self-depreciating laugh. I think I merely provided her with company and support. Since she came to know you, she's opened up much more, even to me. I get the feeling she's understating her influence on Hanako, especially given that before the two came to know each other, Hanako had no friends to speak of. The friends I had at my previous school fulfilled what I had expected of them, for the most part simply being there for idle chatter. Hanako and Lily, there really feels to be more to their relationship. Part of me envies it. I never can't ignore the fact that the school year will eventually end. After graduation, I really have no idea what Hanako will do. This trip has shown me just how much we've all come to depend on one another. Indeed, we're all going to have to make decisions. Maybe that's the real reason, despite our return to school, also heralding a return to the normalcy of everyday life. Can't help but feeling a little restless. Possibly. You might be right there, Lee, yeah. On the bright side, it won't take long for the summer holidays to arrive after exams are finished. We come back here during the summer holidays if you want. What are your things on the notion? Her face becoming somewhat distant. I can only guess she's reflecting on what's happened here. That would be good, I think. I'm not actually sure that, looking at it now, the fact they then talked about school straight after, I don't think that choice made a difference. I don't think that's going to make a difference to the day ending. Not approvingly, smiling at her. Summer together with Lily. This idea seems a perfect way to spend a holiday. It's the beginning of chapter 4, so I guess it's the, They really chucked that choice in right at the end. An actor 4's called Future, which makes me think I should have talked about school. No! Oh, I hope I haven't screwed it up. Because I've had a perfect run so far. This is the last one. And 2 of the options I've picked so far, I think I've screwed up. So, I guess we'll just have to see. After the excitement of our trip to Hokkaido, it seems strange to be right back in the usual daily routine so soon. Indeed, it feels like a normal day, the same as any other. Well, that's what I'd like to think anyway. Tell the truth, the atmosphere of the entire class, no, the entire school has changed. One undercurrent of subdued trepidation has previously pervaded the class now. Now that the exams are in sight, it's boiled over to frantic studying, rarely seen otherwise. One day until exams start, it's horrific, really. Instead of studying, we went and wasted our time up north. We're such model students, too. Well, he dumps Hasao and dates Hanako. But that's the true ending. That's the true ending. You have to, 100% the game to get the true ending. Shizune accepts Misha, yeah, exactly what you said then. Lily dumps Hasao and goes out with Hanako. Emmy and Rin just think, you know what? Fuck it. Let's see if this can work, right? Why not? And then you end up dating Shinji. Kenji, not Shinji, my bad. As around the class, even the bubbly, ever-energetic Misha seems oddly deflated. She sits at her desk, nervously chewing a pen while Muto lectures in front of the class. When on close inspection, I do believe she's eating it. Turning my eyes from the sorry spectacle, I turn my attention elsewhere. Hanako sits frantically scribbling in her notebook, face more inches away from the page, seemingly trying to record every word that leaves Muto's mouth. Shuno's cool as a cucumber. She sits diligently, taking notes of her attention, wholly focused on the front of the class. Punishment if you fail a perfect record, you have to read the bad Hanako ending. Oh! That's alright. You know what? You're on. We're gonna do that. I will read the bad. We'll even do it on the end of this stream. If I don't get the good ending, I'm still gonna play through this to get the good ending, but then I'll do it. And don't worry, I don't actually ship Lily and Hanako. That's all weird. These high school settings are always depressing. The whole generation frantically studying themselves into poor health and rampant depression, only to enter a working environment rich with abuse of its employees. Yep, sounds about right. Truth be told, it's what show should be doing as well, if not for the fact I feel like I have a pretty good handle on what's been covered already. I wonder how Lily's doing. While she does have a good head on her, she has plenty of under her plate, like me. Class representative duties, taking care of Hanako and other social contacts, extra English studies, that girl really does take on a lot. Lunchtime bell brings up a sigh of relief from the entire class, Muto being no exception. Get the feeling he much prefers the more laid-back atmosphere of his normal class to the frantic pace of the exam preparations are subject to right now. Ichan? Help me! Lower my eyelids to half-mast, making clear my intentions of doing quite the opposite. Help me, help me, help me! Not going well? Shi-chan's going to be fine, but I think I might die. Am I going to die, He-chan? Will you let me die from all this work? How maudlin. Given that she's neither the brightest student in the class nor the most diligent, it isn't a great surprise to find that she's hard to cope with the workload. Respect to work culture, their priorities like, yeah, it does. Sorry, Misha, but I've got my own work to do. I thought you and Shizune would be studying together over the long weekend anyway. Studying's too boring to waste a holiday on, He-chan. Shopping together was much more fun, wasn't it, Shi-chan? It's only now that I realise Shizune's been looking over us and that Misha's arms have been moving likely all this time. I must be really zoned out to not have noticed. What is it with girls and shopping anyway? Even Lily and Hanako dragged me out with them a couple of times. But you went anyway. It's so rare to see a guy that likes going shopping. Well, my role would probably be best described as pack mule. I can't say I share your enthusiasm about the experience. Back to the exams. You studied after you got out from days off, didn't you, Shizune? Of course, Ichan. It's only sensible to study in the days before. Which makes her sound vaguely similar to a dying cow. She realises her folly and unceremoniously flops onto her desk, betrayed even by her best friend. Judging from Shizune's quite frustrated look at Misha, she probably told her to study as she did. Don't worry, you can still gain some grades if you start studying now. Maybe. Misha does not seem overly amused. Seems the bubbly balloon of everlasting cheerfulness has been cruelly popped. Shune's signing goes unnoticed by the moping Misha, only her a quick poke in the shoulder. It takes barely a moment for Misha to get back into form. So what did you do over the weekend, He-chan? She took a trip up north with Lily and Hanako. It's pretty nice. See both of them narrowing their eyes at me, their minds surely in the gutter. The fact that their superstitions are founded makes the situation all the more awkward. We just studied and went sightseeing. There's nothing more to it. Such a flagrant lie. I'm terrible with some words. After such a flagrant lie, I realised that I may not have the best step considering Shizune's connections, and I told her a total lack of restraint when it comes to questioning someone she suspects of telling untruths. Really, I have no idea how she's going to take it, but she'll find out eventually anyway. It isn't as if it's really her business whom I date in any case. And yes, Lily and I are going out now. While Misha receives the news with an enthusiastic smile, Shizune gives a look of mild surprise, somewhat masked by her cool demeanour. Alright, Josh. Whoever you date is your business. I hope you two go well together. Misha gives a look that says this is the most cordial I could possibly receive in the matter. That's all I wanted, really. After she says this, though, Shizune begins to sign something else and stops herself and shakes her head at Misha to prevent her from translating. Oh, normally I think it's strange enough, but the awkwardly casual wave Shizune gives before walking off with Misha to toe adds to my confusion. Shizune's hardly the kind of person to pull a punch or communicate without forethought. I shrugged my shoulders at the duo's odd behaviour and looked towards Hanako's desk, but see that chair's empty. I was definitely here before, so I guess she didn't feel like waiting. I'll go grab some food alone then. Walking down the hallway to the unused room that's become a second home to free students in particular, I mournfully looked down at the plastic-wrapped salad roll and juice box in my hand. Cafeteria's food really is unappetizing. Maybe I'll consider this my penance for my recent indiscretions. Opening the door, I noticed one less quiet figure than I'd expect. It's strange. Despite having known Lily for months, I can't help thinking back to the very first time I opened this door and saw her silently sitting in the sunlight. It's funny you think of that scene, Sal, because it's literally the same CG. They're lazy as fuck. Just as she did then, she slowly opens her eyes, unmoving as they are, calmly addresses me. Good morning, Hasao. It's afternoon, I think. Has Hanako been around? She skidded out of class without me even noticing. Lily cradles her cheek thoughtfully as I take my seat, my bag taking its place against the closest leg of the table, and my unsatisfying meal neatly set out in front of me. She did appear for a time. She said she had to study for the upcoming exams and left the library. Found herself not entirely believing her words. Well, at least her intentions are in the right place. She is sweet, but she needn't go this far to let her have our space. I might talk to her about it sometime. Probably for the best. While we quietly eat our meals, Lily elegantly nibbles on her sandwiches and sipping her tea as I eat what I taste like garden sandwiches and dry dough. Drawing CGs for every scene makes it basically just an anime of low frame rate. We don't have to redraw it for all the scenes like, where you have sprites. But the actual CG scenes you could do. The episode feels slightly strained, neither of us knowing quite what to say to each other now that our small talk has dried up. As we both finish our food, no conversation forthcoming in quite some time. Eventually, though, Lily's soft voice breaks the silence. Well, what happened back there, didn't it? Again, silence. Both our minds on the same topic, though I have my feelings on that sorted out. I know everything happened in a kind of a hurry, but I don't regret anything that happened in Hokkaido. Not one thing. Miss how? Slightly tense, I take her hand in mine, half to settle my own nerves. Stand by my words about that, Lily. I love you and I won't leave you. I only wish for you to think the same. She silently reflects for a long time, which feels like an eternity. Her riviere comes to an end as she takes one hand from mine, placing it over them as she leans her body forward and stands out of her chair. From its hesitation, her face slightly pensive, her lips in mine for a brief moment. My mind feels as if it briefly stops at that moment, barely registering Lily sitting back in her chair and smiling back at me with ever so slightly reddened cheeks. Hearing that makes me very happy, Asao. I'd be glad to stay with you. It'd be good to slow things down a bit compared to before. Still have school, after all, and our exams. She gives a mischievous giggle, which proves to be contagious. That might be a good idea indeed. Do you think you'll fare well in your exams? It's only one day until they arrive, as you say. I probably should have studied more, but I think a good enough head to manage. That said, I had to bat off Misha and Suzune. Is your class worried about the exams as mine? She let out an exasperated sigh, but all confirming it. I'm thankful for the atmosphere becoming a bit lighter. I think so. I've already been asked to help by 2 of my classmates, and there's no doubt there'll be more. Think of it as your first training by being a teacher, maybe. That's probably a good way to think of it. On that note, how are you faring in your English studies? Remember, it's far from your strongest subject, and the few sentences you memorized to speak to my mother aren't likely to help. Damn, right on the mark. You got me. If you don't mind, would you be able to possibly help me in that regard, please? It would be my pleasure to help you, Asao, but in exchange... She lows her eyebrow at me, in a coquettish nature, tentatively coming to the fore. No problem at all. You'd probably be better off with some help in your studies, though. Oh. She beams and smiles at me, one of a girlish victory that nearly makes me blush. I get the feeling she's aware of how to use her face to twist my judgment, so I probably should be more on guard. Here and now, though, study group seems like an expedient way for both of us to shore up our more lacking skills. Clover rings out reminding us it's time to go stand still. Lunchtime's over already. Sure is easy to lose track of time here. This room's so far from the other clubs and activities, not much sound can reach us. That's probably most of the reason why. Place far from the others alone with just one person whom she loves. As Lily stands and collects her bags and cane, my thoughts are cast back to the time we spent in Hokkaido. Before I go, Kira and I are having a homecoming party in my room tomorrow. Will you be able to come? And back again. My schedule is free, so I should be able to make enough room. I studied time for it. Good to hear, Sal. For what it's worth, I'm glad you're back from Scotland. Once exams are over, we should have some more time to ourselves. Holidays start soon after. We can start the holidays with Tanabata then, just as we promised in the school festival. Wait. Oh yeah, I guess this is their first day back at school since they've got back from... Because there's so much more happened in the space of 4 days than it did for, the other 2 months. She brings her hand to her cheek and laughs slightly nervously, recalling the event as I silently thank myself for managing to remember. Seems odd to hear her react in such a way, though it's not likely I ever saw her embarrassed before. I'd better be going. Farewell, Asao. Bye. Whether it's out of habit or just a stubborn desire for once more fragment of normality, I put my hand up in farewell just as I always do. At least I'm consciously aware that I'm doing it now. I think I'm beginning to see a bigger picture than I ever have before, not only with Lily, but also my life ahead. Chains of my past are finally breaking. So I'm guessing we're going to have a Tanabata scene before the end of it. Waking up, the now slightly more familiar corridor of the girls' dormitory, walking up. I can hear the faint sound of laughter coming from up ahead. It doesn't take long to identify the source of Lily's room. The deep timbre of the female voice unmistakably belongs to her, but to her sister. I ram my knuckles on the door with the usual 3 light taps, and my hand barely retreating as the door swings open. Hey, Sal! Hey, hello, Lily, Hanako. Hanako looks up tenaciously, her hands buried in a oversized pink nightgown. From her side, Lily turns sideways towards the direction of my voice and smiles. Sounds like a murder. Definitely sounds like a murder. It would be flagrant to lie and say I dislike the sight of her in those pyjamas. I catch Akira giving me a sidelong look with knowing grin, to which I reply with a sharp glare. She takes the hint, shrugs, and walks back to the low table at the centre of the room. As I go to join her, Lily gives me a nod of greeting and starts pouring me a cup of tea. It's nice to see you again, Hanako. You've been getting around recently. Lily... That's a bad wording, but alright. Lily wears a look of concentration as the light brown liquid, carefully measured by her fingers, as always, flows from the teapot into the cup. Seems that Hanako has taken up helping the people of your class with the newspaper club. Naomi, I think? Hanako gives an affirmative nod. Even after spending about 2 months in the class, I still have trouble remembering the names of those students I rarely talk with. Is Lilly Daredevil? I don't know anything about Daredevil, so I couldn't tell you. There's a few mental contortions to connect the name of her face, but I eventually remember the girl that sits beside Hanako at the back of the class. Naomi Inu. I don't fucking know. A fairly average-looking girl, except for her bleached blonde hair. Wow, how rude. Given her upbeat and straightforward personality, Naomi may have seen an opening to poach Hanako for a club when she inquired about joining one. Either way, it's nice to see Hanako broadening her horizons. When I first met her, the idea of joining a club with anyone but Lilly would have seemed utterly laughable. That'll explain how busy you've been. Enjoying it? It's really interesting. As always, Hanako is far from being talkative. Some things never change, and it seems that Hanako's personality is one of them. She'll likely always be one to shy away from being overly social. Warned by the sound of crockery against the table, Lilly gently places my drink in front of me. I thank her and take a long sip. Hanako and Lilly are attending to their own, and Kira quaffing a mug of strong-smelling black coffee. You're a lucky bastard, Asao. Huh? I know, grimacing a teasing smile, still visible around the edges of the mug pressed to her lips. Seeing my sister in her pajamas, a lot of men out there who'd like to be where you are. I've seen a lot more than that of her, not that I'd admit it. Kira! Hey, I'm just teasing. She leans over to me as much as she can, whispering with a sly grin written on her face. And Hanako too, you perv. I mean, you're wrong, but... Hey, it was her idea. Whoever goes her face turned to the ground as her hands fidgeting in the lap of her nightgown. If it's Asao, I don't mind. This could be bad. I know Hanako is altogether too innocent to bother reading too much into such things, with the expression Akira directing at me as positively stormy. Akira, please. It seems Lilly can't sense Akira's sudden change in aura just as well as I, even without seeing it for herself. Akira slowly looks away from me like an attack dog leashed by its owner in the nick of time. I breathe a sigh of relief. Can't think of a more appropriate time to try and change topics around than now. Now let me asking Akira, what do you do for a living? I've never seen you outside of that suit. Think about what to do yourself out to school's over, eh? I'm a lawyer. For the most part, I work in the legal department of the Japanese branch of the famous company. Most boring possible answer, I suppose. Law's a pretty dry topic to most people. Kinda. Oh, hey, you're not supposed to agree. He gives an amused giggle while holding her teacup and saucer, and Elko quickly joining her. This friendly atmosphere between everyone is something I'd missed while Lilly and Akira were on their trip. All the dealings I had with Hanako didn't help. I think just not having Lilly around changes the mood. It's nice to be back. I missed you, Asao, and you too, Hanako. Same goes for the both of us. I'm guessing your classmates were happy to see you back. In a manner of speaking, yes. Kira's amused snort shows she's well aware of Lily's attitude towards such figures of speech. I imagine she'd have to be, given how long they've been together. Did you have fun in Scotland? For a moment I wonder why she's asking it. It having been quite a while since they came back, but I remember everything that happened. It seems she's not had the time to look back with the exams and our Hokkaido trip. Lily's face goes distant for a moment. The fact that Akira's first reaction to look over her sister doesn't escape me. Nonetheless, she quickly collects herself. Nice judge. Wow. It was nice. We hadn't met our family in such a long time. It was a wonderful reunion. Yeah, I guess that's right. Their house being beachside was the best part, though. From a dismissive tone, I get the feeling Akira doesn't like the family as much as Lilly does. You only like that because you finally have time to play around. Just because I'm the better swimmer. I don't take after the athletic side of the family, that's all. Well, you can take heart the fact that you got the highest gene, at least. And the bust gene. That's not really the kind of thing to say around others. Lilly pretends to scold Akira. She does so with an unmistakably slightly cheeky grin on her face. I doubt Akira really minds that, judging from her nonchalant expression. Well, I don't either. Hanako's looking down and blushing furiously beside me. Sister's antics aside, their parents really do lead bourgeois lifestyle. Seems utterly divorced from the life that Lilly and Akira have lived up until now. Supposedly practicality must have made that decision for them. To have come from such a wealthy and well-connected lineage only adds to the almost noble air Lilly seems to have. Though, it's a small wonder none of it seems to have rubbed off into Akira. They really are as little alike as siblings as could be. Their only similarity seems to be their shared confidence, which can be both endearing and a headache at times. Most of the night continues much the same, with Hanako eventually leaving the Saotaro sisters and me to ourselves as she head back to her dorm room for a rest. For a while, only the barely audible sound from Lily's teacups and sauce can be occasionally heard as she slowly drinks. Silence is strained as Lilly and I wait for the elephant in the room to be addressed. So, Lilly dutifully puts her cup down, giving her sister undivided attention. With Lilly and me on one side, the low table, and Akira on the other side, it almost feels like a judge passing down a verdict. Shut up, Josh. Hey, you two are going out now. Glance sideways at Lilly to confirm her as the source of Akira's knowledge. She gives a gentle nod to Akira, which I mirror in affirmation. Deciding that it's the proper time and place to do so, and Akira being the closest figure to a parent Lily's had for much of her life, I bow deeply over my hands on the floor, before me, and her head being nearly the same. I'll take good care of your sister, Akira, I promise you. See, he's a lovely young gentleman. That's not very nice. In our household, lovely is an insult, in case you're wondering. She must have heard my voice coming from a lower positive than usual. I started to bring myself back up to my eyes, tenaciously looking at Akira from under my brow. To tell the truth, I very much doubt my suited judge will raise any objections. She's very definitely the type to make her disapproval of others well known, something that lends her a measure of respect in my eyes. The old-fashioned kind, huh? Well, he's the kind of person I guess you'd go for. I don't have a problem with it, and I wish you the best. Even if I didn't like it, I really couldn't do anything anyway. Over a nod of appreciation to her, as Lilly gives a small sigh of relief, more out of duty than actual belief that Akira might have any problems with us being together. I do wonder, though, how's the rest of the family taking it, particularly the part residing at Yamaka? You told her? Smiles turn to grimace, Akira grins downright evilly. Those closest to know how to twist the knife the best. Putting up with it may be the best term for the situation, don't you agree, Asao? Yeah, that sounds about right. At least she's being reasonable about it. Good to hear, that girl can be a handful at the best at times. We sent a few messages back and forth during and just after the trip, and she was already busting my chops to seeing my boyfriend when I came back after leaving Hideki for so long. She really does care for the little guy. Got some mind back to Shizune's odd reaction after telling her about our relationship. Decided not to bring it up. It's no doubt simply born of their mutual empathy, and Akira's comments only backed that up. Well then, that's settled. Gotta get to work early tomorrow, so I better be off. She rises from the table with a grunt and her hands on her knees. She rises from the table? She didn't lever herself? Gasp. I just noticed Akira's eyes lingering on Lilly for a couple of seconds before turning away. She begins to take her leave. After she walks out the door, she stops and looks up thoughtfully before turning one last time. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you. Use protection every time. I gagged violently on the tea in my mouth. Contrary to my own, Lily's composure holds perfectly as she seems entirely unfazed by this kind of impression. We are, don't worry. Atta gal, see yas. And with that, she turns, strides away, hand held high, she disappears into the darkened hallway, closing the door behind her. I like Akira too. Akira's like probably one of my favourites. Most reaction I can muster is flopping forward onto the table, completely drained of energy, truly exhausted by her. Lily's ability to hold her own against that suited devil is something I admire. She really is incredibly blunt. I don't think I'll ever be able to keep up with your sister's energy. As I feel Lily's soft hand come to rest on my own, I roll my head to the side to see her gently smiling. For a long time, we simply sit beside each other silently. Given her unquestionably unusual height, she is pretty much exactly as tall as I am, probably a couple of centimetres higher, if anything. Like this, she appears even taller. The feeling of her pale, soft hands against mine is a pleasant one. It's the sight of the thin, silken pyjamas she wears, showing her curves and collarbone. You do get on well, though, even if you do say that. I guess, you two are more alike than I first thought when I met you. And it's a good thing I quickly stopped you from going after her, isn't it? Though she jokes about it, my assessment of my inability to keep up with Akira, either physically or mentally, was quite in earnest. Lily's slow-paced and ladylike, almost motherly in nature, is perhaps the single best thing that's helped me most of my first week at Yamaku. Come to think of it. Wait, since when were we using protection? Oh! You're curious look to my side. Lily's cheeks puff out as she huffs at me. Unlike you, I remembered the packet of the cupboard next to the sink. So I'm not the only one of us that takes the pill. In hindsight, I feel rather thoughtless for not remembering it all and leaving it up to Lilly. Looking over to the cupboard as she mentions, I noticed again the knee-high piles of books around that were usually around us that were here the other times I visited. For the most part, they're lined up against the wall to give a little more room around the table. Why don't you get a bookshelf for yourself for your books? It's odd to see books just piled around, especially given that your room looks so neat and orderly otherwise. They're easier to find this way. I know exactly which pile which book is in. And you still know that after putting each set on a different shelf? That may be, but she's not so immune to bouts of laziness after all. If so many of them, it's kind of a shame we can't share our book sets despite both of us reading so much. She gives a short giggle. Come to think of it, why do you order your books for Yuko? Imagine there'd be plenty of sites you could order books from Braille from, especially in English Braille. Lots of text-to-speech programs too. She turns her head slightly away from me, which strikes me as somewhat surprising. I'm just not all that good with computers. I'm alright with typewriters and braillers, but that's about it. I don't know what makes you chuckle. She's a prideful person, so admitting something like that must be difficult. So, Lily's the low-tech kind of person. Given her old-fashioned personality, not really a stunning surprise. Wouldn't worry about it. A lot of people aren't really that good with them, so it's not that unusual. I'm playing this game in 2018. That's pretty unusual. That's unusual. Actually, even more depressed. Feels like I'm twisting the knife rather than healing her wound. A bit of scrubbing. I shuffle my way close to her, tentatively putting one hand around her waist to hug her. I'm not really used to this kind of physical affection, but Lily seems to like it. Hey there, Ashwin. Oh, it's getting spicy. Lily smiles as she turns to face me. A kiss being the reward for giving in to her. She draws me in, brushing my upper lip with hers before pressing against both. This way, every one of my senses is filled with hers. The barely perceptible scent of her hair, her taste as her tongue fleetingly touches mine, the tenderness of her lips. The image of her filling my mind, the total silence apart from a faint breath. We may have kissed before, but even if this is more of a kiss of simple affection than anything, still a new and pleasant sensation. Judging from her vivid blush as she pulls back, it's obvious she feels the same as I do. Even if we're entirely alone, it still feels a little embarrassing to open up to each other this much. If we take everything day by day, I think that would be for the best. Small steps, right? Yeah, just small steps. We have plenty of time to be together, even after the school year is over. As long as we move together, I think everything will work out okay. Neither of us is going anywhere anytime soon, after all. For now, I'm just thankful for this small moment each time we can spend time together. Okay, definitely not as bad as Emmy then. It's not like we're in the same room together on our own for 5 seconds. We gotta fuck. Good. I need less sensor bars than... Oh, we're gonna see the nurse. Oh no. Everyone's favourite, the nurse. It's now moving in front of the door to the nurse's office what feels like at least a dozen minutes or so. Not like I never entered the small beige room before, nor is it because of any feeling of childlike anxiety over the visit. Maybe it's because the nurse's office is akin to a confessional, an admission that my body is flawed. The knowledge that such a fact is keeping entirely confidential between the nurse and me is hardly less than the feeling. You're pregnant? Yeah, Sal's pregnant. Sal is Yuri, remember? That still doesn't work unless Lily's a guy, but whatever. When's Pyramid Head going to show up? Soon. Not yet. You know, a bit later. Remembering that the bell is to signal the end of the... He'll probably turn up in Tanabata. Yeah, that's probably... I give a sigh and open the door. The burden will stay with me just this while longer. Well now, if it isn't Nakai, good to see ya. Or bad, I guess, considering that I'm a nurse. He gives a small laugh and muses his little joke. I find his humour lacking and somewhat off, but the fact that he can make light of such a situation is perhaps comforting, or at least distracting. His brief episode of entertainment over, he claps his hand together and gets down to business. I take a seat as he gestures for me to do so. I wish the classroom had seats this comfortable. I can feel my mind wandering as my eyes quickly scan the room, distracted by all the small changes since our last game. Alrighty, so what brings you here? I haven't seen you so often. I assume your health's been going good so far. Well, mostly. I see. His smile drops as I trail off. I feel slightly guilty about it. It's these moments where I can't rationally call myself normal that makes me so reluctant to see the nurse. They're an admission that I'm different from everyone else. While I was on a trip during a long weekend, I had a few problems with my heart. He comes very seriously and nods as he does so, urging me to go on. I think it was after walking a fair long distance. I think the right term for it is a heart flutter. Suddenly went weak at the knees and felt like I was having a small heart attack, but it passed about half a minute. Even afterwards, I felt pretty fatigued and nauseous. So as Lily told you about the AIDS. Oh god, don't Josh. Not good at all. That was how many days ago exactly? Did you do anything unusual aside from exerting yourself before the episode? Were you taking your medication properly? No switch from awkward jokes to serious health professional mode. Rattling off questions, making notes and calling out stuff on the computer. Told him about my forgetting to take my pills that morning and the preceding evening. It was a stupid thing to do, but I can't change anything about it now except answer honestly and bite the bullet. Seriousness evolves to a frown and the talk evolves into an instant checkup. I finish buttoning up my shirt again and get motion to take a seat in front of the nurse. It's the first heart problem you've had since coming to Yamaku. I've had short pains in my chest before, but it's just a couple of times. No more discomfort than anything like this. He's back in his chair, briefly resembling a white-coated poirot? I don't know what that is. As he mulls over the mysterious case of a heart flutter. Moving his lips from side to side, he shows he's thinking his non-existent moustache wiggling. He eventually comes to a conclusion. Well, you survived it. That's always the plus side. Blink at this one, and I noticed the nurse wearing his got you face. You mean his perv nurse face. It's actually somewhat reassuring. I don't think he would crack jokes if things were really serious, so I keep it silent and take my lumps. I have to talk to you, doctor, but right now I suspect it's simply due to physical exertion. Have you been keeping up with regular light exercise like I directed you to? Make sure to walk a reasonable amount every day. It's usually enough to work up a bit of a sweat, but then again, I'm not really as fit as I used to be. That should be enough then. The main things to keep in mind: do regular low-stress exercise, not short bursts of sprinting and such. Yeah, because that went so well. Actually, that went pretty well in the other one, to be fair. You have 1 week to live. Yeah, that's what he's joking about. I understand. Since leaving the hospital, I've been a lot more focused on my studies, particularly to take my mind off not being able to do more physical things. It's good to hear you're coping well. Sudden lifestyle change can be hard at the best of times, so I'm pleased to hear that you sound like you're having everything in order. Almost everything, that is. Nevertheless, I want you to keep a close eye on me for a while. Your observation's sake, just to make sure things aren't going downhill, you understand? That's something I really didn't want to hear. So many Yamako I wanted to do is live a normal life as possible. Observation was one of the words I came to hate most during my hospital stay, as long as I felt as I could just walk straight out of the hospital doors and not for that observation the doctors wanted so dearly. Sure, should I come in more often? She has the calendar with his computer, which seems to inflict on him a nasty case of furrowed brow. He spins back towards me after that. Summer holidays are a bit of a pain, considering the timing. I'll check with your doctor to try and get a better handle on the situation and see how he wants to proceed, but I think he should be fine. Just take things slowly and carefully for now. What you're describing doesn't immediately sound like a recurring event, but I want her to slow down for a bit, just while you make sure. It is a pretty great quote. It's one of my favourite quotes. What should I do for today? So I have my shoulder at the clock hanging on the door. I've never noticed it hadn't followed gaze. No time for school to be over, so you may as well just leave early. Gives you a sly wink, making sure I understand he's doing me a favour. Well, nurse's orders. Thanks. That's what I'm here for, after all. I know you might want to hear this, but you can't ignore your condition. Don't hesitate to see me if you have any further problems or if you have anything you want to ask. Bye. Spins around and gets back to typing on the computer in front of him, so let's just read before waiting for the lady at the gate, considering I don't have much else to do. Even as I leave, his words echo in my mind. My condition isn't something as limiting as many others in Yamaku. I don't want to burden Lilly with thinking about it. So I live a normal life and avoid any short, sharp shocks. I should be okay. Won't let my condition rule me. Especially with the gate. Yeah, that's rather ironic for this game, isn't it? He comes to view soon after the bells, heralding the end of the school day ringing out. She says farewell to a number of her classmates, heading to the other direction, before beginning her weekly trip to the convenience store. Afternoon late. Immediate warm smile and relaxed demeanour, she assumes, upon noticing my presence, unexpectedly welcome. Hello, Sal. Good afternoon to you too. She hesitates for a second, but eventually deigns to tilt her face towards and close her eyes. My lips meet hers with a measure of slight trepidation before we move off, hands toward, hand in hand. The fact that we're so close in height is somewhat useful at times, there being no need for either of us to turn our head upwards nor downwards in order to meet the others. It doesn't take much time to leave the noise of the other students far behind us, tapping a Lily's cane in a free hand, the only sound to be heard. Silence, blissful silence. It's all that greets us while we slowly walk in the setting sun's light. I think I'm going to really like this town. Huge green hill, expanse of the trees everywhere. Somewhat rustic little building. So you've come to appreciate the tranquility of it as well? I think so. I came from a metropolitan city near Tokyo, so the quiet of this town really alienated me when I first arrived. After a while it became really nice, though I think I prefer the hustle and bustle of my home city now. While I preferred the quiet of such a rural town even when I first arrived, I suppose I had the advantage of growing up in a quiet area before I came. Hanako said the surroundings are very pretty too. You may say such a thing quite easily, but each time she mentions how others describe sights around her as beautiful or pretty, I feel a little put off. I notice her expression becoming one of anticipation, some question or another. She always has a good sense when somebody's not saying something that's on their mind, so I may as well speak up. I was kind of wondering, how to put this. Do you ever regret that you can't see what things look like for yourself? It's just something I've been thinking about. She thinks carefully for a time. Do you ever regret that you can't hear people whispering on the other side of a room? I can only speak for myself, but the fact that I can't see is only one way I've experienced life. Just as I cannot do something you can't do something that I'm capable of. The fact that the world is made for those who are sighted can be a pain sometimes. There are many people who suffer from much more than me because of the way the world is. That doesn't make sense, but... it does make sense. I was going to say, yeah, it does. It does make sense, but still, it just feels kind of bad to describe something to you can't experience. She tilts her head quizzically, as if it just said something that makes very little sense at all. But I can experience it. You just said yourself that this area... because of the way the surrounding area... I like this area for the very same reason. Thanks to the fact that it's a small, rustic town surrounded by trees, gives some peace and quiet away from the din of the school and the bustle, not to mention the smells of the city. I suppose it would be too much for, like the home she shared with Akira as well. Her outlook on it seems pretty sensible. I'm not surprised that she's got a much better handle on a particular condition than I do on mine. Just like how coming from a local location somewhere similar to Yamaku's surroundings let her be more customized in a shorter time, being born blind after a stance by her own admission. I should stop being so annoyed with myself over it, but I can't shake the feeling that I've depended on Lilly far too much, given the circumstances I have more to do with in Yamaku. That makes a lot of sense. Pretty good at explaining as always. Can't think of it. Where's Hanako anyway? She was with us for lunch. She seems busy studying. The exams are far from over, and she said she wants to do better this year than last. Well, I admire her work ethic. She's really been trying to give us a lot of room recently. She's that type of person, I think. The kind that puts others' needs above her own at every chance. She's a sweet girl, even though so much has hurt her in the past. I don't know. I feel like it's only now, when she's less close to me than ever, that she's truly finding herself. It was thanks to you that she began to become more confident, after all, not me. Take my hand from hers and gently place it on her heart. The important thing is that you were there for her. I can't imagine what she'd be like without having found someone like you. That much became obvious while you were in Scotland. We're all still friends, so we just got to have faith in her. I think she'll become more of a good person, and that much is thanks to you being there for her while she most needed it. Just as you were there for me. Makes me feel a bit childish when you sound so wise. Well, I try. And he fails most of the time, I should point out. Doing anything on the weekend by chance? Nothing that comes to mind. Why? How about a day on Sunday? Be something to do besides exam preparation. Countering my rapidly beating heart, she simply smiles and nods. That'd be lovely. Man, she's so rude. Where would you like to go? Face suddenly changes to one of disapproval. You can't do that, as Hal. That's cheating. Do what? A gentleman should never ask a lady where to have a date. Ah, oh. Smile quickly comes back, assuring me that she's far from serious. Don't worry about it. I'll think about where we can go. I'll leave it to you then. Promise to decide on the next day, though. What plans for the weekend made, the rest of the walk down the hill continues in silence. Prospects of that lasting any length of time, however, shatters as I catch a sight of a familiar figure waiting for us, her hand held high. Yo. Thank you. Please come again. Oh, shit. I do an Apu impression, but I'm pretty sure that that's bad now, right? Like, I'm not allowed to do that anymore, I'm pretty sure. The change in temperature as I step outside from the convenience store sends a chill up my spine. It feels like summer's starting to wind down. Looking outside, same feeling seems to affect Lilly as well, though unlike me, she doesn't manage to hide the fact. Something I didn't realise at first was how physically delicate she is, even compared to the likes of Hanako. If I had to describe her, I'd have to say that she reminds me of a China doll. Kira walks up behind her and gives her a couple of hard pats on the shoulder, much to Lily's consternation. For a moment she looks envious of my status as only child, as I am there of their close relationship. They talk between themselves for a few moments, I sort out my bags. Their voice is too low for me to catch, but eventually they break off and begin to walk back to school. Ah, it feels good to be out of that damn office. You kids don't know how good you have it here. Kids. Tch, you two. Then, kids grow up so fast nowadays. You're not old enough to say that. I don't know, being around Hideki makes you feel damned old. He's so precious, he reminds me of you when you were younger. He's a nice boy. It'd be a shame if Shizune comes to have too much of an influence on him. Kira gives an amused snort at her sister's antipathy. She really doesn't seem to regard it as anything to make serious fuss about, treating him more like a childhood spat. She looks over at me, apparently only just remembering that I'm here, and gives me a small grin as she reaches towards her back pocket. What is it? Just a sec, let me dig it out. With quite some difficulty, she managed to retrieve a black leather wallet from her back pocket, quickly fishing out what looks to be a folded square of paper. But if he had a sibling, their sibling might have, been better than him. Beat him up when he was a kid, right? And then he wouldn't be like he is. You never know. With Lily, all but unaware of what is happening, Kira unfolds a scrap and hands it to me. It's a photo of Lily and Shizune working together in a stall, along with girl. An old photo of what looks to be a younger Lily and Shizune operating a noodle stall with some other girl in the background. She looks vaguely familiar, but I can't quite pinpoint why. What is it, Akira? I think you know. Lily mulls this over for a few minutes before realization dawns on her. Akira, you really needn't. It's fine, isn't it? Besides, it's like the only photo I have of you two since you entered Yamaku, where you're now at each other's throats. Look back down at the photo in my hand. It does seem strange that Lily and Shizune are working together so diligently without any sign of animosity. If the photos of them during the Yamaku's festival, then that means it must have been taken 1 or 2 years ago. In other words, the time when they were both at the student council together. Who's the girl in the back? She looks kind of familiar. I'm guessing it's... Wait, does Misha dye her hair? I just assumed it was like naturally pink because anime land. Ah, knew you wouldn't recognize her. It's Misha before she went and dyed her hair pink. Yeah, I had a feeling it was Misha. It looks very Misha. Her parents were very creative in naming her. Why is that? That's Misha? No way. It feels extremely strange to see Misha without her so very distinctive hairstyle. Judging from Akira's tone, she doesn't take favourably to Misha's idea of fashion. We didn't see this photo in Shizune's route. Did we see Misha with brown hair in Shizune's route? I don't remember that. Called her girl. What? I must have said something weird. Oh well. Feels extremely strange to see me. Oh, yeah, I read that. I suppose that fact just attenuates how odd the situation looks. To think they were so friendly in the past, I wish I could do something to mend their relationship. Being very quiet is how. It just feels kind of strange to see you all so friendly like this. Lee moves to say so, but stops herself. In the end, this isn't a matter for me. It's between Shizune and Lily and nobody else. Things change, unfortunately. And the photo back to Akira, who sighs, she folds it up and slides it back into her wallet. Little memory, quiet hidden away, to be pulled out again sometime later. Yeah, that they do. Initially, I think Akira's reaction to be simply in response to the situation between Lily and Shizune. She looks oddly glum compared to what I'd expect. Lily's expression is clouded as well. What's wrong? It's just I'll be going to Scotland fairly soon. Well, leaving for Scotland again? For a long moment, Akira looks surprised. It's an ill-fitting expression for her. After a glance at Lily, she turns back to me as if she'd never done so. Yeah, in a couple of weeks, I'll be leaving for Innovest to work at the company's headquarters. Pretty big jump in corporate position. There's not a chance that he's going to come again. So Kira's going to leave Japan on what seems to be a permanent basis. Can't help but feeling that my assumption that we could all happily while away our days, having fun in this isolated... Yeah, I just clicked what you're getting at, Josh, because I named the girl in the middle girl. Gotcha. That is the ultimate satellite delay. That's how my brain works. Isolated little world. It's coming to an end. It's unsettling. Look at Lily, mildly surprised that she hasn't told me such a thing. Despite usually being so forthcoming, she continues to walk with her face fixatedly pointing ahead. Can't read her expression, nor can I even guess what's on her mind. Which is discomforting given how usually easy it is for me to do both. Reminds me of the first time we met at Shanghai, just before what could be called our first date. At the time, all I could do was comfort her without knowing her cause, and now it feels no different. As we finally reach the school dormitories, once again, there is somewhat awkward silence. I don't think I'm the one who feels it. See you tomorrow then, Lily. Bye, Akira. Good night, Isao. See ya. And with that, they walk to the female dormitories. Only doors to the male dormitories, I stop and look back at them, just moments before the figure disappears behind a heavy wooden door. That was a strange moment when Akira said she was leaving. While it wasn't the first time my thoughts regarding new life had been called into questions, perhaps the first time to do it quite so profoundly. Still, I don't know what to make of Akira's reaction, much less of Lily's. The night's chill reminds me to get back to my room before I catch something. Bags pulling down on my arms with seemingly redoubled weight. If nothing else, I have a date with her set up on the weekend. She just need to stop overthinking stuff and get on with things they are. Exams still ongoing, after all, and with the trimester's end and the summer's holiday beginning soon, there'll be plenty to keep me busy for a while. As I give a yawn and retreat inside, my thoughts turn to what Lily will decide to set as the location of our weekend rendezvous. Right, I'm going to BRB right now because I had a feeling that that would be the case. To rest my voice a little bit. To get something to eat. And to go to the loo. So, I will... the picture is moving. Well, I guess you're going to get to see something that I won't. Be back in a bit. Yeah. You hate this screen. Why do you hate this screen? What's wrong with it? It's pretty awful, actually, I've got to be honest. I need a better BRB screen. You hate a sow? No way. Also, hi, Kirby. more crisps and then I'll get reading. I'm guessing we're quite close to the end now. Considering this is scene 4. If that's what you want to do, Josh, I'm not going to stop you. All the girls in this game seem to want to. Painfully. That was in Emmy's route. The painful one. Them in the bike shed. That happened. Alright, where are we? Pretty sure that's about the last thing I had in mind when Lily said she decided where to have our date. With a pineapple. No man or woman is dressed anything but their finest. A formality only matched by that of their surroundings. Rich red wallpaper adorns the walls as the city lights far below flicker far below. Combined with the ambient hum of the quiet speech of the high-pitched clattering of cutlery and wine glasses, it is very formal, yet relaxed enough for me not to feel too uptight, despite this being our first real date. Once we get seated, our waiter leaves to attend to others with a quick bow, after an appreciative nod from Lily. Far from depending on my help, Lily's managed to navigate herself around surprisingly easy so far, despite the unfamiliar environment. A light brush here and there, and she's generally quite adept at orienting herself as needed. My eyes look to Lily's. I can tell from her face that she's listening to her surroundings just as hard as I'm looking. Though, truth be told, my eyes are lingering on her each time they sweep across the room. The red cheongsam she's wearing accentuates her figure very well and shows off her legs. Even her hair is done up, and the scent of perfume is just noticeable. While my black suit may be rental, I managed to select an appropriate one. It feels surprisingly comfortable considering I've so rarely worn one, and it fits the setting just as well as Lily's attire. I'm imagining he's wearing, like, Akira's suit. It's like an exact replica of Akira's suit. just to troll Lily. Guess there's a new experience for both of us then, huh? She turns somewhat sheepish. I've never come to a place such as this before, no. You know what's really weird? Every CG with Lily so far, she's not had a sparkle in her eye. Which I thought was like their way of saying, look, she's blind. As like a, I don't know, like a simile or whatever. Like a visual simile, right? But she does here. It's weird. It's fine, it looks good, but it's just weird. On hell of a first day, that's for sure. It's going to be pretty hard for me to top this. Small giggled. Even now, our nervousness is dissipating. Her hand skates along the centre of the table until it touches the menu, which she takes in both hands and brings to her face. How? As she lowers the beige laminated sheet just below her eyes, I can see another sheepish look. I doubt asking the waiter for a menu in Braille will be productive. I can read it out for you, no problem. I take mine and give it a quick read myself, small grin faltering. Perhaps there is. What's wrong? There are quite a few items on here, and I'm not completely sure how to pronounce a couple of them. Okay, what's your question, next one? One fine cuisine after another I listed, most maybe in Japanese, but a few are in English and French, and I guess to be expected. I have no idea what's in some of these. That's what I recognise. Wait, hang on. You can cook that? Story is almost over, so, yep. Did she ever get Nevi to send? I wish we were dating that, Lily. Unfortunately, this one's spelled with a Y and not an IE, so... A small giggle of amusement comes from behind the paper sheets. Well, I could read them all out, but it'll take a few hours. Is there anything there with some kind of fish in it? Let's see. No. Aren't those poisonous? No. They eat that stuff? No. Ah, here we go. A tuna salad seems to be a good bet. The picture looks like it'd be pretty filling as well. That seems to be a reasonably safe option. Let's order 2 then. I'm pretty sure a couple of these dishes are from poisonous animals. I've had enough deadly run-ins for now. Lily maintains a smile, but there's a distinct lack of laughter. Black humour mustn't be her cup of tea, though to be honest, I don't find it exceedingly funny either. There are certainly quite a few interesting smells wafting about. The same is true of the sights, I assume. I've never been anywhere quite like this. Fancy Japanese tea house on occasion or two. I've never seen anything this lavish, nor European in styling. Before another word can be said, a portly waiter in a distressingly tight vest appears at our table to take our orders. Provincial tuna salad niquoise, please. 2. I didn't mess up the pronunciation of that too badly. Even if I did, he doesn't show it. And may I have a glass of Chardonnay, please, Sasao? Oh, yeah, the same. As the waiter nods and leaves, suddenly realise what I said absentmindedly, mimicking Lily's answer. I regret it pretty quickly. Alcohol. Only a bit. This girl has an oddly propensity to getting hooked on things, I swear. Surprising that they didn't ask her identification. And again, I guess we do both look mature for our age. I'll have to take your word for it. I'll add to that, this isn't what I'd call the type of place to ask such things, though. Good point. We've relaxed a little into our seats, trying to take our minds off the choking formality of the surroundings. Yeah, I was going to say, most people like under 18 probably couldn't afford coming here. As soon as we do, the same waiter reappears on our table with 2 empty glasses and a bottle full of contents, which are quickly and professionally poured into the former. Both nod politely as he leaves, Lily taking her glass and gently moving it from side to side. Look inside glistens and it moves around in the glass, and I have to admit, it makes it a little less regretful ordering at the same time. Hello there, Luna. Guess it must take effort to judge how much liquid inside based on only its centre of balance. Maybe it's like origami, taking every little chance to practice our dexterity. Guess I'm not surprised you know about a place like this. Those who have money would, I suppose. Why did you make that comment? That's such a dick comment to make. It shows just how completely different our upbringings are. In Yamaku, it's easy to forget about social and economic disparity between students all wearing the same uniform, living in the same dormitories. Well, Akira was the one to tell me of it. She comes here often, apparently. So that's what they were conspiring about on Friday. And you chastised me for cheating. Yeah, thanks for the follow, Luna. Welcome to the Salsa Prick stream, yep. That's not cheating, it's simply making use of personal contacts. If you say so. Still, I get the feeling you're more familiar with this kind of restaurant than I am. She paused a moment, a wistful look on her face, before softly smiling. Confidence seems to brighten her mood. You can thank the former school for that. If I were to appear any less, they'd be gravely disappointed. She had mentioned her previous schooling before, but now I'm kind of curious. She seems to think a lot about her past, so I don't see any problem in asking. What was that like? It was a prestigious, all-girls and Catholic. These facts made my parents choose it for me. Many wealthy families send their daughters there. From how it sounds, life there must have been pretty strict. I wouldn't say it was a bad experience, but you're quite right. It was very strict. Thankfully, I managed to adapt well, and enough to make a number of friends. Unfortunately, the same can't be said for my sister. She found the atmosphere and religious aspects suffering, and ended up leaving for a job as soon as she was able to. She gives a small, self-depreciating chuckle. I shouldn't complain about it, though. Not many even have the chance to go to such a school. Do you resent your parents for sending you there, then leaving? She gently shakes her head. My family is highly patriarchal. My father, business always on his mind, is entirely lost at what to do with me. In the end, he made the decision that my education was of higher priority than staying with the family. He simply did what he thought was best. Say such things so easily. What an unbelievable girl. That said, I'm a little surprised she doesn't think of her blindness played any part in it at all. Or maybe I'm being too harsh on her family. Or too kind-hearted, you know that? Most would hate their parents for something like that. Well, some do. Obvious to my raised eyebrows, she takes a sip from my glass. Wine slips down effortlessly, her fondness for it evidently helping in her deal with flavour alcohol. Can't say the same goes for me. Welcome to the Yuki Can't Read. Also true. What of yourself? What was your schooling like? Mine? Let's see. It was fairly normal public school, I suppose. Maybe a bit busier than the norm. Did quite well in class, played soccer club. Football. He played in the football club. Since I'm an only child and my parents both worked a lot, I wasted most of my free time and money at the arcade with my free friends. No matter how much we played, though, I never did manage to beat Mai at any of those machines. Even Takumi and Shin lost to her whenever they tried. So that's my Valentine, right? Because we already know he's good at dueling, because he's already dueled earlier. It's got to be. I'm trying to think. Shin, yeah, he was in Zexal, Arc 5, one of them. I don't know who Takumi is. I guess it's maybe the Japanese name of one of the dubbed over. Must be. They'd be left trying to be the responsible adult when Shin and Mai fought again. Just the four of us aimlessly enjoying our childhood. Those are some pretty silly times. You had 3 friends? I catch myself as I realise I'm starting to zone out. There's my old school disappearing into the night sky, brightly silly lights outside the window. Cool bullshit. Lily's face is an odd mixture of curiosity and sympathy. Given her strict schooling, I suppose something like this would seem an interesting contrast to the only life she's known. Sounds like your previous school was a lot of fun. I'm not really sure much of it's nostalgia, but there are some nice memories. As in the past, though. I can't go back there now, but through my accident, I found a new life I'd never imagined leading. The peace and calm of Yamaku, the new direction of my future in science, the friendship with Shizune, Misha, Hanako, and most of all you. Not Emmy, though. We're not friends with Emmy. Apparently. We're going to mention, like, Shizune and Misha, sure. We're not mentioning Emmy. She's a complete afterthought. Oh, there's the boop. Wait, did they reuse the boop from earlier, but, like, in a different setting? They did, didn't they? She gives a deep, genuine smile. She moves her hand towards me, her fingers just lightly searching out my face before softly caressing my cheek. That's not a cheek, that's a nose. Asao himself, Asao's reflection, and Asao's shadow. I mean, he does hang out with Asao's reflection in an earlier scene. Her hand reluctantly retreats after a second of warm silence. We notice the waiter arriving with our meals. Lily does a deft job of covering her condition, except for the fact that her nod to him is slightly misaligned due to his silence. She really seems to work hard at appearing as normal as possible in public. While I noticed it long ago, I still can't quite gauge whether it's her want to not be treated differently, a slight sense of vanity, or some mixture of both. The dish served lives up to the salad name, and the portion is pleasantly large. With sliced eggs and tomato, it looks very enticing indeed. Lily takes her knife in one hand and fork in the other, quickly getting to work on the dish as I do. It's later than when we usually have dinner, so we're both eager to dig in. Excuse me. My cautious skewering of leaves and vaguely meat-like squares with fork is matched by Lily's silent measuring and prodding and chewing. Checking the noses so she can break it when she punches it. An occasional tap around the sides of a piece of food to work out its edges is the only giveaway of her lack of sight. Done my meal in a little time, Lily taking the last few bites, I sit observing her. Finished, Hal? Yeah, it was pretty nice. That much very true. Never thought a simple salad could be so tasty and filling. But then again, I suppose that's why it costs so much to eat here. Content with my appraisal, and evidently agreeing, Lily gives a small nod. You know, given that you're part foreign, exotic looking, and quite pretty, I'm surprised that nobody's ever confessed to you before. You're assuming nobody did. Simple statement takes me off guard. I shouldn't be surprised, given that I was complimenting her just moments before. Really? I've received several confessions, both in this school and my previous one. Adolescence is a funny time. She's kind of talking as if she's above it herself. Huh. How easily you say such things. Lily looks surprised for a moment before a playful smirk covers her face. Is that jealousy? What? No, it isn't. You're a bad liar, Sal. You should take that into account. Then again, I do appreciate how sincere you are, even if you don't intend to be sometimes. I think your honesty will always serve you well when dealing with others. Clear my throat in mock disapproval of this whole business and try to steer the conversation elsewhere. Tell the truth, though, I do prefer solitude to being surrounded by others. I don't think I can maintain a social circle like you do. She contemplates it for a moment. I don't think that's true either. I've seen how gentle and caring you are around Hanako, and you get on marvellously well with others, even in those who you hardly know. I think you're quite adept at social situations. He's also a bad person. But on that note, what of your confessions, Sal? I'm sure someone like you must have had at least one admirer. As I open my mouth to speak... Oh, fuck. As I open my mouth to speak, I can feel my face turning slightly dour. At times like this, I secretly appreciate the fact that she can't see my expression. Just one. Her name was Awanako. It was when she confessed to me that I had my heart attack, there in the woods, during winter. Lily finds herself speechless, not expecting that to the topic to move to such an area. My condition has always been something of concern for her, something that I strive to minimise, despite my body's best effort in the contrary. Afterwards, she visited me for a while when I was in the hospital. For weeks, we came and talked. It was usually just small talk or classroom gossip, but that was enough. But eventually, she just stopped coming. She was there every day, then every other day, then once a week, and finally, one day, she just stopped visiting entirely. Did you ever see her again? That's my own little world. I shake my head before remembering the futility of the gesture. Oh! Oh! Ho ho! That's, okay. I mean... It's easy. It's an easy. I was thinking, oh, this is hard. No, this is easy. She said she likes honesty. There you go. Actually, I've got to say, most of the questions in this route so far have been pretty simple, I think. I think I've done a pretty good job of the questions. We prefer you being salty. Maybe that single letter Awanako sent me comes back to my mind. I never saw her again, but after I was sent to Yamaku, she wrote me one letter. Lily's face shows an expression of I know well. I piqued her interest. I'd be slightly offended at that it's simply a matter of curiosity for her, but she's never been very good at masking her reactions. In hindsight, it really didn't say much. What was going on in my old class, how she was faring, almost as an afterthought, that it was probably the best for both of us that we don't see each other again. After reading it, I ended up reassessing a lot of things, but I managed to work out for. For the most part, the letter reminded me that the world around me was still moving and just how much I'd become isolated from it. And I guess it also reminded me of what I lost. Gives information some thought, for a face lights up in realisation. No doubt she's worked out that this letter was which has contributed to my angst during the lunch on the rooftop. It's a rare sight to see Lily quite so lost for words, her entire persona a little deflated from her earlier rapt interest. As charismatic as she is, in the end, isn't that any replacement, life or relationship experience? Perhaps. Is it better that she sent it than not? How's that? It can be difficult to work out how best to communicate with those you haven't met in a long time, all the more so considering your separate situations. Instead of doing what was easiest, she built up the courage to talk to you one last time, not only for her sake, but, from how it sounds, for yours as well. Maybe. I don't hate her for it. Not I ever really did, but I don't know. Probably more non-committal answer than I should give, but isn't without cause. I've never looked at the situation from Monaco's perspective like that before. Seconds pass in silence before Lily speaks again. Moving to Yamaku must have been hard for you, having your friends and even your girlfriend taken from you at no fault of your own. Worst part of it passed while I was still in the hospital. When it all surrounds you, four white walls, small television, your mind takes a life of its own. It's like my old school, I guess. Try not to dwell on what happened and keep thinking ahead. All that reminiscing does is get me down. It's largely thanks to you that it feels like things are finally getting back on track. You know, one thing I'm going to point out here. So Lily and Hanako's route should be the most similar, but in fact they are literally direct opposites, because the entire time in Hanako's route you're spending time thinking about the past and what you've lost and everything in the back, and the entire time in Lily's route you're thinking about the future and ignoring the past. Like, the past is in the past, we're done. It's an interesting contrast. That's pleasing to hear, Sal. Stirs her face slightly, her expression pensive. I guess I went too far and embarrassed her. Suppose you went through something a bit like what I did when you went to Yamaku anyway, right? I imagine the vast majority of our school students did after all. Said yourself you made friends in your old school. I can't imagine how many followed you. Lily's deep smile dropped. Her expression unexpectedly darkened. Even her hands retreated to her lap. After a long while she speaks. Sal, can you promise not to tell anyone else what I'm about to? I promise. She looks slightly taken aback by my serious tone, but then relents and smiles weakly before continuing. When I moved to Yamaku, I did regret losing the friends I'd had at my other school. But there was one person who I most regretted not seeing again. He was the reason I took up English as a future career. Considering she came from an all-girls school, that can't have been a schoolmate then. I rejected the confessions I'd received until then for him. Every time I improved my English skills, his praise was my most treasured reward. Also, Hanako feels a lot better in Lily's route because she doesn't get hissowed. Yeah, right? And Lily feels a lot better in Hanako's route. By the seems of it. She's just always happy. It's funny, isn't it? Someone like me able to boast about the people who have set eyes on me, liking someone so utterly unattainable as my tutor. I can't ever notice. Maybe it's just because you don't spend as much time with the characters and you don't know how bad they're actually feeling. But every character seems to be happier in not their route. It's almost like Hasao's a bad person. It truly is the most ridiculous thing. Did you? She quickly shakes her head from side to side. I couldn't, even though I knew it was impossible. A silence reigns over both of us. This does seem to explain her ardent focus on her future in teaching English. I can't help but think of her confession to me. She lost him without ever letting her feelings be known. Did she somehow fear that would happen again, but with me? I don't really know what to make of it. I've heard of such relationships before, taboos born of such things, as puberty and youth. The fact that she had good judgment to not to act on it, though, is heartening. However, that's very much bringing up something I was just reading about like 2 days ago. It was not good, because it was a real life thing and involves people I know, and oh, I wasn't expecting that kind of triggering from this game, but alright, let's continue. I know this might sound strange, but please, don't think of me. I would have think any less of you for that. To be honest, I think you must have been a very nice person if you liked him so much. Not only that, but you stopped yourself before going too far. For a moment she looked somewhat lost. Most unexpectedly, though, it isn't a second before she starts to laugh. The sound of me takes off guard. It's not a giggle, nor a strange chuckle, but an honest and genuine laugh. I find myself smiling, and not just at her display of relief and happiness, but for her to trust me enough to let me see this most private of secrets. Back to the boop. We booped again. Before I realised it, her palm touching my face. Her touch as gentle as ever, with her thumb slowly stroking my cheek. You're kind, Hasao. I really do love you. Seeing her face like that, with her palm gently caressing my face, I think tonight has been a wonderful night. Guess we both had pretty weird pasts, eh? I think by most standards, our present is rather odd as well. I smile and hang my head. This woman can easily run rings around me. Of that I am quite sure. I look back around the room with its continuing quiet hum of patrons. This place probably fits into the odd category too, huh? It's a tad overbearing. That's one word for it, yeah. Catch the eye of a scurrying waiter, a short, scrawny guy, no older than 20. Kind of reminds you of Kenji, though unlike him, the waiter isn't dressed in for winter during midsummer. After a curt bow and enough to remove our plates, Lily asks for the bill politely and softly. With expert coordination, he maneuvers around the table, our plates in hand, retrieve our bill. No time he reappears at the door, smartly handing a bill to Lily. He promptly hands it to me, causing him to raise an eyebrow. As I read the small computer-printed leaflet, the cost is considerably more than I expected. That's how? I quickly stammer out the amount, to which Lily merely nods and reaches for her purse. Giving her card to the waiter, he disappears once again. Quite a patrons, you say. Everyone, get in here! Yeah. Oh, I wish. I wish there was a restaurant like that. That'd be so good. That was quite a disproportionately large amount of money. Statement seems to make Lily slightly uncomfortable. My family leaves more than enough for my education. The same goes to my sister, though she dislikes being reminded of that fact. That said, I too dislike throwing money around, but this one time I think I can make an exception, just for you. Not only did you choose our date, but you paid for both of us as well. Take the bridge off my nose and my fingers. I can't believe how high you have set the bar for our next date. She gives a small giggle. Also, hi, Fox. I'll be looking forward to it, Hasao. The waiter reappears beside us, as if by magic, and hands Lily's card back to her. Evidently picking up on her lack of sight, he places the card in her hand, with extra, perhaps unneeded amount of firmness to make sure of her grip. Leaving, he exercises the amount of diplomacy by keeping a neutral face despite my own expression. Clapping my hands together, I stand up from my seat in order to bring an end to our night out. Shall we be off then, milady? Oh god, he said milady! God damn it, Sal. You're the worst. Why are you the worst? Oh boy. Yeah! I snap upwards out of my sheets and sit bolt upright as the bed as an electric shock just run through my entire body. Getting to a high then boom rock bottom. The night air feels cold against the sweat on my bare skin. My breathing short and rugged, nearly to the point of hyperventilation. Mind racing, I bring my hand to my head in an attempt to soothe my body's panicked state. It takes me a number of seconds to realise my hand is shaking violently, even as I press it against my face. More seconds pass in complete silence, my desperate attempts to subdue my body and mind slowly, thankfully working. Gathering myself, I start taking measure of the state I'm in. It feels like I've run a marathon, every muscle feeling tensed and sweat practically pouring off me. Carefully direct my attention to the beating of my chest, measuring out the rhythm on my head. Sure enough, an unreliable heart isn't functioning properly for once. Just, what the hell was that? A heart attack? A bad nightmare? Medicine side effects? I've heard about panic attacks, and this does seem to have the hallmarks of one. Can't even be bothered thinking about it right now. I feel utterly exhausted, completely awake after this experience. Look over to the other side of my bed, pale white of the silent figure's face, almost glowing in the nighttime darkness of the room. Just the sight of her is enough to calm me down significantly. Oh. I thought she was just like standing there, ominously as a ghost. Her graceful demeanour persists even while she's asleep. Her perfectly measured breathing, gentle face makes it impossible to tell whether she's awake or truly sleeping. Giving in to temptation, I delicately run my fingertips over her hand. Her skin is soft to the touch, as always has been, yet warm enough even in cold night. So times like this, silently appreciating each other's presence, that I feel we're the closest. What does that say about them? What that says is that for some reason girls like arseholes. Fingertips stop at her wrist, and I bring my hand back down to the bed beside me. Not entirely sure why, but as we became ever close to each other, it feels as though something grew between us. I'm not entirely sure what it is, nor whether it existed before we fallen in love. Buddy, no, someone needs to give you the birds and bees. I'll tell you what's growing between. Everything's moving so fast. Alright, well, I mean, she's asleep, so maybe slow it down a bit, buddy. Like, not while she's sleeping, dude. That's a bit rapey. I don't mind at all, but it feels unlike Lily to be pushing this much. Yeah, well, she's asleep. I really don't feel like this is meant to be a thing, but you're really making it sound like it. He's not alone when he dies, Lee. He's with Kenji. Thanks for spelling out the joke, Fox. Always appreciated. Thankfully, there aren't any students milling around the hallway at this hour in the morning, lest I be interrogated on why I'm carrying 2 plates of breakfast in my room while dressed in an obviously hastily done uniform. It isn't to say things like this never happen, of course. Single security guard patrolling between 2 sets of bedrooms, situated right next to each other, is a very small force compared to an adolescent hormones. Come to think of it, the fact that it's Monday morning probably helps. I'm not really sure why, but Mondays seem to bother me less than they do most others. It takes a little creative use of my hands and elbow, but eventually manage to work the door to my dormitory room open. Stepping aside to see Lily just getting up from the bed and tiredly rubbing her eyes. She looks a mess, just like most other times I've seen her soon after she wakes. She isn't really a morning person. Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you. She groggily shakes her head, the morning light illuminating her, making a very pleasant sight. It's okay, I need to get up anyway. What time is it? I put it down on the desk. Turn the clock around to check the time. Still early, don't worry, there's plenty of time left before school. She sits on the side of the bed and begins to sniff the air. As she does so, I quickly move her plate away and put it onto the desk beside mine. Yes, I got her some breakfast. Shower and clothes come first, though. They've reused a lot of CGs in this one, I'm just saying. She stands still for a moment with her chin pointed slightly outwards. Gladly, I death that word again. Acquiesce? I don't know. And press my lips against her, saving the soft feeling before breaking off. With a small, sweet smile, apparently quite satisfied, she slowly makes her way to the showers. I stretch. Wait, she's got to go use the guys' showers. Isn't that a problem if Kenji walks in? Stretch and try to wake myself up a little more, briefly looking at the steaming dish on the desk. Rice, fish, miso soup, and some vegetables. Standard breakfast for a somewhat unusual day. Grab the bottles from my desk, start taking my daily regimen of pills. Sometimes I wonder what these things are even good for. Given all the trouble I've had since the initial accident, can't say it even doesn't hurt to take them, considering the side effects so far. Well, whatever, doctor's orders that I have to take them. And rationality suggests that I'd be well served to trust his judgment over mine. Buddy, the one time you didn't take them, you nearly died. What the fuck? Doesn't take long for the noise of the shower to cease. Quick one, apparently, being fine for Lily, given the circumstances. Emerging from the bathroom, she looked significantly more awake, having had the chance to collect herself. Without a word, I gently take her hand in mine, guide it to my desk. Considering I don't have a table in my room, as she does, it'll have to do. Don't take them, throw them away. Just rice and some vegetables, something fast. Her face lights up at the revelation. That's quite a breakfast. Is this normal for you? Now she's just being nice. I have a little doubt, considering her past, that isn't exactly a high-class meal by our standards. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Just because we're students doesn't mean we can take it lightly. That's my belief, anyway. From what others I've talked to have said, there might be the minority. Well, no, you're right. You know what? For once, Asal, for once in your little shitty life, you're correct. Take a seat on the side of my bed. Begin eating together with Lily. Her chopstick lightly tapping out the outlines of the vegetables. You know what's really impressive? She can eat with chopsticks. She can't even fucking see what she's doing. Maybe it's easier. Because I can't eat with chopsticks. I save my fucking life. This is quite nice, Asal. I had no idea you could cook this well. This time she's much more genuine. I can tell that much. That said, cooking really isn't anything special at all. After a bit of practice, it's pretty easy to make a simple dish. Most of the credits go to the modern technology still. After years of cooking myself, I should hope so. I got bored of eating instant noodles and ordering pizza every time my parents were both working, so I taught myself how to make a few meals. Still trying to get the knack of it, though. You'll make a good wife someday, Asal. I take a grain of rice and place it on my thumb before carefully taking aim and giving it a good flick. He jumps up a little as it hits her cheek right on target. I can't help chuckling a little at her expense as she lowers her brow and tries her best to assume a harsh and serious expression. Oh, that's right. What is it? Did you have any problems sleeping last night? You seemed restless. A stop clock is right, eaten twice a day. Alright, train! You mean a broken clock, but whatever. So she was awake back then, or at least partially so. Whether it was my heart or a nightmare caused by the side effects of my medicine, the last thing I wanted for her was to worry about me even more. Even before my relationship with Lily, I felt my body was a drag on everything I did. My body is my burden alone, so as long as I'm with her, I'll continue to act normally as possible. No, not particularly. Is that so? That's good then. Luckily, she seemed to take me on my word. Come to think of it, there was something else I wanted to ask. Oh? How should I put it? When you dream, do you see people and objects? Yes, of course Oh. I'm a little sheepish for that slip of the tongue, however earnest it may be. It looked unperturbed, though. But you don't taste, feel, nor smell things? I moved to answer, but found myself stuck before thinking about it. The more I mulled it over, the more I realised the hypothesis is correct. That's true, I guess. I never looked at it that way. You saying that you do? For the most part, I only hear in dreams, but yes, sometimes I touch and smell things as well. I'm just asking, since Akira thought it very strange that I did when I brought it up with her. If you don't either, then maybe it's due to my blindness. That would make sense. You rely on your other senses more than me, so maybe that affects your dreams as well. The wonders of the human body, I guess. For the rest of the time before school, we quietly eat the hearty breakfast in front of us, exchange a few small pieces of small talk as we do. I gotta wonder if they actually got, like, disabled people to get their experiences to write this game. Quick peek out of the door, I assure there's nobody looking directly at the entrance of the boys' dormitory, so we walk out the path clear. The weather's good today. I stretch as Lily and I make our way outside, bright morning sun bearing down on us. But now a few students can be seen doing the same, making their way to the main school building, either from the dorms or through the main gate. It does feel nice and warm. Our hands linked and a cane tapping the ground as we earnest our trip to the school building and join the chatting throngs of students around us. This will be the last day of exams, no? Yeah, how are you going then? Fairly well, all things considered. You seem a bit stressed by them, though. Not obvious, huh? I think it's the exams, though. A lot of stuff's been happening in a short amount of time. I'm not going that well on the humanities subject. People tune to black and white before colour TV, so it makes sense. You're doing well in science, though, aren't you? Well, it would be hard not to do well in science for me. Come to think of it, didn't you say before that you weren't very good at science and maths? She looks very sheepish, but I'm not no doubt hitting home. Lily's sense of pride can really be a double-edged sword. Well, aside from that, have you ever given thought to what you might do with it, with that ability? It seems pity to waste it. Colour wasn't invented before 1937. A bit, mostly at Muto's prompting. In any case, I'll probably end up doing science as a career in some form. That's good to hear, Sal. So into the gardens, I suddenly receive an unsolicited pat on the back. Green-dressed culprit dances around me, evidently not paying any heed at Lily at my side. Hey man, what's up? Haven't seen you in a while. Hey, just been busy lately with exams and stuff. Exams, schmams. A true Renaissance man needs no study to excel in such things. Kenji doesn't strike me as the kind of person that does well in school, even if he has a horrid attendance record and poor work effort, so I have little reason to doubt his ability. To be honest, I'm a little envious of him. Between studying for exams and my time with Lily, I've practically no time to myself. Maybe this is a bit how Yuko feels. Good morning, Seto. His name's Seto? Huh. Well then. It's good to hear you're doing well. Feels slightly odd to see Lily speaking so formally. She's come to address me more casually over the months, though I have seen her speak more formally to classmates from time to time as well. Some people never change, I guess. Not that I'd say her calm, polite manner is a bad thing. It's one of the reasons I like being around her to begin with, after all. Kenji seems to take a moment to work out who's beside me and probably hasn't noticed us holding hands either. I wonder if those glasses of his actually do anything. Oh, hey Lily, good luck in your exams too. I see you after school then, man. Slight edge to his voice makes me think those words were meant to be an imperative rather than a casual farewell. I guess I'll have to smooth things over later. Sure, see ya. Kenji nods curtly as he moves to pass us by. He's too busy glaring at Lily's general direction to notice of her cane. Before I can try and react and save the situation, Kenji trips and reflectively reaches out for a handhold. Fortunately, said handhold turns out to be Lily's arm. Oh no. You're a third-rate feminist with a fourth-rate global conspiracy. Oh, both fall to the ground in a sprawling heap with me left feeling rather helpless. Ah, damn, are you two okay? Kenji quickly rises back up, seeming unfazed by the accident. No problem, man, no problem. There's enough of my body to take much worse abuse. Lily lies face down on the grass. She doesn't look hurt by the incident, more startled than anything, and moves closer to offer my arm to help. Kenji believes in chemtrails. I don't even know what that is. Alright, Lily. Hey, Stow! Kenji offers a hand, tenaciously touching hers to let her know what he's doing. He says some odious things sometimes, but I do think he may be a genuinely good person at heart. Imagine he feels pretty bad about this. To his surprise and mine, though, Lily pounds to the ground with her fist without warning. Damn it! Kenji freezes, entirely caught by surprise at her outburst. I'm just as shocked. She's never acted like this before, not even around Shizune. Seemingly only now remembering that there are people around her, Lily slowly climbs her feet. Her face, as she does, makes me retreat a little. I only catch a glimpse of her expression before she turns away, but it's not something I'll forget soon. She showed plenty of annoyance during her clash with Shizune, but this flash of anger was something else. There's no way that this is just about a petty incident. She paused for a moment before sighing and walking on ahead. I don't know what to make of this. I'll talk to you later, dude. See ya. Yeah, see ya. Kenji scratches the back of his head, trying to find something to say, then shrugs and walks away, giving us a wide berth. Oh, it's a conspiracy theory. Of course it is. People who believe the exhaust from airplanes contain mind control. Okay, well, of course he believes in that then. I'm pretty sure he's even mentioned that before. I quickly catch up to Lily. She turns her head a little to acknowledge my presence, but nothing else. Sure, I should probably scold her for lashing out like that, but I also don't want to get in a shouting match with her. She's still very obviously annoyed. In the end, I keep my mouth shut and wait for her to cool off. After a quiet walk in, we evidently reach the top of the third floor stairs and junction where we part every day. Turn to Lily before she leaves. While I do like the comfort and warm silence it usually shares, it's anything but. I don't leave things like this. You seem quieter than usual recently. Is anything wrong? She shakes her head almost automatically, as if to dispel any notion that I need to worry about her. It's just the exams taking their toll. I'll be fine. I don't think that's the reason. Very nearly say so, but I'm decided against it. No point trying to draw it out if she doesn't want to tell me, especially when she's in a foul mood like this. If you're sure, I'll see you later then. She turns out of the hall to go to my class, and really soft voice rings out from behind me. Hisao, yeah? I'm sorry. With that, Lily makes off down the hallway to her own classroom, skating along the metal railings. So I stand still and watch her until she turns to the classroom out of sight before going into my own class with a fair measure of reluctance. As usual, I'm early. Muto's filling with folders. I just realised we have Muto and Kaiba. Or Seto, even. At his desk as he prepares for the day, while a handful of students mill about, chatting away. While my feelings about Lily haven't dissipated, far from it, her mention of my exam performance did remind me that I have my own life's journey to attend to. After thinking about it, I have to realise that I do genuinely want to pursue science in some form as a career, rather than just it simply being a path with least resistance. Until now, though, I didn't have much of an idea where this field wanted to go. Just science is a pretty broad category of jobs. Something Lily mentioned earlier focused my thoughts, something only I'd idly pondered about before, not seriously considered following a specific path. Looked up to Muto's desk, his attention too focused on preparing for the day's lessons to notice my approach the same every day. Good morning. Looks up with an expression of mild surprise that quickly replaces his typical awkward smile. Good morning, Nakai. Can I help you? Do you mind if I ask you something? Looks down at his messy pile of books on the desk before putting down the papers in his hand, standing up with some difficulty to properly address me. That's what I'm here for, after all. Ask away. I was just wondering, what would you say is the motivation behind teaching? He thinks on this question for a few moments before responding, evidently far from having prepared an answer. If you talk to 10 different teachers, I think you'll get 10 different answers to that question. Well, I can only speak for myself. I say I teach because, Sinks his thought again, carefully assessing the way he wished to present his ideas. Think of it this way. When you were a child, you probably played with sticks and pebbles and moving water in such a gutter puddle, right? Yeah, I think a lot of people did that when they're young. I have never done that. Well, it's not just when you're young for some, though. It does take another form. My point is, though,
When one's doing that, they're curious about how the water will flow and how it will be changed. Everyone at that young age possesses an intense wonderment about how the world around them works, even in the smallest forms. I still feel that sense of wonderment about the universe. Even just reading about new discoveries or classic experiments gives me a renewed sense of awe that marvelous everything is, from the farthest stars to the smallest puddle. I just hope I can give others a small piece of that wonderment. If I can do that, even if it's just for one person, I think I can be happy as a teacher.
He scratches his head as he mentally reviews what he said. But none on the money or the kids. I feel like I understand him better now. Even if he's awkward around others, he does have a genuine want to be around them and offer them a piece of self it values. What Lilly told me yesterday rings in my ears. I think you get on well with others. Huh. She always did say I was unusually curious.
Sorry if that was a little meandering. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you. I also had another question, actually.
Oh, what might that be?
Do you have any college brochures or guides? About time I started getting some applications in. He nods and bends down to look inside his desk. As he does so, he notices that he's wearing a remarkably genuine smile. I don't think I've ever seen him really act this natural around others. Perhaps this isn't Muto, the teacher, but rather Muto, the person.
Here, if you need any more, feel free to ask.
He hands me about half a dozen brochures and books of various colours and sizes, which I take eagerly. Yes, it will be this information which I use to forge my own future. I think now, after all this time, and after all these trials, I can finally start to see the big picture of my life ahead of me. My body may be like this, but my mind is still very much able. Thank you. I wouldn't be surprised if we have like 1 or 2 more scenes to go. They're saying that we haven't really resolved anything with Lilly. I don't know if there's anything to resolve, but until like she suddenly got angry, there was nothing really. This is strange. A single thought has created in my mind countless number of times since my life here began. Feels like an easy way to discard our troubling questions if simply labelling something with those 3 words would make it go away. Or at least not worth thinking about any further. My life before my heart attack feels more blurry every time I try to remember it. My mind struggles to keep up with all the events suddenly happening around me. We're talking all of this into a cup of tea for some reason. At somewhere, this is what it feels like to be left stranded, in a country with the most basic understanding of the local language. Indeed, when I think about it, that seems a marvellously apt analogy for what's happened to me. Such situations are supposed to make you very capable of that language very fast, and you're forced to learn it in order to survive. Put another way, the situation becomes a sink or swim. He is missing a cigarette from his mouth because he's not allowed to smoke in the classroom. It's against the law. Wonder if I've really managed to swim after all this time. The exams are stressing me out a lot, even though they're finally coming to an end. But wait, wasn't it the final day of the exams? Didn't we just... Okay. But I've remained in Muto's favour and I have some sort of direction for my future now. But I keep using the stupid, meaningless phrase. This is strange. He just really likes the game Life is Strange. It really amazes me how fast one comes to accept being surrounded by people with sometimes incredibly jarring disabilities and conditions. So much so that I wonder why I feel so much like a foreigner. It certainly isn't for a lack of socialisation of friends. I've come to know most of my classmates on first name terms. I know a few others around the school. Whether they're missing an arm or a leg, the students here are just like anyone else of their age. I can navigate the halls that I once lost myself in with ease. I'm not expected to have ever thanks to the school's logical layout. I can engage my teachers in comfortable discussion. I swirl around gently the tea in my cup. Reflected image of my face become distorted in the moving liquid. This is strange. I used to hate drinking tea. Maybe I'm thinking too much. The familiar sound of china rattling from a teacup touches the accompanying saucer ringing out. Is something the matter? Don't worry, it's nothing. Take a long sip of the tea in front of me as the girls do. Unkickable. Just whiling away the time in Lily's room, sipping tea with her and Hanako. It feels familiar, almost nostalgic. So how's your work in the newspaper club going, Hanako? I want to know too. It sounds like it would be quite interesting. Shootable. Oh dear. Hanako's face turns down the attention placed upon her, though her smile belies the fact that she genuinely likes being the centre of interest to the 2 of us. It's good. I think I'm getting better at it. Naomi and a couple of our friends handle most of the jobs, getting stories and stuff. I just do the computer things like putting the stories together and getting it printed. It's nice since I can sit and concentrate. See Lily's low-tech nature isn't shared by Hanako. While sitting in a room compiling other people's newspapers, articles and documents doesn't strike me as overly outgoing, it's heartening to see our widening circle of friends. Baby steps, I guess. It's probably a bit much to expect her to become socialite like Lilly. How are you finding Naomi? I've heard she can be quite troublesome at times. Lily's going in her mothering mode over Hanako, letting go of some things she hasn't to learn. Hanako scratches her cheek, thinking on her answer. Naomi's nice. She's a bit loud sometimes and a bit tiring, but she's really helpful. Her friends are nice too. That's wonderful to hear, Hanako. I'm glad you found a source of such enjoyment. Lily's smile is warm and genuine, but I can sense a touch of wistfulness to it as well. Hanako seems to miss that entirely, when I think for a second that I'm imagining it. I suppose it's because I've slowly come to pay more attention at everything going on around me. Things seemingly happening faster and faster, it feels like I'll miss something if I'm not as observant as possible. With exams, my newfound love life, trying to fit in some studying time regarding my options for college and university, and my heart condition applying the brakes on everything at irritatingly random times, my brain's been in overdrive recently. Makes me appreciate the rare quiet times such as these. I guess this is why Lily came to appreciate her weekly walks to the convenience store and her tea parties with Hanako. Despite her like of being surrounded by others, they gave her moments of peace in a chaotic and busy life. Thank God the exams are over, eh? Common draws an earnest chuckle from both the girls. Seems like everybody's a lot happier since the exams ended last week. So, what are you doing for the summer holidays, Hanako? Quickly count the days in my head. Today's Monday, and school finishes on Saturday. 5 days to go, after all. I was thinking of travelling, just around a bit. There's a lot of places I want to see, and think I have enough money to pay for the bus and train rides. Naomi and one of the other girls in the newspaper club think they might come along too. The look indicates she's given the matter quite a lot of thought. Kind of surprised that she's contemplating something like this. She seems really becoming intent on striking out on her own. Is there anywhere in particular you're thinking of going? I was thinking that Kyoto sounds nice. I think I might try to go a few places, though. Lily nods in approval, happy with Hanako's plan. While I cast my eyes to Lily, I refrained from asking her the same question. She'd been evasive with her plans for the future for a long time now, but I never seemed to get time to broach the subject along with her. Every time it comes up in conversation, I feel like she's either unsure of herself or simply dodging the question. It's troubling. Sure to call sometime when you're out and about. Gave you my number before, right? Hanako gives a quick nod, happy smile on her face. So, I thought she didn't have a phone. Because didn't she get it in the lot? Whatever. Strange to see how happy people can become when they have a goal to work towards. Yuka seems to brighten whenever her university aspirations are brought up, and how Hanako's just the same. So why do I still feel this uncertainty? Why did Lily too? Relationships can be irritatingly troublesome sometimes. Oh, what time is it? Takes a second to remember that Lily's clock doesn't have a visual feedback. I really should know, given how many times I've been in her room. Nevertheless, I take my watch from my bag and quickly check it for the reason for her asking becoming clear. It's about 20 past 10, nearly curfew. Hanako rises to her feet, dusting herself off and neatening her gown after doing so. I better be going then. Good night, Lily. Asao. Sleep well, Hanako. See you tomorrow. With that, she walks to the door and quietly makes her exit. Silence. Seems to be happening more and more between Lily and me recently. After a few seconds, I finally found something to talk about. Oh yeah, I talked to Muto on Friday. I finally checked out some guides on colleges and how to apply for it. That's good news. If you're going to be applying for colleges, I assume you have some idea in mind of what you might do in the future. I think I've settled on becoming a science teacher. It's going to take a while to get through university and everything to be qualified, but I think it'll be worth it. Lily's face brightens considerably at the news. Besides of her wish to become a teacher, she's delighted that I'd take the same kind of path. So you've decided on a career of teaching. I think the path suits you most excellently, Asao. Smile and nod. This time, even though I know she can't see me doing so, I know she feels it. I imagine Muto would have taken the news well. That's one word for it. Hey, Lily. Yes? I know you want to be a teacher, but for a second I wonder whether I should really ask the question on my mind. I quickly brushed aside with the fact that it's rather late to a second thought. Surely you don't still think I'd be offended regarding my blindness? Her accusing tone is betrayed by her grinning face, amused at my awkwardness in raising the topic. Some things never change. Good point, I guess. I was just thinking whether or not being blind would be a hindrance, what with your ambition to become a teacher and all. She looked mildly surprised before giving the question some thought. I refuse to think she's never actually pondered the issue before. I wonder, Asao, could you close your eyes for a moment? Okay. Raising an eyebrow, I do as she requests. I have no idea what she has in mind, and my question only increases as I peek out from one eye. Taking the black ribbon she usually wears from her hair from the cabinet beside her bed, she advances towards me while running it through her fingers to remove any stray hairs remaining on the piece of cloth. Suddenly clink onto her intentions, I feel the black strip make contact with my face, wrapping around my head and over my eyes. What exactly is this for? It's a little test, Asao. Since you seem to be wondering, I'll let you see things I do for a little time. Ah, so that's what this is about. To be honest, this actually sounds kind of fun. Childish and rather silly to anyone who'd be watching, but a bit of silly fun nonetheless. I stand up with a heave. He stands up with a heave. He's stopped levering himself, guys. My hand's quickly moving in front of me to warn me of any obstacles. Okay, now what? Now touch me. If you say so. Now then. Slowly make my way forward towards the sound of Lily's voice. My walking speed could barely be called a shuffle. That experience feeling alien, although I don't want to risk inadvertently tripping over anything, such as a table or a haphazard pile of books. Something soft yet solid brushes against my left leg. Further inspection reveals it to be Lily's bed. Move onwards, finding myself thankful that Lily's room is so neat and tidy, even the pile of books she has generally kept close to her wall and out of harm's way. The hard wall pressing against my outstretched hand makes me furrow my brow in frustration. Hey Lily, where are you? What are you doing over there? I'm over here. Lily's voice comes from the other side of the room, far from where it was before, even to my untrained ears. If she's going out of her way to avoid me reaching her, this is just a game to her. Of course it is. Compared to a life where even the concept of sight is abstract, one of a few minutes of blindfold are nothing. Guess she made her point. She's more than capable of navigating the room, and further, I've seen how independent she is, even when compared to many others in Yamako. Well, even if it's just a game, I may as well play it wholeheartedly. With pace much quicker than before, I moved towards the source of her voice, deftly sidestepping the table, centre of the room, thanks for remembering its position. Got you now. She gives an impish giggle just long enough to work out that she's passing just beside me. Quickly turn around to face a new direction. Table wasn't there before. Ow, ow, ow! Slowly sit up to the table, raising my blindfold as I rub my aching head, giving a kick to the table that's just sitting in front of where I fell. Utterly pointless, but the thing deserved it. Sal? He's standing just next to my side, obviously unsure of what's befallen me. Sorry, I kind of fell over. Are you hurt? My head's hurt, but I think I'm okay. I think the table moves in order to trip me over. She giggles, she walks over and takes a seat beside me, her hand resting on my own. I suppose that's the end of that, then. I think so. But I also think I get the point. Though I do wish I hadn't involved such a headache. Table is best. Lily suddenly looks blank. Point? I return extraordinary foul look. That was just for fun? I thought it just might ease you up a little bit about the subject. You always seem to tiptoe around it, after all. In regard to teaching, sight isn't that important. There are plenty of classes taught entirely by blind teachers, more than enough resource for me to learn the subject. It is as simple as that, really. Slap my shoulder and give a short amusement. Snort for amusement. Yeah, I understand. I guess we'll both just have to work hard to reach our goals then. What is it? A little hesitation. Lily pushes forward her chin, closes her eyes, an unmistakable gesture. Never seen this CG before. I accept gladly, our lips touching as they do. Suddenly feel her hand snaking? Yep, snaking up my chest from underneath my shirt. Feeling of her hand against my bare skin is enough to make my heart suddenly accelerate. So she's in that kind of mood again. I'm hardly one to complain. She does generally like this, and even with all my medication, my libido is thankfully still intact. I lean into the kiss, further holding her hand tightly as I feel tracing around the contours of my chest. Then she break off from one another. The room's silent, but for our breathing. Hey, Sal. Teaching seems easy enough, but all the other roles of a teacher seem hard to do, like if kids are being arseholes. Yeah, right? Yeah? I don't suppose you could wear the blindfold again. Her native suggestions takes me by surprise. Suppose she wants to introduce me to sex through her eyes as well, or just wants to find out what it would be like during the act while hampered by the blindfold. Well, I guess we don't need the censor bar, because he's got his own censor bar, right? With a measure of unease, tempered by curiosity, I do as she says and lower the blindfold over my eyes. I'll become dark once again. I reflectively tense as I feel Lily's hand gently brushed the side of my face, entirely unable to anticipate her touch. Are we going to get this entire scene, I just realised? Because he's blindfolded. Huh. Oh no. Oh no. This is going to get awkward real fast. We need to get more used to contact like this. Even after the weeks we've been going out, it isn't natural for me as for silence. Hey Lily. Shh. Obediently follow her instructions and quietly listen, trying to make out something, anything that's happening around me. Compared to before when I was chasing Lily, I need to be careful to navigate the room's obstacles now. I can take my time and concentrate much harder on listening. It takes a while, but I can evidently pick out the soft sound of her breathing in the otherwise dead silent room. In, out, in, out. Measuring it against my own breathing, I realise it's definitely deeper than normal, especially for her. Another sound makes way to my ears, one that I can't identify immediately. I don't think I've heard it before, but half skips a beat as I realise the source, my hand almost reflectively reaching out towards it. Her face feels softer than usual under my touch, her just barely turning an acknowledgement towards the fingers on her cheek. It's how. I gulp and take a moment to try and calm down. I need all the concentration I can muster while I'm like this in order to fully take in my surroundings. A few deep breaths, I think I've managed to collect myself. With a touch so light that it wouldn't disturb a feather, I start to move my hand down her body, and I can feel myself losing focus again, thanks to those thin, silken pyjamas of hers resting so perfectly over the curves all over her body. If she's like this, then that means she has to be sitting against her bed, facing me. Now to continue. Alright, this must be her hip. Just move slowly downwards. I'm actually going to have to read out the entire fucking scene, aren't I? Well, settle in for a good one, boys. Oh! Saved by the melons! Just in case, we're going to bring up our old friend, Mr. Sensabar, just in case she's naked when we come out. More. I want more. The TheYukiverse. ASMR. I can feel my chest tightening. Oh, okay. It's not going to be... We're not going to need this then. He's dying. Nothing. Not unusual. I just need to take deeper breaths and steady myself. This feeling is just normal. This isn't... I can't. This pain is too much. Arg. He's about to die. Josh is going to also orgasm now. I stumble backwards from Lily with unseeming haste, clumsily hitting the back of my foot against the table and falling to the ground with unceremonious crash. The worst part is she can't see what the fuck's going on. Oh, he's going to die. Breathing wildly, I frantically scrape at the ribbon over my eyes. I lay on my back to have it get off to this. Oh, wait. I can only see the roof, but just in case. For a moment, everything goes blank. As the rush of newfound light assaults my eyes, my breathing slowly from the brink of hyperventilation. Seconds pass. I carefully measure out the rhythm of my heartbeat with every ounce of concentration I can muster. My heart is normal. It's back to normal. No, I'm gonna go with my gut and assume that he's gonna stare at the roof. My body feels utterly bizarre as I lay dazed on the floor looking at the ceiling. The adrenaline from before is still pouring through my veins. My mind is completely exhausted. I promise myself to hear Lilly getting off the bed and coming towards me. Oh, she's already wearing clothes anyway. Hasao, are you okay? Hasao? Hello, upside down Lilly. How you doing? I'm fine, Lilly. I'm fine. She gives a sigh of relief, her worried expression collapsing. Her face afterwards is the very last I'd ever want to see from her. It's the face I detested when I first saw my parents in the hospital those months ago. Pity. Lilly pities me. I just close my eyes and turn away, powerless to feel like throwing up. I can hear the sound of Lilly moving away, quickly attending to herself, the ruffling of her clothing being pulled back after a moment of searching, just barely audible. Let's spell that correctly. Sorry. She slowly shakes her head as she finishes buttoning up her top. Her kind smile looks so fragile, so delicate, that it makes her heart sink. Approaching carefully, she feels out the edge of the low table before taking a seat next to me, putting her arms around my chest. I'm sorry, Hasao. I shouldn't have pushed my desires onto you. You need to apologise. I'd normally be fine. You've seen that much before. Guess I shouldn't have tried to push myself so far. My eyelids feel heavy. Calmly sitting next to her like this, probably letting adrenaline work itself out of my system, and letting my mind relax. So that's why you never took the lead? Yeah, I guess it's a good thing you like to, huh? Jokes seem to lighten her expression a little, the fact which helps me feel less uneasy about my unreliable self. Lily's head comes to rest on my shoulder. As I struggle to keep my eyes open with more difficulty after each blink, I feel completely drained. It's okay, Hasao. It's all okay. No sooner does she say this than a small, quiet tune escapes her lips. Entirely too tired to think, all I can do is listen to her soft humming. It's a soft, almost melancholic tune. Sounds familiar, but the more I try to remember it, the origin, the less I seem to be able to concentrate. The feeling and scent of her head gently resting on my shoulders, her warm body against my side are soothing. The soft humming of her voice, too, relaxes my mind, as much as her warmth relaxes my muscles. Singular, quiet moment. After all this fracas, it makes me realise just how exhausted I've become. I feel my eyelids slowly becoming heavier and heavier. Even with the chaos before, I wish this moment would last forever. Lily and I together, sharing a single solitary occasion together, just as we used to. But if that's the case, why does she feel further away than she's ever felt before? So close, but so far. So that'll be equivalent to that one Hanako scene where I thought it was going to be the end and then they added one on the end. Same with the Emmy scene where they had one and then they added one on the end. So this could well be the last scene if all the other ones are to go by. A loud clatter of books falling into the return slot abruptly breaks the grip of silence over the school library. It becomes a habit for me to come to the library at least once a week. Not only does that reading itself keep me busy, but discussing books with Hanako and Lily also does. Obviously startled, Yuko suddenly twists towards the direction of the noise. I'd have thought her used to people dropping books by now, since she does work here. Oh, hello, Sal. Back again? I mean, it's the most ideal situation. That one actually was out of bed, to be fair. Look. Takes me a moment to respond, my mind's still distracted by a familiar melody of Lily's humming that's hardly left my ears in several days. It's been since I fell asleep to it. Oh yeah, just returning some books I borrowed. She cast her eyes downwards, presumably to bin the books, to the bin the books dropped into. You're a very heavy reader, aren't you? It's got a bit of a routine now, past the time at least. I wish I had free time to pass. From small talk to depression in less than 5 seconds. I think that's a new record for her. She seems a bit down in general today, even compared to normal. Considering she has to work 2 jobs just to support herself, I can see how that would take a toll on her lifestyle. Come to think of it, pay for a job can't be all that bad. The idea of staff in such a prestigious private school going hungry strikes me as counterintuitive. Working 2 jobs must take a lot of time. I'd probably never manage it. You're lucky being a student. Do you think you'll be able to go to university? If she's asking, I guess the expected result is to having this kind of education. Private schools like this don't exactly come cheap. I guess I have the money, I think. I've got plans to which I required going to one, and my grades are good enough. It's more of a matter of how I'll pay to do so. Universities cost so much that I might have to work 2 jobs to afford to enter it. Paying for daily expenses too makes it a lot harder. If you're reading this much, though, that means you're doing well in school, right? Interesting logical jump. Not an altogether wrong one, though. I suppose so. Didn't find any of the exams very hard, aside from maybe 1 or 2. Do you mind if I ask what studies you're pursuing in university? Hugo appears genuinely brightened at the question. He's unable to. Anthropology, to be specific, I'm studying the history of classical era Athenian civilization and democracy. She really seems to know her stuff. Such enthusiasm is to be admired. Well, it's nice to see her genuinely excited about something. I guess even somebody like you can be happy if she has a visual road ahead of her. That's good to... Whoa, Jesus Christ, that one stunned me. Fucking hell. Both of us jump at the sudden interruption come from my pocket. Apologising profusely and quickly shuffling to the hallway as I fumble with the cover of my mobile phone and glance at the screen. Wait, it's a mobile number I don't recognise. Sure, I can count the number of people on my phone with one hand, but if you wonder whether it's some telemarketer I lurked out. Hello, I sound like I speaking. Geez, pick up faster next. Is it? I'm trying to work out who would say geez. Kira? Geez, pick up faster next time. Anyway, guess who? Only takes me a second to recognize the distinctly deep, brutesque voice. Oh. Oh, it was Misha. Oh, okay. Hey, Misha, didn't expect you to call me. Oh, it was Akira. God damn it. Fuck. Huh? You actually think I sound like her? Not at all, Akira. I don't remember giving you my number, though, so I thought I'd mess with you. Oh, there. I got a lady to give it to me. Not hard. She positively brims with pride at the statement. She's trying to get me caught up in a place. I know it. It's funny because jokes like that, right? I guess they work in the sense of as a joke because I'm only reading it. They don't work for me who is doing the out loud reading because I don't know what fucking voice to give them. And if I did give them the correct voice because I somehow knew, say I'd played it before, it ruins the joke. So I shouldn't be surprised the two will share my number though, given how close they are. So what's up? You free right now? I guess. Why? Can you meet me at the park in town? I just want to talk to you about some stuff. Is that an invitation to a date? What? Of course not. Sounds suddenly crestfallen, her previous teasing nature having instantaneously left. Seems strange for her. Anyway, I don't see why not. When do you want to meet? Kind of now-ish? Wait, right now? But it's... That silence suddenly coming to the phone and announced the fact that she has unceremoniously hung up. For a long time I just stand there, staring at the call ended message on the screen while I replaying the conversation in my head. What the hell, Akira? Throwing a glance up and down the street across the road and step into the park. I've learned to pace myself on such walks, mostly because Lily's slower speed during our forays in towns means I have to consciously slow myself down. That aside, I hope Akira didn't expect me to be immediately prompt. We get an Akira CG? Yo! He's drinking beer! She's drinking beer. Sorry, I said he because it looks like a dude here. Takes only a couple seconds to spot her, waiting on a bench with a can of beer in her hand. The look she gives me as I walk up lacks any hint of acknowledgement or greeting. What's with that look? I needn't have come, you know. I know you would. You're that kind of person after all. Allow my brow her remark as she disposed of the can, empty by the time I arrived, so a metallic clatter rings out. You know, they don't recycle in this game. Never bring up dates to your girlfriend's sister. Kira takes a seat at the old wooden bench and follow her lead. She was already on the seat. She takes another can of beer from beside her and opens it before speaking, taking a large gulp. She seems to really like that stuff. Suppose I don't need to ask what it's about, or rather who it's about. I heard from Lilly that she asked about her family. They share more than phone numbers, that's for sure. I'd probably be very worried right now if it weren't for the total lack of malice in her voice. Rather, her tone almost sounds wistful. Idle curiosity, mostly. I have to admit, I never have guessed you two were half Scottish. She gives a wry chuckle of amusement. I've heard that before, trust me. The small smile fades from her face, her eyes looking ahead distantly. So for the occasional elderly couple, talking as they slowly walk and meander the path, the odd Asian car, it's pleasantly quiet. She didn't tell you everything, though, did she? Pretty brief. Your parents live in Scotland, she hasn't met them since she was 12, and she wants to meet them again. Is it me, or should this scene have happened, like, ages ago? She wants to meet them again? She already did? Am I going crazy, or does this not make any sense? The way she says it sounds almost derisive. She gives a small sigh as to quickly brush the feeling away. Why do you think they left us, Hal? Why do I think they left? Well, Lily told me it was because of work. I guess a pretty decent paying job was involved as well, given the way your parents seem to live. So Lily went to a private school, and that was why she carries herself in the airs of grace of the upper class. Yeah, since the business in Intervest boomed, our father decided to move directly to the same city as the headquarters. That's just the conclusion I thought you'd come to, though. You're too good-natured. You don't think they left for their career? I'm sitting here bitching to you about it. What do you think? Yamaku Academy. I've always felt this place is kind of creepy.
Like it was isolated a hideaway for those proper society don't want to see her here. They probably just rue the fact that Lilly wasn't old enough to be shoved there by the time they left. Long silence follows her abrupt and very harsh criticism of her own parents in Yamaku. Lilly's blindness is hardly something that could be simply ignored for a high-class family attempting to keep up appearances, much less so when a lucrative offer is on the table. Then Akira gives a derisive snort, her feelings coming to head. Moving to secure our financial future with this new job posting, even at a time I hardly believed it. Not wanting to simply be an avenue for her venting, I gently tried to steer the discussion. So you stayed in Japan with Lilly then? Either I stayed with her or she went to live with an ailing grandmother and grandfather. Well, Shizune's family. If you're cousins, then our fathers hate each other. They'd be more than happy to tell them to go screw themselves and live them anyway. Lilly wouldn't have wanted that. I'd also had an offer of a job by then, so we did our best to keep our parents' house in proper shape. Tried to continue our lives as if they never left. So you just lived by yourself? Basically, Lilly had school, I had my job, so we weren't exactly languish. For her schooling, her study, having to do chores while I worked though, I can't help feeling I failed her. In the end, I tried to be there for her, screwed it up. Expecting the 19-year-old to be a mother for a blind child. It's ridiculous. So Lilly and Akira lived alone after their parents moved with Lilly, largely taking care of herself. I guess that explains her apparent independence compared to many in Yamaku. I may have lived alone much of the time since my parents both worked, but that's just something else entirely. Sorry for making you listen to my moaning, Asao. I don't mind at all, but do you mind if I ask why you're telling me all this? Humph, you're always curious. Context, I suppose. Life isn't a fairy tale, Tao. Some people have to learn that the hard way. She takes a long drink from the can in her hand. Her face becomes more depressed and distant. I broke up with my boyfriend a few days ago. After I leave, we're not going to be able to see each other again. That's how life is. You can't just set your life up and expect it to stay that way forever. Sometimes stuff happens that you have to roll with, and even if it means hurting yourself or others. She takes a long breath before looking up at the bright orange sky. Damn, if I smoked, I could take a nice, long drag right about now. It looked kind of cool. I want to respond to her in whatever way I can, but I feel utterly useless. The kind of situation is one I've never been in. Simply don't have the experience to say anything meaningful to comfort her. Katawa evidently picked up on this, so much for my embarrassment. Must look pretty pathetic right now, whining about this to somebody I barely know. Hardly, and I'm pretty much an expert on looking pathetic. Gives a chuckle, the act feeling like a personal victory for me. You're a good kid, Asao. When I said that I approved you being with my sister, I wasn't joking, I was just being nice. She picks herself up off the seat with a grunt, one that seems ill-fitting given her age, throws the now empty can into the bin after one last swig. It's just unfortunate it doesn't really count for much in this world. When I said that I was leaving for Scotland, I was doing it because a good position opened up in our company's headquarters. Our folks told me that when we were at the place, though, they also gave Lilly a summon to rejoin them in Innervest. No way. Evasiveness when asked about our future that AUKUS when that steadily grown between us. That uncharacteristic outburst of anger. All of them suddenly fit into place. Same family that she reminisced about after Hanako's birthday party. Same family that left her and Akira to themselves after taking flight with greener pasture. Now I feel stupid for never cornering Lilly on what was bugging her. Never even considered it if something had happened during her trip to the family home in Innervest. Now a sense of unease grows in my chest. If her family had summoned her to join them in Scotland, all the way on the other side of the earth, has she accepted? Lilly hasn't told me whether she plans to accept, and it seems she hasn't told you either. That's why I called you down here to talk, Asao. Context, huh? Sit back, my feelings of worry and frustration no doubt written all over my face. Lilly's a strong person, Asao, but she's not infallible. Guess it's my job to worry about her, being her older sister, but I think that you deserve to know. I understand. You okay? You sound depressed. No, I'm just thinking. That's good. Thinking is good. Being rash won't get you anywhere. She looks at her watch, barely moving her wrist. I gotta go. You be okay? I'll be fine, don't worry. I have to talk to Lilly about it and get everything sorted out. She gives a smile, but doesn't feel like genuine or sincere. Really, both of us are dancing around the fact that Lily's on the precipice of biggest decision of her life. She's trying to take the entire burden on herself. And that part of the burden is the matter of our relationship. By the time I look up, Akira's already walking off with her hand held high. First time in a long while, I finally have an answer to something. Perhaps not even that, but at least now I have the right question to ask. Will you leave or stay? We're going to give her the choice. It's going to be crazy. We're not making the decision all of a sudden. We're going to let the AI decide. Hurry, Lilly. I'm moving as fast as I can. I can barely make out Lily's voice over the deafening pounding of the rain, even though I dislike pulling her around. The situation calls for it. Turn forward, my free hand over my head in a futile attempt to keep at least my hair dry. My vision seems to be grayscale. It's very rotten weather for summer. Last kind of climate I want for a date. Pity, I'd even checked the weather forecast beforehand, and very few times I'd ever done so, only for it to say that Sunday afternoon would be fine. Looking to Lilly, her shoulders are now completely drenched with her right hand, holding tightly to mine, and her left gripping her retracted cane. This horrid downpour came on just as we were between our destinations, so we decided to try rushing the rest of the distance rather than doubling back. Entirely unused to our running this fast, Lily's used up all her concentration just to avoid tripping over. Asao, do you know where we're going? Even she's reduced to shouting and trying to be heard over the combined noise of the wind and the rain. The rest of my voice completely drowned out by an even heavier burst of rain. The what?
The Shanghai. How far is it? Shouldn't be far now. Doesn't take long before I call out to once again. Looks like we're safe. It's just up ahead. Quickly pull into a stop in front of a familiar exterior. Lantern outside, still giving us a reliable glow. Wait for Lily to catch her breath before going in. Ladies first. Tiny bell inside rings out, and I hold the door open for a smile, polite nod, being a reward for entering. As I step in beside, wipe my feet, only to a quick glance, and I straight notice a distinct lack of activity. Shanghai doesn't seem to get much in the way of patronage, and today is no different. Only a couple of tables are occupied. Someone by the bell's ringing, the most expected person comes to greet us. Welcome to the Shanghai. Yuko looks chipper today, trying to predict her mood. It's pretty hard, but a nice change from the norm. Hello, Yuko. Hey. Good afternoon, you two. She takes a deep bow, somewhat taken aback as she rights herself again and gets a better look at us. What happened to you? You both look... Our eyes drift towards the glass behind the door behind us. Oh dear. We're inside now, at least. I think that's the most important thing. It's nice and cozy. You're lucky to be working inside today. It has been nice and quiet, and I like days like this. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Is there anything you'd like? French vanilla tea, please. I'll have the same. All right, coming right up. She quickly skitters off with a determined look on her face, trying very hard not to forget our orders. If nothing else, she is at least dedicated to her job. I lead Lily to an empty seat before the two of us settle down. As usual, there's a large difference between my exhaustive flopping down into my seat and Lily's delicate sliding into hers, her cane set beside her. For a while, I idly watched the rain falling outside. The occasional person runs down the street trying to stay as dry as possible, hands often tightly gripping a rain-soaked umbrella. Lily sits as quietly as I, her eyes closed as she intently listens to all that's happening. Reading is shit. What's wrong with... What's wrong with saying you'll have to say it? It's a comfortable, relaxing silence that exists between us, just the type that we'd so often shared together in the past months. For Lily, at least. I can't help but replaying the words of her sister in my mind. I don't want to read the card, I just want to play. At times contrasting them, but both our time spent together entering Yamaku, and the way it's been since we started dating. No matter how much I try, I can't work Lily out. It's as if the harder I try to second-guess her emotions, a potential decision, the more difficult it becomes to reach a clear conclusion. It makes me doubt whether I'd really understood her. In the end, I'm going to have to ask, even though I very much want to avoid doing so. Yeah. You seem quiet today, Sal. Really? If you don't want to read, I'd say just play Hearthstone. You don't need barely any reading in that. You seem so enthusiastic about taking me out on a date. I assumed you had something specific you wanted to do. No, not really. I just want to spend some time with you. Is that so? Fine, there was one thing. A little grin finds a way into Lily's face. I know full well she's bested me. It makes what I want to say all the more awkward. It was just Akira and I were talking. Oh? What's with that tone? You two do seem to get on well, don't you? Well, I do think she's a pretty cool person to talk with. Be nice if any of the teachers were anything like her. Cool. For a moment, I try to place that tone of voice, my mouth curling to a smirk as I realise it. You're not jealous, are you? I'm not jealous. After her teased me over such a thing on our first day, I don't feel too bad having a little laugh at her expense this time around. As she settled down, though, it's only a minor distraction for the real point of why I brought Lily here. Don't worry, it's mostly just everyday stuff. That said, there was something Akira mentioned that I wanted to talk to you about. When you went to see your family in Innoverse a while back, she said... Akira told you about my family summons, hasn't she? Seconds tick by while I try to read Lily's face, and not picture of feelings written on it. She seems annoyed, but also somewhat confused. Here. Yuko tenaciously side our drinks onto the table, her presence oddly small. She walks back to the counter after a quick polite nod. I realise the air between me and Lily is thick, and our expressions are both somewhat pensive. Even though she says I should lead my own life, she still interferes at the worst times. I don't think you should blame Akira here. She's just looking out for you. It's not like I can't understand her concern over this. Lily's irritation gives way to an awkward and largely unsuccessful attempt to mask her feelings. She really doesn't deal well with being cornered on personal topics. I know, but I just wanted some more time. I knew you'd have figured it out eventually, but... So you were intentionally hiding this from me. For how long were you planning to do so? As I said, I simply wanted more time to think it through. I wanted to be sure of my decision before telling you. What did you decide to do in the end? I know what I want to hear her say, but an awful feeling refuses to leave my gut. The music just turned sad. Oh no, I failed, haven't I? My family does dearly want me to return to them, and Akira will be going as well. I could still teach as a career, whether it be here or there. So, you're going? How long have you known? I already know you were asked when you first went to Scotland. How about a month ago? Some time. My frustration very nearly boils over. I've actually done this affects me more than it should. To her not only leaving, but to have been actively hiding her own plans from me after seeming for so long to be the one solid pillar of support and reliability I could depend on. It feels like the foundation underneath me is suddenly shifting drastically, much faster than I can adapt to. Perhaps this isn't so much frustration as sheer unease. Lily. I'm sorry, I just wanted to think this through completely. I wasn't trying to take advantage of you, please. I know, Lily, I know. It's just really sudden. Guess this means that once you go, we're breaking up? For one of the few times I've seen since I met her, she's genuinely lost for words. She doesn't look surprised, no doubt, because the fact has dawned on her once she became sure of her decision, but rather she appears genuinely unsure of how to deal with the situation now it's in front of her. We could try pursuing a long-distance relationship. It's getting more and more common these days, after all. Even as she says it, the tone of her voice gives away she doesn't truly believe what she's saying. Lily's far too old-fashioned to be able to cope with a relationship without any kind of physical presence, and even I am, to an extent. All we could ever be to each other would be a voice from the other side of the world. This isn't Pokemon, no. I only do Pokemon on Tuesday. In the end, trying to rationalise everything is futile. Any attempt to try and connect what's happening to the future or past just seems more difficult the more I concentrate. Those quiet moments when we just walked side by side, the precious time we spent with Hanako and Akira, the casual chatter we had during lunchtime, the times we made love, the confessions of our feelings to each other, all pointless, just fleeting moments of our young lives. We have almost caught them all. Yeah, I failed the last one. Just two children pretending to be adults, aren't we? A long, long silence hangs in the air between us. The noise of the other patrons drinking and talking only makes the situation feel more strange and disconnected. Lily's face reminds me how dejected her expression is, clouding it. I'm sorry, Sao. Simple apology and no more. She left entirely without any further response or comment. With a long sigh, I gather what's left of my thoughts and ask the final question I have for her. When will you be going? I'll be leaving with Akira, so it'll be in less than a week. Beginning of summer holidays. Just a little afterwards, yes. Tone is unusually slow and steady, apologetic and depressed mood, all the more written in her face as she tries to hide her voice. In the end, I can't even keep my promise of going to Tanabata with her before she leaves. I look down, seeing my face reflected in a by now lukewarm cup of neglected tea sitting in front of me. I really thought I'd left this kind of expression behind. For a while I just stared down at the still surface, trying to sort through my emotions, gather what course of action I should take, and whether it should be right now or the future. Just before the effort is wasted. Glance up to see Lily, gently sipping on her cool tea, without complaint, face drawn and shoulder slumped. She looks to be deep in thought, too, a strangely cold atmosphere coming from between us as we isolate ourselves and mull things over. Even as Lily's cup slowly empties, mine remains untouched. It's a long time before I notice the rain dying down outside. A few other patrons of Shanghai have left. Chill, the rapidly darkening evening permeates the dormitory hallways. While trudging down the corridor to my room, I see an unwelcome movement from up ahead. Sure enough, the opening of the door opposite mine heralds the arrival of the bespectacled Kenji. Hey man, what's... Whoa, dude, you look awful, I think. You okay? Really has a knack for making any situation better. I don't really want to go to it. It's late. Okay, that's cool. If you want to talk about it, you know I'm here. I look at him for a moment before surrounding my stern front and awkward, scratching the back of my neck, embarrassing my standoffish response to him. Thanks, Kenji. Hey, it's cool. That's what friends are for, right? Yeah, you're right. See ya. I open the door to my own door room and close it behind me as he quickly waves me off. So I follow the door makes, again the door frames, the final call for the life I've led since coming to Yamaku. Just stand in my darkened room, foolishly attempting to work out what I should do from this point onwards. Just what should I do? See, all this tells me is you went for the wrong girl, buddy. Should have gone for Hanako. Hanako clearly the correct answer. Class ends, I simply grasp my head in my hand and stare out the window to pass the time. It's been a few days since Lily told me her plan. I've been to our ordinary lunch once since then. Not there'd be much point. Hanako's been busy with the newspaper club. She joined and even began talking in class with Naomi every now and then. Even Lily, aside from the fact the meeting between us would be awkward in any case, and ran off her feet with class representative duties and the summer holiday approach. Now they're just about here. At the end of the day, the bell of summer holiday will begin. I suppose all I'll end up doing is visiting parents for duration and lazing about my old home, now that my previous plans are entirely askew. Meanwhile, Akira and Lily will be en route to Scotland to live out the rest of their lives. No matter how hard I try to rationalise the idea, once the summer holidays begin, my life will return to the way it was, simply refuse to happen. Everyone's moving on with their lives, Lily joining her family, Akira moving up to her father's business, Hanako gaining new friends and hobbies, even Yuko's moving along with her university aspirations. Even I'm moving forward in the end of grades I've gotten so far in Yamaku. Much less after such a rocky beginning, the path to getting to teaching science and career seems straightforward. Suppose I should at least be happy about that much. It doesn't really seem to help. Ii-chan! Quickly stopped my ruminating and turned to face the bubbly voice beside me, putting on the most upbeat expression I can muster. As expected, Shune stands flanking her. I have a sneaking suspicion they want something from me. Hey Misha, Shizune, what's up? Well, Shi-chan and I were thinking.
Since we're just two poor little girls and need help with all the work we've been given just before the holidays begin.
Sure, I can help.
But Hee-chan, we're really... What?
I think I broke Misha. Even Shizune raised an eyebrow at her accomplice's shuddering stop in her tracks.
So you'll help us, Hee-chan?
I just said I would, didn't I? Thought I'd like having anything better to do. Maybe helping them with their work will help take my mind off the situation. Misha seems genuinely ecstatic with my response, but Shizune's expression is clouded and difficult to read. I found myself quickly averting my eyes from her own. Almost looks like a face of pity. No doubt, it must just be my imagination. Hardly the first time I've been in the student council room. Indeed, I found myself down here often, either helping Lilly with class rep work, or to sort out one thing or other in the student council itself. Now it's quite a different place. Papers and folders are strewn across every table in the room. Only a solitary little black laptop, a single desk out from the mess. You know, so if I hadn't done the bad route, I'd have never had the amazing laptop picture. Clearly, that's what I was going for. Looks positively ancient, and I guess I'd been valiantly serving its task and archiving information for years and years. So, what he's doing. This looks like a lot to do. Shizune's expression becomes determined. It's worrying look.
Everything, Hee-chan?
My worry was well placed. Everything, you say.
What's left is on the desk is what needs to be done. All it needs is to be digitally recorded with our laptops for.
I'm guessing that I'll be the one doing this?
Shi-chan says she saw you with computers in the library a few days ago. You seem really good with them.
Good at computers. I can touch type, I guess, but it still seems like an overestimation of my skill. I was just typing up homework. Wait, Shizune was watching me do that?
One must know their allies before they can count their enemies, of course. Wow, that's pretty wise.
For once, it's not very hard to work out what she said. Nonetheless, it doesn't seem worth fighting over. Sitting at a computer doing some typing hardly seems onerous. As far as tasks helping Shizune and Misha go. It's funny that you have the exact same response that everyone else had. Lee is the only person who didn't instantly hate these two because he'd already played this game.
Besides, it will help take your minds off things.
Good question. Misha's face goes blank as she translates for Shizune. The latter's response is only a glance away towards the window. It has been a month, probably. I'm guessing. That's probably why. Misha's face quickly returns to a smile as she translates back. She was confused, I guess, but Shizune is hard to pin down.
I was just thinking, you may like to get your mind off the exams, of course.
Either way, you may as well get into it sooner rather than later. I'll go along with you.
That's the spirit, Hee-chan.
That's the 5th spreadsheet, compiled and saved. Time for next month's. After a little bit of fussing around, we all managed to get a bit more organised. Shizune's been gathering up the loose sheets and thankfully sorting them into a neat pile for me. Meanwhile, Misha's been handing the manual writing work. Her girly pink pen leaving its unmistakable mark on paper after paper. Once I got myself into a rhythm, it really wasn't so bad. Shizune and Misha also seem to be in the swing of things. Wordlessly communicate as they go about their business further. It's not Saturday today, it is Friday. Saturday is tomorrow. That is Yu-Gi-Oh's day. Everyone I've ever known who's subbed to me through Twitch Prime, none of them have ever like auto-renewed. So periodically glance at the sheet beside the laptop. Apparently a list of student names and matching addresses. I dutifully enter the data written on it. I pay a lot of attention to what I'm typing until I reach about midway down the page. Hakamichi, class 3-3. Huh, our family home is in Saitama. My idle curiosity ended up abruptly as 3 light taps can be heard rapping on the door. Misha quickly skips over to check who it is, tapping Shizune's shoulder on the way to let her companion know what's happening. Who is it? With a slight pause to enter Shizune's data into the file along with the others, I look up to check who's at the door. Lilly? After giving a cursory nod to Misha and greeting, she perks her head up in a trademark manner. Is that her how? She's pretty darn good at working out my voice from the smallest phrases nowadays. Yeah, okay, fair play. For us, at least. Yeah, it's me, hey. The atmosphere feels slightly awkward as she bows. Neither of us know quite how intimate we should be around each other, given she's leaving in just a matter of hours. This is a fact that thankfully neither the oblivious Misha or the hard-working Shizune pick up on. So, you've got work to do as well. Unfortunately, I arrived as soon as I could, with my class helping me up with a surprise farewell party. I had to get changed. Glance down at the laptop's clock. It's pretty much the end of lunchtime, so I'm guessing Lilly managed to wrangle the last period off as well. I take it Shizune's here as well?
Of course. And I've been here during all of lunchtime as well.
The last comment was really not needed. Shizune baiting Lilly into another argument, I can feel it.
I'm sorry I can't be as hard-working as you, Shizune. I'll endeavour to hire more lackeys to do my work in future, I assure you.
And Lily just took the bait, escalating things further. But aren't you the one always outsourcing work to your classmates?
Difference is, they choose to help unlike your tyrannical dupe of your own class.
Tyranny works! Even if we did things differently, we still got the same results, right?
This is a school, not a police state. You'll have to remind me when you are appointed class monarch, I'm afraid.
You'll have to seize power. It's not as good as if it's just handed to you, but I guess you wouldn't really understand that, right? You'll also have to remind me when monarchs were elected in their positions. And that's a fair comment. Lily positively bristles at this. Shizune's two-hit combo forced her into her defense.
Yet for all your vaunted power, you cannot get one person to help you without forcing him.
But Asao volunteered. He's such a hard worker. He's doing this instead of meaningless socialization, right?
Is that so, Asao?
This is bad. I've really up between a rock and a hard place. As much as it may pay me to do this, the truth has at least a chance of stopping this argument here. It's okay, Lily. They didn't harass me to come here or anything. Lily gives me a disapproving grimace, silently radiating her strong feelings of displeasure in my general direction. She can be quite scary when she wants to be, though thankfully that isn't often. Ii-chan, you made it sound like a regular occurrence. Isn't it? In the end, it doesn't matter. In the end, it doesn't even matter. As long as everything's getting done at a good pace, let's just get this work over with so we can go home. Shune snorts derisively and goes back to marking off the sheets in front of her. Lily sighs and finds a way along the room with her hand. Filing cabinet lined on the wall. It's to mark the only time I've managed to successfully defuse one of these situations, but the grudging ceasefire built around mutual fear and respect makes us feel more like the Cold War than any real peace. I can take the credit though. Lily's leaving surely affected Shizune to some extent, making her give up so easily. Moments before getting back to my work, I noticed Lily reaching up to grab something from above the filing cabinet. I must offer to help, but her height gives her ample ability to take it down safely. Once she sets a strangely shaped device on the desk beside me, I realise what it is, sort of, as she takes the old green covering off and sits down. First glance, it seems to be an old metallic blue typewriter. It does take me long to realise it's far from ordinary. It has far fewer keys than expected, and those it has show no lettering printed on it. I was about to say it probably doesn't have less keys, but it's probably like Braille is done in English, right? So it's not going to use the Japanese alphabet. So obviously a Japanese typewriter would have flipping loads of keys on. Jesus, I want to see a Japanese typewriter now. I bet that looks crazy. Only the shadows cast by tiny Braille dots on them give a hint of the thing's purpose. Blind typewriter?
Oh, this? Well, you're not far off. It's normally called a Perkins Brailler, but it's basically a typewriter for the blind, yes. It presses Braille into the page rather than text, which is why it has fewer keys.
Oh, that's really neat. She gives a light-hearted grin at my curiosity over it. Oh, that would have less keys than an English one as well, yeah. Braille is French, isn't it? It uses the English letters, I mean. Like, there are 26 letters. Doesn't matter which language it is. It's a Roman language or whatever. Is it Roman they say it is? Whatever. It uses the letters A through to Z is what I'm getting at. It's a light-hearted grin at my curiosity over it. I have to admit that appeals to my sense of novelty. Without further ado, we each get back to our allotted tasks. A loud clunking of the mechanics in Lily's Brailler, and the tapping of the laptop's old and weary keyboard quickly fill the room. It's a nice atmosphere, really. Everyone knows what they have to do, and Lily and I get to sit beside each other and exchange the odd word as we work away. Nostalgic, that's what it feels like. It's pleasant, but slightly stained with the knowledge that our time together is nearing its end.
Excuse me, Misha?
To probably address her, Misha bounces over from the filing cabinet she's peering into. In spite of Lily's lack of sight, for a moment, I think it's strange, and then realises exactly what to do. What's up?
Could you ask Shizune where the attendance records for Class 3-2 are? I think they've been moved.
Okie dokie. And with that, she flitters off to Shizune, who's working at a table behind us. Lily's familiarity with the council room and the efficiency of which she worked remind me that she, Misha, and Shizune used to all work together in the student council. Maybe it's a fitting end for her stay in Yamaku, working away just like she used to, surrounded by those she loved and at least liked. I looked up, getting taken off guard by Shizune sorting through a drawer rather than Misha. Sure enough, she plucks out a manila folder, entirely blank, save for just barely visible bumps on the front of it, and holds it in front of Lily. Lily's hand flits over to check what it is, her fingers feeling out the odd dots in Braille and confirming it's what she asked for.
Thank you, Misha.
No reply. No reply, that is, save for an odd grin. No smile on Shizune's face. A couple of seconds pass before Lily clicks that it isn't Misha behind her, but Shizune. A momentary look of surprise is replaced by a slightly bashful smile. For a few moments, the room is all but silent. Eventually, though, Shizune strides back to her workstation and Lily begins typing once again. It only lasted a handful of seconds in all, but it feels like years of communication were made up for in that one silent exchange. There, finished. Whoa, what happened? Nightbot timed that. What? Why? Wait, you can't post links? I thought you were a regular. You're a sub! That should not count against you. What the hell, man? I can't change it now because I haven't got a thing open. Remind me after the stream and I'll do that. I lean my head back and rub my eyes to work away their weariness. Staring at that small, rather poor screen has taken its toll. Excellent timing. The only thing left is to file these away and I'll have my workload finished as well. Good. I can back up the braille and put it away while you do that. Thank you, Asao. That message didn't register you as a sub, didn't it? Clearly not. In fact, it didn't come up saying that you'd resubbed either. I guess the Twitch Prime subs don't come up for that? I don't know. I look around for the two as I replace the cover of the braille. I only see them waiting at the door. I guess they must be waiting for us. For a minimum of wasted time, we file... I just realised. Lily's in her home clothes, and I guess because she's going today, and yeah, okay, never mind. File a pack of everything and remain to join them. An article on the history of Chinese and Japanese typewriters. Oh. Oh, there's a regular sub, then I don't know why it didn't come up. I have an alert box for that. My alert box isn't functioning very well, clearly. Minimum of wasted time, file a pack everything remains up. Thanks for waiting, you two. We couldn't just take off without you, Hee-chan. You've been a great help. Shanae nods approvingly, pleased with my effort. I guess that's the last class representative work done over and done with them. That's right. I'll miss you, Lily. I think it was fun working with you. Thank you, Misha. It's been good working with you. And Shizune. Shizune thinks for a moment before formulating a response. It's not that she often communicates without thinking, quite the opposite. But this time, it's even more considered than usual. Misha looks a little surprised while passing on the message. Shizune says, you'd better do your work over there better than you did it here. Far from taking offence, Lily giggles into her hand. If that's the case, then please tell Shizune to give those still here a little more understanding in the future. Competitive until the last, maybe Shizune and Lily aren't so different after all. Shi-chan says she'll be checking to make sure you live up to your end of the promise. Then that's how it'll be. I'd better be off then. Goodbye, Shizune. Goodbye, Misha. Asao? Lily takes hold of my arm in hers, and there being no need for a cane, if I'm here to guide her, with a nod of farewell, for the two, we set off out the door, make way to the school grounds. She turned to wave goodbye to them and noticed Shizune's gaze lingering on Lily. They may annoy each other, but family bonds aren't easily broken. Got your papers sorted then? Yes, they've all been filed and handed in. On top of things as always, aren't you? She gives an earnest smile at the compliment, and I feel as if her happiness is just a veneer at the fact that she's fully aware of how much she's leaving behind. Reminds me of how she was, like when I first met her, always smiling, always that little bit of aloof, always that little distant from everybody. Even now, she maintains that air around others, especially those she's not close to. I'd hoped our time together would have changed that fact. Yes, Lily is blind, yes. Our pace slows, the two of us coming to a halt in the all but empty school gardens. Asao, is something that... Lily's words are cut short as I turn and wrap my arms around her, pulling her tight. I may not usually be given to such impulsive actions, but I just want to be close to her, even if it's the last time I'll be able to. All the other students have retreated to their dormitories and homes. Only ruffling of leaves and breeze make any sound whatsoever. One final boop. We got one final boop. We gotta get that final boop in. As I draw back, I can see she has dropped her carefully maintained smile. Her hand hesitates, wanting neither to leave nor to stay. She is putting up a brave show, but a slight trembling gives it away. Lily may be able to control herself well, but even she can't hold her composure together now. This is the woman I've come to love, but also the one whose all too short time will leave the country forever. I'm sorry, Asao. It's okay. You've got your own life to live after all. Walk up the hallway to the girls' dormitory, hand in hand, our emotions by now largely quelled. Nevertheless, our hands grip each other's much more tightly than before. Faint, muffled voices can be heard from Lily's room, the origin of which aren't too difficult to guess. The moment she opens the door, Hanako bursts through and wraps her arms around Lily, taking her very obviously by surprise. Lily. Hanako? I'm gonna miss you, Lily. As expected, she's on the verge of tears. Lily gently rubs Hanako's hair with her hand in response, then pulls back, give her a warm, reassuring smile. There we go. She was in an accident. Looking beyond Hanako, Akira can be seen getting up from the side of Lily's bed and scratching her head. You do realise we're playing a game about a school for disabled people, right? Because that's what we're doing. Her eyes turned from Lily to Hanako to meet, with still a weak smile hanging on her face. I tried to return a more genuine, happy look, but the result is probably just the same. So everything set? Managed to hold back from killing Shizune? Got my drawers and an amused giggle from my sister. Yes, I have everything in order, and yes, I managed not to. We packed everything you needed. Got the 2 bags right here, but there's still some stuff left at the Hikimichi's home. I can pick that up while we wait there for tomorrow evening's flight, though. Kira gives the 2 large black traveling bags on the floor a hearty pat. She probably came to help pack and make sure everything was in order on Lily's end before going together with her. Lily, will you be okay over there? I'll be alright, I assure you. I have Akira looking after me as well, and you know that she's reliable. But don't worry, Hanako. I have your phone number after all, so we can stay in touch. With Akira's help, I could send you things over the internet as well. Hey, don't use me just because you want to learn how to use a computer. Hanako and Lily both giggle briefly. The mood lightened ever so lightly. That goes for you too, Asao. I promise I'll contact you once I'm in Scotland. I know, I'll be looking forward to it. Oliver may be kind, but we both know this is tantamount to breaking up. Neither of us has any illusions as to how we'd manage a long-distance relationship. With nary a word of prompting, the 4 of us begin the long, solemn walk to the school gate. Not the school gate. Oh, it truly is the final boss. No. Why? Why would it end at the school gate? The numerous lamps scattered around the Yamaku grounds failed to do much more than provide pinpoints of light in an otherwise dense darkness. A car parked on the road just outside the school grounds, come into view, shining black exterior reflecting the dimly lit lamps of Yamaku. Call out to Akira in efforts to alleviate the final heavy atmosphere. That's your car? What kind is it? Don't know much about cars, do you? It's a Lancer Evo, solid and speedy. Well, it's not as if I comment on my knowledge is off the mark. I've never really taken an interest in them. She gives a small sigh. She's been good. Pity to have to part with her tomorrow. Just like the summer house. You guys were the last to visit it before it changed hands. Turning back from my rather faulty attempt at small talk, I glance at Hanako and Lily following behind us. By rights, Hanako should be leading Lily, but it's rather definitively the other way around. She clings to Lily's arm. It's a depressing sight. So, I guess this is it. Indeed. Although the time for everyone to say their farewells is now, nobody really wants to take the first step. As if the longer nobody speaks, the better the chances of them simply not leaving. Lily, do you have to go? I'm sorry, Hanako. I won't be leaving you forever, though. I can still call you. Asao will still be here as well. I nod, but Hanako just clutches tight to Lily's arm. After spending so long without anyone to call family, it must be excruciating to have to say goodbye to the one person that was as close to her mother as anyone could have had in her life. Lily lets out a long, sad breath. All Akira and I can really do is stand by quietly in the sidelines, since the only person that can solve this will be Lily herself. Eventually, Lily pulls her arm from Hanako's grip, holds both her shoulders gently in a much more decisive way of address than I've ever seen Lily take with her. Hanako, remember when we first met? When you entered my room for the first time after overhearing my console of a friend, you didn't say a single word for the entire night. Even as I poured you tea and talked, you sat silently and simply listened to what I said. It took many quiet meetings like that before you began to open up to me, but as you began to, I felt some of the happiest moments I've ever felt. I didn't become your friend because I pitied you, Hanako. I became your friend because I knew you were hiding not just from me, but from everyone. Your ambitions, personality, interests, taste, I didn't know any of them, and neither did anybody else. As you showed yourself to me, though, I began to realize the person that you were. Became sure of our meeting was a very special moment. But I... Lily cuts her words short. Begins to hand Hanako's head, brushes her bangs the slide gently, pressing her lips to Hanako's forehead. As she pulls her head back, leaving Hanako with speechless and her eyes moist, Lily beams a wide smile. I believe you are a very beautiful person, Hanako, and I am certain that you will become a strong and confident woman. You are a very dear friend and someone whom I love very much. Just like Asao, I will never forget you as long as I live. I may be leaving, but you have your own life to lead here, just as I do. You have your own friends and hobbies, your own hopes after graduation. I want you to devote yourself to them, even after I am not around anymore. That is why I think you'll be okay, because you are your own self, with your own life. You yourself proved that to me. Hanako lowers her head in embarrassment, but nods as she does so. I understand. I know I have to say goodbye. I know you have to go your own way. But thank you, Lily, for everything. Thank you, Hanako. Will you be okay? There are a few seconds of silence before the answer comes. I will. Lily smiles, undoubtedly, at least partially in relief. That makes me very happy, then. Goodbye. Goodbye, Lily. And farewell to you as well, Asao. Goodbye. I'll miss you. She paused for a moment before walking up to me, her right hand outstretched in front of her, takes a hold of my shoulder. Her left hand slowly, gently reaches towards my face, taking my cheek in her palm. For a while, she simply holds my face, her fingers slightly moving in to take in its contours. Usually her hand would be warm when doing such things, but the night's air has given her skin a cool edge. Not sure how long we stay like this. Her clouded eyes pointed just below mine own as she wears a wistful, almost distant smile. Eventually, though, she takes her cold hand in mine. It's difficult to do so, but with a slight sigh, I gently remove her hand from my cheek. I hope you have a long and happy life, Lily, no matter where you might go. Thank you. I'll make sure to. She takes a long, trembling breath before turning slightly towards Akira's direction. And we got that stupid back spray again. Akira? Okay. With a nod, she takes Lily's hand and begins to guide her to the car parked outside the gates. Both walk slowly and deliberately as if their movements have been rehearsed in advance. It's strange to feel like this now, watching somebody leave Yamaku. The feeling of unease I now have reminds me of the first time I walked through those black, raw iron gates that always looked so far too pompous for what they were. As they leave, all of us know full well our lives are irreversibly changing. I'd always told myself I just have to take life as it comes, but everything's changing so fast, so suddenly. In the end, Lily's an irreplaceable part of the lives of both Hanako and me. The noise of Akira opening the passenger door for Lily brings me out of my thoughts, her hands waving back as Lily gets in. See you guys. Take care of yourselves. Goodbye, Hanako. Goodbye, Hisao. Hanako's hand quickly shoots up her face, brightened by her enthusiastic farewell. Goodbye, Lily. Goodbye. See you, Akira. Goodbye, Lily. Door shuts as we put on our best happy farewell faces. Akira gets into the car herself and starting up in short measure. Lily's hand can be seen waving through the tinted windows, both of our hands waving high as well. Just as every other time I've done such a thing, I can't quite work out precisely why I, or Hanako, waved to her, given that she'd never see us doing so. But it doesn't matter. Even after that black, shiny car goes down the hill, disappears to the dark night, we carry on waving and seeing Akira and Lily off. And then, they're gone. Strange stillness takes over as our hands return to our sides. I don't quite know what I should do or how I should feel. In the end, we just stand there silently, staring down where the car disappeared from sight. Goodbye, Lily. All I can do in response to our quiet, mournful goodbye is place a hand on her shoulder. She looks at me for a few moments before looking back down at the hill, secure in the knowledge that I'm still around for her. What we'll do from now doesn't seem all that uncertain. We have our own ambitions now, just as Lily said. But even so, it feels like there's a certain missing part in both our lives now, something that can never be replaced. Wait, how was that not the end? Lily's literally gone. Snap my mobile phone's closing in contrast to the ambient chatter and noise audible even in the hallway outside the library. It's the first day of the summer holidays. A time that has perpetually seemed so far away and yet is now not only here but also made painfully obvious by the student, or lack thereof, they're left in school. Most students have returned home to spend the holidays with relatives by now. A few are left mostly chatting between themselves, usually about what they intend to do in the coming weeks. Makes me feel like the odd one out for taking advantage of the school library being open for the first several days of the holiday. Ostensibly, for its students to drop off any books they borrowed and yet to have returned, and for those who will have their parents pick them up to help pass the time until they get whisked away. Thanks to the recent lengthy phone call from my parents, which had so rudely awoken me from my sleeping on my beanbag in the back of the library, I'm now in the latter category. Sliding my phone back into my pocket, this time remembering to set it on silent, I go back to the quiet, wholly placid room. It's a nostalgic sight, just as when Lily first led me into the library and the orange tint of the sunset bathes the room as its light with Hanako sits on the beanbag, silently reading. Yuko fusses, just barely visible behind the counter. Hanako especially has been noticeably more quiet than usual since yesterday's happenings. We can't really blame her. It wasn't just me that depended on that person after all. I quietly walked back to the beanbag, near where I'd sat before, and being doubly careful not to make unnecessary noise. The soft puff it gives as the bag takes my weight makes Hanako's eyes flicker towards me, but only for a second. Get the feeling Hanako's been quiet, partially out of sadness following Lily's departure. Rather, she seems more thoughtful and measured than I'd expect, perhaps due to her desire of working out how to deal with Lily's leaving, rather than just being depressed over it. Makes me a little proud of her. Hey, Hanako. Yeah? Still going to have your idea of travelling? She gives a determined nod. I'll be starting in a day or two. Naomi's decided to come with me too. Wow, quick start. Where are you two headed first? I think we're going to go by starting north, then loop down and go southward. So, Hokkaido's going to be first. She gives another nod, more tentative than the last. The significance of that place is not lost on either of us. Do you know how you're going to handle the travelling expenses and accommodations? Yeah, I've worked everything out. I think it should be okay. Naomi says she has her own side worked out too. You know that if you need anything, you can just call, right? I gave you my number before. Any time of day is fine. She gives me a smile, which in itself feels like a personal victory. Hey now. Thanks, Hisao. Maybe Lily was right. Although I may offer Hanako any help I possibly can, I feel as if I know she doesn't need it. She really has grown. Hanako's plans for a holiday is a sharp contrast to mine, simply following my parents' suggestions to stay with them. Holidays had always made me feel less excited than most, and maybe this is just a return to the status quo. Before my heart attack, I'd always lived so aimlessly. The holidays weren't all that much different from my everyday life anyway. After school, I'd wander around a bit in the city, often hang around with some friends before making my way home to eat dinner, with usually one of my parents, but rarely both. Although schedules didn't leave much time for them to be home, and going there straight from school would just have meant I ended up feeling bored. I was an urbanite through and through. Since coming to Yamaku, though, it feels like I fundamentally changed a person. The phone call of my parents erased any trace of doubt I might have held on to that in any case. While before I had exercised a fairly normal level of independence for a teenager, that not being a whole lot, My parents were more than pleased to hear of my newfound ability in taking care of myself. Laundry, cooking for myself, cleaning, all in addition to general chores that come from living without parents around. Just little menial things I had to pick up, but now with relative ease. When I think about it, I always depended on them, even if I hadn't been at home, all the time. So I never depended on anyone, though. Moving through Yamaku dormitories would be far from the truth, though. Excuse me. Two of us look up at the awkwardly fidgeting figure in front of us. Some things never change. It's getting close to closing time, so, Oh, right, I forgot the library closes early during the holidays. Hanako and I both get up and dust ourselves off, placing our books back on the shelf behind us. The fact that our taste in reading material have a fair amount of overlap is useful at times. With a bow to Yuko, I apologise for taking so much time, Hanako takes her leave of us. See you tomorrow, Sal. Bye. With that, she walks out the large wooden aging door that heralded an entrance to the library. She's a quiet person, isn't she? I suppose I should be surprised with a staff member sharing personal opinions like this, but after knowing Yuko for a while, it's largely unexpected. Our relationship is more personal rather than the one of acting as an authority figure. Yeah, I think that's just how she is. She's got a lot more confidence in herself these days, though. I don't know her as well as you do, but I think I agree. It's nice to see her talking to people here. She never used to do that before. Hey, Yuko, you know about Lilly's leaving, right? She told me herself a few days ago. Must be hard leaving everyone behind like she is. She quickly looks back at me after she says this, probably remembering that I went for her for advice on the relationship between Lilly and me before. Are you going to be okay? That's a difficult question. Sometimes, something I'd rather not think about for now, although given more pressing issues. Something seems kind of off about this whole deal, don't you think? Yuko appears to have think for a while, absentmindedly scrunching up her face in a variety of creative ways as she does so. I don't think I really know her well enough to make that kind of judgment. I'm sorry, I can't be of more help. Nah, it's fine, just sorting things out. Give a deep sigh and scratch my head in frustration. Just so much stuff happening at once, I have no control over it. It feels like I'm being swamped. I think everyone goes through times like that. What's important is to concentrate on what you can do rather than what you can't do. At least that's how I see it. If I didn't think like that, I don't think I'd be able to manage my life as it is. She says with a smile and a light tone, but her words are far from any kind of joke. Being pulled between two jobs as she is, just as hopeful to make enough money not only to live, but for university, must be exhausting. Perhaps that's why coming from her, this feels like it has more meaning than if it had come from most others. Guess you got a point there. Thank you for your advice once again, Yuko. She bows deeply and smiles again before making her way back to the counter where she spends so much of her time. Tiny wings of the cardboard crane in my fingers are only just visible in the dim light of my room, just a little of the moonlight being able to peek through the curtains around the edges. I lie still in my dark bed for a long time, idly looking up at the little origami bird. Feels like a lot has happened since Lilly folded this, but at the same time it feels like very little has changed. Compared to everyone else, I'm back to square one. I might have a newfound idea of where I want to go in life, but that's hardly something that affects me now. Hanako changed, I know that much. If anything, she just makes me feel like I've got no excuse to be like this, considering her previous situation. Lilly, though. I turned the bird in my finger in another way, looking at it from yet another angle. When I first met her, she seemed aloof and perhaps somewhat distant. Her action was always careful, measured and precise, and her carefully maintained composure always gave the appearance of unerring confidence and serenity. In time, she became less formal, just a bit, but enough. It felt good to see her lowering her inhibitions around me, to open up, even just a little, on her own accord. It felt as if I was seeing her real self slowly become more vibrant and visible. Now, though, I'm beginning to have doubts. Perhaps they were to be expected after what was effectively two of us breaking up. They don't feel new or strange, but rather like an old book being found dusted off. Soon I realised, after meeting Lilly, that she saw me as she did Hanako, someone who needed help and care. First I simply thought that would be fine as friends, helping each other for our limited time together in school. Then as we get to treasure our moments together more and more. Our quiet walks and talking over lunch, the good side of her personality became even more obvious, even more likeable. The absence caused by Lily's trip to Scotland to her visit a long-distant family and sick aunt only made me realise how much I liked just being around her, and I thought that she felt a similar way. For her, though, maybe it wasn't everything to be our relationship. Even after she returned to Japan, that just meant she lost her family once again, after meeting them for such a brief time. She lived so much of her life without her family around, not to mention with Akira working long hours, that she had little choice but to be like that. I had for her sense of independence to be good and an admirable trait. It was a stark difference to my reliance on parents before my heart attack, as reluctant as I may have been to admit it. However, it also meant that she never let people get too close to her. She lost her family, likely due to her blindness, went to a different school from anybody she knew because of it, and worked out all the harder just to make sure she didn't end up a burden to her sister and those around her. And now Akira's gone to Innovest, just like the family she thought she lost. She never told me of her plans, as conflicted as she was about them. Lily didn't want to be a burden to anyone, including me. I'm an idiot. That's the first smart thing you've said all day, Sal. Hey! I never questioned it. Tried to be there or asked her when she needed me to. I just set on my life and expected to stay that way forever. With two of us having a nice long relationship, we pushed forward in our future together. Saw a bit of frustration and anger at myself wells up in my chest. Just let everything happen, never even trying to help Lily. Just her being there was enough, though. I could keep on going if that were true. But that could never have been enough. It was childlike dependence on somebody without any attempt to understand or help their situation. Thanks to that, I lost Lily. I lost the one person I loved the most because I wasn't there for her when she needed me. With an increasingly angry feeling washing over me, I turned over and set the crane back on the desk next to my clock, the place where it has lived since the day she folded it for me. Since that day where she herself said that my burdens needn't be my own. My obnoxious bright red numerals on my alarm clock shine through the darkness in the room to my tired eyes. 10 o'clock, evening, curfew will be soon. I wonder, can you imagine they'll be leaving this evening? I've no idea where their flight is, but that means there's a chance, however small, that they might not have already left. Adrenaline starts to move through my body as I sit up in my bed. My eyes suddenly are wide with possibility. There's no guarantee that I've left, indeed, it's likely they already have. There's also a chance they haven't, however small it may be. Just this once. I should have before. Stand up, rushed over my cabinet, throwing some clothes as fast as I can, sliding on a quick succession. Each second that goes by, a second I can't gain. A second there may be difference between me catching them and losing them forever. Even if I fail, I have to try. I can't let her leave everything behind without even trying to stop her. Well, just this once, there being for her. With the last of my clothes slipped on, I hastily grabbed the phone on the desk. Luckily, the number of local taxi companies still in my call history. Gruff, unenthusiastic voice announces the name of the company while I pace around the room. It takes some effort to slow down my voice and keep it clear over the phone. Chill night air sweeps against me as I open the dormitory door, but nevertheless I keep my brisk speed as I half jog, half run out the school gates. May not be curfew just yet, but it's precariously close. If there were a guard around, there'd be no doubt I have some questions for me, but I look like I've managed to come out just before they arrived, or around the corner. Pace picks up as I make my way to the school gardens. Nighttime allure was lost, but when I began to run to the school gate, the lamps of the courtyard dim, so provided just enough illumination to light the way to prevent me from tripping over. The building themselves take on a rustic, almost antique-looking edge when I glance at them. Looking back, it seems strange that they once appeared so dark and looming to me. Now they just look somewhat anachronistic. School buildings, just the same as any other their age. We're at the gate. Leaving the gate behind me, I pull up to stop just before the taxi, parked as Akira's car had been, gaudily and bright lit sign out of place in the quiet country backdrop. Patiently squeeze myself through the door, giving the driver the address for where the two should have hopefully been staying. By the time the taxi pulls up after its trip at maddeningly casual speed, it's well truly deep into the night. House is truly enormous, the sheer size, much larger than I'd expected, ominous still. Feeling the worst, I asked the driver to stay here, just in case my efforts are naught. Single press on the fancy intercom system outside the gate, which is a short electronic melody of the otherwise silent road. It's not long before a somewhat deep, gruff voice can be heard from it. This the Hakamechi residence. Please state your name, why you're bothering us this late. I press on, despite inwardly wincing at the reasonable annoyance audible in his voice. This is Hasao Kai. I was hoping to meet Lilly or Akira, if they're still here. Surprisingly, I managed to summon quite some energy to my voice, even though the other side of the intercom silent. A few seconds passed, and just before I pressed the button again and asked what was going on, a light turned on outside the front door. I strained my eyes to try and make out who's coming through, but as he comes past the large carved fishing rod sticking out his back, his entry becomes clear. Face typically placid and motionless, he storms up to the gate. Still childlike in his mannerisms, despite his demeanour. With the press of a few buttons from behind the fence, the gate slowly opens. Sal, what are you doing here? I think this is the most emotional I've ever heard from his voice, not that that would be hard to reach at that mark. Kira told me she and Lily would be staying here before they left for their flight. I need to talk to Lily just one last time. Are they still here? The look on his face says everything. I failed. I was too late. The one time when I actually needed to act quickly and... Actually, it's possible. What? What is? He's a bit taken aback by my fervour, but I can't help at this point. They left not long ago, only a few minutes before you arrived, in fact. If you go straight to the airport, you might be able to. Hasao? Dart back towards the taxi, grabbing what little money's left in my pocket as I go. Thanks, Hideki. With that, I take a seat and short order bark out my destination. My chest beats wildly as I tear down the street, my body twisting this way and that to slip between the pedestrians walking back and forth beside me. With the road solidly blocked by taxis and other cars, dropping off passengers, picking up others in time that have to wait, we end up having to stop almost a block away. That's in the past now. What matters is reaching Lily. One foot hit the ground, the other quickly following, without the slightest thought, as if my legs had taken a life of their own. All my mind can do is concentrate on the view ahead of me. Just one glimpse of that long hair of hers. The long yellow hair was the same colour as the wheat that stretched far from the eye could see. In the end, I depended on Lily, just like Hanako did. Even after I was starting to go out, I still didn't feel like she was ever really herself, depending on me. Except for one moment, that one moment where we held each other tightly in that bright yellow field. At that time, she must have feared losing me just as she did everyone else. That's why, just this once, the night air wraps around me, draining every last remnant of warmth out of my body, to the extent it feels more like midwinter than a summer night. My fingers, my hands, my feet, they all feel increasingly cold. The sound of the passing crowd is reduced to no more than background hum, while the sound of my shoes hitting the pavement echoes loudly, every step surging towards the person I have to catch. Forced by my chest, tightening in response to the cold of the night, I rest an arm over and try and settle it down. Oh shit, he's gonna kill himself. When the airport comes into view, though, I realise this is one I felt before. Not now, of all the times, please, not now. Take God and soldier on regardless, pushing my body as far as it will go. Sweat pours off me as I hurtle towards my shoulder, hitting someone's side, and my mind suddenly flooding with emotions and memories. I continue on without an apology. I have to keep moving now. If I stop, I'm not sure I can begin again. And even if I could, it would all be for naught if not in time. Hit another person, then offering little resistance to getting bounced about. Feet feel numb. My arms losing all feeling, and my chest forced me to hunch over awkwardly, tightening even more. That afternoon in the snow, the time my life irreversibly changed. Images of a Wanako and that damned letter flashed over me in my mind. The first love I'd lost thanks to my condition. Can't let that happen again. I don't care what happens to me anymore. Just need to see her one last time. There! A sliver of yellow and white comes into view, some distance down the road. What the fuck is up with that child? I'm sorry. This was all epic and exciting and stuff. What the fuck is up with that? Her eyes are like beads and she doesn't have a nose. It looks really weird. I'm sorry. A sliver of yellow and white comes into view, some distance down the road, a figure silhouetted by the lights emanating from the airport entrance. Lilly! Lilly! Lilly, stop, please, Lilly! Come on, Lilly, I know your hearing's far beyond Gah! The view suddenly spins out of control and ends up on the ground, my body haphazardly sprawled after hitting someone and stumbling over. Before I can assess the damage, an unbelievable pain ignites my body. All my thoughts are blanked as I curled up and frantically clutch at my chest. Hey, you okay? That was a really bad fall. It's pain, I can't. Arrgh. Any sharp knocks could do me in. Any overexertion. I thought I could overcome my limits this time. Something's wrong with him. What's the matter? The voice of those gathering around me are gradually replaced by a loud ringing in my ears, but now I'm unable to move. My head, my eyes turn upwards to see the mute moving of their lips. You're in such confusion. Even as I clutch my chest, I realize I can't feel my fingers anymore, nor my feet. It feels like my entire body is shutting down, starting from my extremities. Right? It was quite intense. This was quite an intense... Oh no. One last effort, I turn my head down the road towards the airport entrance that's casting its light over me. Lily's there behind the crowd. Head is tilted, but only just slightly. I can feel my vision dimming as I try to yell out, but nothing emerges from my mouth. To my best effort, slowly but surely, my vision begins to black out the scene before me. So, this is how it ends. I failed. I was so close. So very close. But at the very last moment, my condition seized my chance at a new life and dragged me back. Now I'm going to die, sprawled out just meters from an airport with a crowd of babbling people surround me, with Lily leaving for Scotland just a distance ahead. Lily. That was the last word, extinguished from the last of my energy. The world falls to a deep, inescapable blackness as every muscle in my body shuts down. I'm sorry, Lily. I was too late. Why are you doing a scene transition? I'm dead. Why are you doing a scene transition? I'm dead. You can't. There can't be a scene. What? Am I doing my funeral? Is Lily coming to my funeral? Is that what we're doing? We're gonna do the funeral? What's going on? Oh, we're gonna do heaven. We're gonna do my visit to heaven. All right. Whatever. Slowly open my eyes. A bright white light assaults my retinas. For minutes, I lay just where I am, mindlessly staring ahead, while my scattered thoughts coalesce my slowly waking mind. That doesn't look like heaven. Unless heaven has Roombas. Slowly but surely, the white begins to come into focus. The bare expanse begins to draw across my field of vision. Suddenly, the light fixture comes into view, then my mind clicks as the ceiling. Slowly levering myself up, I suddenly absorb all my senses to the details of the room I'm in. Smell and taste of strong bleach hanging in the air, lending to the impression of a place just slightly too clean to be natural. Inoffensive, pale, peach-coloured walls, perfectly painted without a crack, stain, or imperfection. Single frame painting hangs on the wall, perfectly straight, like the walls. It's as boring and inoffensive as can be. My attention is grabbed by the translucent curtain waving across my vision, my eyes following it to the open window it covers. When I move my right arm to try and lift myself up and look through it, I feel the catheter dig in uncomfortably. So it's only now, too, I notice the cannula tubes winding around my cheeks into my nose. After some fidgeting, I settle for just looking around the corner of the window. Beyond the thick leaves of several large trees, I can see the greenery below, backing out to a field. A customary island of green in the outskirts of the city. Judging by the sun outside, it's noon. Of which day, though, I am not sure. So, I'm in a hospital once again. I let out a long, tired breath as I tried to collect my scattered thoughts, my mind seemingly cast in a dozen directions at once, with many emotions running through me. After slowly lying back down, I decided to start from the beginning, why I am here. Cast my mind back, but I can't work out a smooth recollection of what happened. Events of last night, whichever night it was, come back in more series of snapshots than any cohesive memory. Lying in my bed looking at the origami bird. Talking to Hideki outside the Hakamichi residence. Running down the streets, passing pedestrians and bumping into more and more of them. Falling. Looking up at the searingly bright airport entrance, seeing Lily's back as they lay on the ground, and the weird deformed child. The silence of a private room suddenly feeling overwhelming. So that's it. I had my chance to create my stakes, and I blew it. Whether I was at fault for neglecting my medication and disregarding my pace to myself, or my body was giving out so soon, doesn't matter. All that matters is that once again I'm alone. The pastel blue pillow yields a little resistance. I let myself fall back into its bed, starchy case along with the starchy sheets providing little comfort. Compared to the darkness of last night's events, the bright light of the room around me is striking. All it does, though, is emphasize how otherworldly this places like this are. Arrhythmia. A strange word, a foreign alien one. One that you don't want to be in the same room with. A rare condition. It causes the heart to act erratically and occasionally beat way too fast. It can be fatal. It was a miracle you were able to go on so long without anything happening, they said. He could be, but I doubt it. And then, it did. My condition has taken away everything. My old school was of no importance anymore. My home was reduced to a faraway place. Both my friends and my first love simply stopped visiting after a length of time. Became cynical and embittered. Distant and subdued in my defense, no person could avoid that after such a thing happening to them. But nonetheless, I left the hospital a very definitively changed person. Things changed. I made new friends in Hanako, Shizune, Misha. Never mention Emmy. We just refuse to mention that you're friends with Emmy. I don't know why. I really do think Emmy's story was a complete afterthought. Like, it doesn't seem like she was written into the game at all, like the rest of them were. I found a new sense of home in my dormitory. A new interest in science and the world around me. I found direction in my life I'd never felt before, but also discovered other things. A sense of isolation in Yamaku and its surroundings were not entirely unwelcome. Quiet giving of peace of mind. I'd not found elsewhere, but it gave the area a feeling of being pushed out of the way, being kept out of sight. People in the streets would sometimes glance awkwardly or quickly turn their heads as they realized they were staring. Even in my condition wasn't visible. My uniform was. Even if it weren't, I'm still different. It took 17 pills a day, morning, midday, and night. My scars, though, hidden behind clothing, were still a permanent mark of my condition. And most of all, there was a very real possibility of death. A bad fall, an absent-minded hard hit on the back, a simple sprint taken too far. Anything could have set my heart off. And several times I teetered on the edge of the abyss, even with all the care I took of myself. But that was fine. I could have lived with all that. Because there was one final thing I'd found, or rather refound after entering Yamaku, which was once again snatched away from me before my eyes. It's only now that I realised just how delicate my newfound sense of happiness was. Everything depended on her, the linchpin of my life since I first entered Yamaku as a sullen, confused, and aimless transfer student. Lilly Sato was the one person I could depend on above all others, who reciprocated that love I felt for her. But I failed her, and only realised it all too late. I thought that I could just set my life up and continue that way forever, but the real world doesn't work like that. Finally realised the meaning of those words, only to be struck down as I confronted my failure to do so in time. The surroundings I'm now in all too familiar. It's as if Yamaku was but a dream. I'm still recovering from my first major heart attack. Maybe that's why I feel so tired. It feels almost as if I've lived the entire last few months of my life in this space of minutes. The weight of my eyelids closed my eyes, my physical and mental exhaustion letting me no offer of resistance. Unintelligible mumbling from the head of the bed stirs me out of my sleep. My eyes still closed, I can focus and make out someone, presumably a nurse, bidding farewell to a doctor. You did miss it, yeah. If you scroll up in chat, you'll see it. As I opened my eyes, I noticed the door closing in my peripheral vision. The doctor stands reading some notes off a clipboard held in his hand, cleverly looking over the pages. After consulting his obvious, very important documents, he looked up and noticed my gaze. It's now that I notice something slightly odd about his expression and general disposition, but I can't quite put my finger on it. I see you're awake, Mr. Nakai. His quick glance at my bed to verify my name shows that the documents obviously didn't have written on them. I must admit it's a bit unfortunate your parents visited just early while you were asleep. Couldn't notify them you're awake now if you'd like. Thanks, that'll be good. Did give somewhat dazed reply, though most likely he'd expect before really thinking about what I'm saying. Not a problem. If you have any questions you'd like to ask, I'd be happy to answer them. That is, unless you prefer to rest. The anesthetic's still going to be affecting you a bit, I'm afraid. Anesthetic, of course, that'd be why I feel so strange the first time I woke up. So I shake my head, not wanting to dislodge the pipes, or cause any of myself discomfort unnecessary. The doctor politely puts down his clipboard in response. Guess my main question is, what exactly happened? To put it simply, you've unfortunately had another heart attack. While not as severe as your first, you were very lucky it occurred so close to a hospital. After being stabilised, you were taken to the operating room. What followed was a keyhole surgery in order to insert a temporary pacemaker. All in all, the incident happened 2 days ago, with the emergency treatment being carried out very soon after. Since then, we've kept you under close observation while you were asleep. Will I be alright? Any lasting problems? Compared to the procedure carried out for your first heart attack, this is relatively minor. While you will have to undergo surgery once more in a few days, time to remove the pacemaker. Assuming that there are no complications, there should be no lasting implications. He continues talking, subject shifting and repetition of facts about arrhythmia and about my medication that I already know for the most part. I start to nod and feign interest while my mind drifts. I begin to think about how perfectly hung the inoffensive painting hanging on the wall behind his shoulder is, how neat the sterile the surrounding, even including the doctor himself. My mumbling bores you are quite welcome to say so. Mr. Nakai, Lord knows I lose track of myself sometimes. Because short chuckle of him self-depreciating joke as I grimace awkwardly, having been rather badly caught out. Doctor's chuckle sounds as if it was from the nurse at Yamaku, though, come to think of it. As I ponder why I realise the man in front of me feels that little bit off. His smile is neat and sterile. He delivers a little joke perfectly of a customary inoffensive chuckle. It is like, rather than talking to the man whose name is neatly printed on the name tag pinned to his lab coat, Emily interacting with an actor, reading off of a pre-rehearsed script, every action having been choreographed beforehand. I suppose he has to be this way, though, being a doctor. He has to keep a neat and sterile smile while chatting to the girl with cancer slowly spreading through her body, while reassuring the woman who will surely die from childbirth and with every other terminally ill and critically ill patient. That's a little bit of distance, a little bit of aloofness. Makes me wonder if I've been too harsh, especially considering it's a disposition far from being adopted by any people in his profession. After all, the only one I love's kept the same distance from me as once herself. Looking up to the doctor again, I realised I'd been in thought with my head bowed for some time. I understand you must still be tired. You've been through a lot. As I mentioned before, the anaesthetic will still be affecting you. If you don't mind, I'll let you get some rest and tell your parents you're woken up for you. I think that'll be good. Thanks. Gives a curt nod before picking up his clipboard and making his way to the large white door in the corner of the room, closing it behind him with a thud. In the end, I'm alone again. Lily's gone, Akira's gone, Hanako will be travelling, and even my parents have already left the hospital. 4 pale peach walls, 1 white ceiling, and a single open window to look out towards the world outside. It's hard to think of the future when the past is crowding around you, claustrophobic, in its neat, sterile, starchy, bleach-smelling grip. Lost for what to do on focus. I content myself with sleeping on the time away as if this was just another dream like Yamaku had been. White. Sterile, clean white for a sterile, clean room. My eyes open as I simply stare at the ceiling for some time. It's about as interesting as the television would be, mounted in its metal rack hanging off the ceiling ahead of the bed. Indeed, the television saw its entire use during the time my parents were here, left on quietly as they waited for me to wake up. It was about as banal as it had been the first time I'd end up in the hospital. Earlier today, in attending the nurse, I'd offered the EKG speakers. I refused simply because the sound is so entirely normal to me now. It's almost comforting in a way. The metronome-like regularity gives it some at least feeling and moves even in places such as this. After some time of listening to it beeping while I'm fully awake, I realised there's another sound in the room. Concentrating on my efforts in listening, a task made rather easy by the lack of distractions, and a tiny, tinny melody can be heard. Oh, okay. Light and quiet, the music sounds almost fragile, as it's dwarfed by the EKG's pulses. Tilting my head just slightly to the side, in the effort to see the source of the melody without dislodging any sensors and pipes stuck on me, there's a little wooden box sitting on the nightstand next to the bed. My mouth opens just slightly when I silently watch the tiny yellow metal drum slowly rotate inside, little bumps in its surface gradually move around in and out of sight. The music box. It's the one I gave. The creaking of the door breaks me out of my riviere, my head and heart remaining still as my eyes turn to see who'd come through. Long, tan skirt, peach off-the-shoulder sweater, pale, almost porcelain skin, blue, clouded eyes, and long, yellow hair. All I can do is stare as Lilly slowly walks into the room, her fingers lightly running over the wall for orientation. My mind comes to a shuddering halt. Lilly? She stops mid-stride, her entire body tensing. Hisao? Was that you? Her voice is quiet and pensive, echoing her expression. I thought you were... Lily takes one tentative step forward, another as if she were holding herself back. Her control over her composure is for naught, though. She finally rushes over to where I lay. The last for resistance fails. I'm slightly taken aback when she grabs a hold of me, hunching over her. Tears begin to fall from her cheeks. Since only minutes ago I thought she was on the other side of the world. After a moment of hesitation, I rest my right hand on her shoulder. Hisao! Hisao! Lily's body trembles as her tears blot the pale green sheets, her emotional flooding through her carefully maintained exterior. With her face now closer, it made easier to see for her pale skin being lit by the sunlight from the window. I noticed her cheeks being redder than they should be. It's okay, Lily. I'm okay. You don't need to... She's right. She rights herself quickly, her crying forcefully stifled with both sadness and stubbornness remaining in her moistened eyes. Her prideful nature, always having something to contend with, takes me off guard. Stop telling me not to worry about you, Hisao. Just this once, let me cry. I'm caught speechless. She waits for a response, but her composure breaks again after a handful of seconds. This is like the most intense I've seen chat ever, I think. I swallow hard and try to settle my own emotions while she weeps onto my bed. A strange mixture of relief and depression welling up. Lily's here. She's really here. If I couldn't feel her skin under my hand, I'd hardly believe my own eyes. My efforts weren't for nothing. My body's attempt to take everything away was important to me once again has been foiled. But now, I don't feel as happy about it as I thought I would. Seeing her here crying like this over me, it's the one thing I wanted to avoid since coming to love her. No, since leaving the hospital. I'm sorry, Lily, it's my fault I'm here. I shouldn't have tried to push myself so far. I give a self-depreciating snort. After months to keep myself together so nobody worry about me, I only did something like this. Guess I'm pretty dumb. He's acknowledging it! Yugo calling for tags is normal. That's just a common occurrence. That's not like the raw emotions right now. A couple of sniffs and a long breath, Lily managed to pull herself together and calm down a little. Despite her red cheeks, moist eyes, and the lines of her tears still visible, she delicately wears that weak smile she seems to so often give. You needn't blame yourself. I heard the ladder that happened, and you were running down the road after me, right? Still. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, returning more to her old self, and rush of emotions wear off. Why did you run after me, Asao? I moved to respond, but I noticed her face tightening. Even after I'd said goodbye, and I'd left Yamaku Academy. She takes a moment to steady herself, her emotions almost bubbling up once again. I just wanted to say that I'm sorry. Sorry? For the times when I wasn't there for you when you needed me. Till now, I thought you just being there would be enough. I only needed you by my side to make any day feel better. Even if my body may be like this, I wanted to help you, Lily. To be there when you need someone. But you're always there, Asao. Why did you want to go to Scotland, Lily? Why? I told you before, because Akira was going, because my family summoned to their home. Why didn't you say that you wanted to go? I'm not stubborn often, but this one time I think I need to be. I want you to stay here, Lily. I want you to stay where everyone you know lives, and where all your dreams and ambitions are made. If you choose to stay, I'll never leave your side. I won't let you lose another person. When I had my heart attack, I was snatched away from everyone and everywhere I knew. You showed me a new life after I came to Yamaku. I'd lost my past, but you showed me a future. It's true that I hadn't always been there for you. I'm unreliable. Sometimes I lied, and I thought I'd come to understand when I hadn't even understood myself. Be that as may, I want to give you the future as well. I want to be there for you. I want to share both your burdens and your happiness, just like I promised back in Hokkaido. I want you to trust me. I know I had problems coming up to put trust in you. After losing so many people I'd known after my heart attack. But that's just how I know being unable to trust others can feel awful. That's why I can't watch you just throw everything away like this. I never want you to go through what I did. I would do anything to stop that. You can be quite steadfast when you want to be, can't you? As I said, it isn't often. A weak smile drops. Though as the IV in my arm digs in a little, it's a harsh reminder of my tether to my condition. Lily's face tenses as I let out a small gasp of pain. Immediately made me wish I'd stifled it better. All I can do is sigh in defeat. Try not to let anyone worry over me for the entire time since I left hospital, but I can't even stop the one person I love the most from crying over me. Even if I might be able to put my feelings into words, I feel pretty useless with a body like this. Every time I try to reach towards something, it was just snatched away. Even now, only turned out to be the better to be luck. I guess there's something else I should apologise for. All I can ever do is make you worry. Even now, there's very little chance I could live anywhere and know a full life. Feeling of Lily's warm, soft hand motion over my left cheek makes me lift my head up, a smile gently warm as she touches me. Don't think you should go to Scotland. Don't ask her to stay. Right? That's what I was thinking, Josh. I was like, why doesn't he just go? He doesn't know anyone left there. I think that's something very natural for you to say. You were always so sincere and self-conscious. You were also reserved and mild-mannered and patient to a fault of Hanako, yet curious about everything and everyone. When I said I missed you while I was with my family, I wasn't lying or exaggerating. The thought of you was never far from my mind, and it helped me through that time. That's why I was so confused over what to do when my family summoned me. Even after I thought I'd made my decision, you tried your hardest to challenge me about it. I didn't confess to you out of pity or believing you were somehow different from what you are. I confessed because I never wanted to lose you, and I want you to always be part of my life, no matter what might change. You're a very beautiful person, Asao. Your heart changes none of that, so please don't apologise for yourself anymore. Long time. Silence reigns the room. Not really sure what this newly born feeling inside of me is, but it pales into insignificance as I wordlessly gaze at Lily's smiling face, warm and gentle as it has always been. It's only as her thumb crosses my cheek, wiping away a single drop of moisture, I realise it's all I ever wanted. For what feels like the first time, I give an earnest, wide smile. Lily feels it against her palm. She returns the gesture. More time passes before either of us say a word, neither of us needing speech to communicate our feelings to each other. I know I can't promise you that I'll always be around, or that we'll be together forever. Some difficulty, I slowly lift my hand, placing it on her pale shoulder. But I think I can at least take you to next year's Tanabata Festival to make up for making you miss this year's. His expression is one of surprise, though I can't say I blame her. You remembered that? I've got a pretty good memory. Sometimes. She raises her head a little and takes a hand from my cheek, giving me a small amused giggle. Smile absent-mindedly at how earnest it is, almost girlish in its lightness. Still smiling warmly, she collects herself and stands upright with a hand resting on my chest. Feels like I'm seeing her for the first time, the sun from the window glowing behind her just as it did when I first walked into the room where she was drinking tea. Very well then, shall I make it a promise between the both of us to go to next year's Tanabata together? Even if she can't see me doing so, I nod approvingly. I promise. I promise. So, we got a good ending. Oh my god, we actually got the good ending. Oh yeah, 100% good ending. And you didn't believe in me. Lee, you thought I was going to get that bad end. I honestly also thought it, to be fair. But apparently, I should trust myself more. Wow. That just made me hate Messiah Sam even more. I'm glad you believed in me. You didn't show it very well. It's fine. It's cool, buddy. Oh, that was good. That felt good. Hey, you know what this means? I don't have to go see the bad ending. What's funny is I probably will anyway. Because I might like off stream probably. I might just try and go for the 100%. You know? Just because like I'm close to the 100% as it is. And I'll play the whole game again, but uncensored. I'll pull up. Oh, what's this? This is new. None of the other stories had something after it, did they? Okay. Akira, Lilly and I silently sit on the grassy embankment, high above the local town, breeze gently blowing through the cloudless skies. Of course you would. We may just be a few minutes' walk from the town on a hill just outside the limits, but the view is entirely unexpected. Lilly sits beside me, her eyes closed, as the gentle breeze flows through her hair. This is a nice area. Yeah, I never knew a place like this was anywhere near Yamaku. And I had to be the one to find it, of course. Kira's grin is genuine, but her tone is slightly different from her usual carefree nature. It's good that you're out of the hospital, though, Sal. Nobody's more glad than I am. I can't stand hospitals. So, you do going back to school tomorrow? Wait, but they finished their last year. Maybe they're going to uni. Kira chuckles in amusement before looking back out the town below. Trees between the buildings swaying in the wind. Pity we couldn't go up north for the summer holidays or get to Tanabata. I wouldn't worry. There's always next time. You'll be graduating for the next summer vacation, won't you? Yeah, there'll still be college after that, mind. Going to the same one? Likely. We both have high enough scores to meet the entry requirements. Sounds so sure. Don't worry. You're better than I in most subjects. While part of me thinks it was the best idea to go to Scotland, she did want to be an English teacher in Japan, to be fair. Apart from that, every other thing was pointing to Scotland. The fact that Akira's still here is... Well, I guess Akira didn't want to go to the family either, right? There's that whole, that her family resented her thing. I don't know if you were there for that, Josh, but basically Akira told us that the reason their family moved to Scotland was because they resented the fact that she was blind. So they just wanted to get rid of her. So I think maybe... Even though I'd say he went about it in a shitty way, I think maybe this probably would end up for the better for her. I guess we'll work it out in due time. That's the way. Just enjoy yourself in Yamaku while you're there. Lilly gives a sad sigh at the distinction made between Akira and the two of us. Do you really need to go back to Scotland? Yeah, the folks are already out for my blood as it is. You're meant to stay this long? She gives a trademark wide grin. Setting my boyfriend up with a passport took some time. Hey, see, there you go. There's some more good news. Kira and her boyfriend got back together. We don't even know who he is, but that's nice. Take him with you? Just for a while first. He's a surprisingly worldly guy, so I think he'll do just fine. Kira gives an amused snort. If our father had his way, I'd have gone a long while ago. I just couldn't pass up an excuse to stay with my favourite little sister a while a little longer, though. She leans right in and gives Lilly a tight, playful hug, cheering her up considerably. Yeah, also that. Yeah. Sal would not have lasted in England at all. There's no question about that. In Scotland, even. It's nice to be with you one last time, though. For what it's worth, I'm in the same boat. Heh, thanks, you do. I'll try and come back sometime, don't worry. It's a shame that the business keeps you so busy. The place won't run itself, I'm afraid, and I think it's going to be just the same over there. Considering that, I'd better get going. Have fun over there, Akira. Heh, will do. With a slight grunt, she lifts herself with her hands and stands up, dusting herself off as she does so. Well, I'd better be off. The plane won't wait for me, after all. She had a certain unusual wistfulness to her tone of voice, and her eyes firmly planted on her sister. I'll be okay, Akira. Yeah, I know. Come now, isn't that bad? You'll be able to see us again soon. Isn't it strange to have Lilly reassuring a doubting Akira for once? She really has changed. Goodbye, Akira. Bye. For a second, the dark clad figure looked down at the both of us, smiling widely, perhaps more widely than I've ever seen her do before. She lets out a long sigh, wavering breath to steady herself before leaving. Wait, wavering. No, she didn't leave herself. She didn't leave Kenshi. I wish. But eventually sips her hand in her pocket and turns on her heel. And with that, she walks away, one hand held in the air as she goes. See you later, you do. A jazz tune with no beat, melody, or direction to the very end. After a few moments of sitting silently, Lilly and I pick ourselves up and dust ourselves off. Turning towards her with a broad smile, I hold out my hand. Shall we be off then? She takes my hand in hers, a gentle nod, and I smile, beautiful, warm as ever. Indeed we shall, Sao. As we set off towards the school, that wonderful smile engraves itself into my memory. That wonderful smile that we both share. Our past may be scattered and at times overshadowed by sadness, but they're also an irrevocable part of our lives and personalities. Even if I could change a single thing, I wouldn't, because my past is what led me here. That's why, even with all that's happened to us before, and all that may well befall us, together we'll keep walking forwards. Forwards towards the future. Our future. Yeah. You could say it's future hope. Wow, well, that was pretty great. Look at this clusterfuck of pieces of paper. How close are we to finishing them? 100% of the jukebox? Because I'm pretty sure the last thing I needed was the actual juke, like the little... Yeah, okay, 100% of the jukebox. I won't click any further from this, but... Oh, it doesn't tell me how fucking... Alright. Quick pan. 1 space. 2, 3, 4, 5... Oh, Jesus. I missed 5 spaces from that. 1, 2, 3, 4... 1... I still missed this one for 100% of the game, I'm guessing. Okay, so I've missed a fair amount there. I think I've got... What did I miss from Lilly's? Wait, what? Oh, I actually got... Oh, so I guess I did all the bad stuff for Lilly, but then managed to save it? Huh, that's weird. I actually have 100% of all of Lily's dialogue. So what the fuck is her bad ending, then? Because that's not... There isn't any option here for it. I thought I'd have at least had 1 space. Can you not get a bad ending with Lilly or something? Oh, don't tell me all that fucking effort and it's like, oh yeah, by the way, you can't even get a bad ending with Lilly. Oh my god. That would be the worst. Shizune, I'm missing like 3 scenes. And Hanako, I'm missing 1 there and then that. I think I'm missing anything on Emmy. Oh, I'm missing 2 on Emmy, okay. Am I still missing anything on Act 1 though? Yes. I don't know what that is or how to get it. Lilly does have a neutral ending. Lily's the bad ending is you don't go after. I guess so, but like... I guess it just ends earlier. Yeah, probably. And we've got all of our cinemas. Well, I'm pretty close. I mean, 93%... It said 93%, right? 93% is pretty good. I'm happy with that. Well then. That was great. That was good time was had by all. I'm pooped, as they say. And by they, I mean Skinner. Well... How many cards have I got to make? 13 cards. I probably 14, because I'll probably think of something for a Hasao card about him being punchable. Just for you, Josh. Good 7-hour stream. Was it 7 hours? Yeah, it was 7 hours. Reading the endings is well worth it. Reading all the tiny dialogues in between is pretty unnecessary, though. I probably won't read it all. I would probably skip through it all, because I know there's an option where you can skip text you haven't read yet, but I will probably go through everything to get the 100%. Not now, not today. I might do it tomorrow before the stream, maybe. I mean, obviously there's a certain scene that I think I'm going to have to go back for. I just realised what all those blank scenes in a row were. They were in Lily's, right? Because there were several CGs in a row that I imagine they're going to have. I need to see them for completionist's sake. No other reason. Oh, sweet. Well, that was fun. That was good. That was a good time. Yeah, I guess that's that then. Yu-Gi-Oh tomorrow, like normal. I won't be streaming on Sunday because my voice will be dead. My voice is already dead, as I'm sure you can probably tell. I am struggling to speak still. I have been talking for 7 hours straight and doing voices, including Misha's and Kenji's, and our old teacher as well. I don't know what you guys are talking about. But so I probably won't talk much in tomorrow's stream, but hopefully I'll build some more decks for them, and we should have more meme cards. Should be good. Yeah, no stream on Sunday. Or, I might stream on Sunday, but if I do, it'll just be like Fortnite. Yeah, we could play Mario Kart on Sunday. That's a good idea, Josh. Yeah, we'll do that. That's a good idea. I want to do that. If anyone else has Mario Kart, by the way, feel free to join us. If you are not in our Discord, join our public Discord, and I'll say when we're going to play, and then we can just play some Mario Kart. Because that should be fun. It won't be on stream. It'll just be fun. Duel Links is mentioned in Yu-Gi-Oh! DSOD. What the fuck is DSOD? I don't know what DSOD is. Thanks, Josh. See, Josh knows where it's at. Oh. The Switch one. Switch Mario Kart. Oh, and I didn't thank you earlier. If you're still here, David, thanks for resubscribing, by the way. I was totally just enthralled in the story at the time. The movie? Oh, you mean the movie that came out a little while ago? Dark Side Dimensions, gotcha. Was it? I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised that it was mentioned. It was a very cybernetic looking movie, you know? I can believe it. Oh. You know what? I'm going to get a quote for the road. Oh no, I just murdered a child. Oops. Thanks, me. I'm guessing it was that weird child with the button eyes and no nose. Oh. Thanks, more me. Glad to see I've got those classic quotes. Well then, I will speak to everyone tomorrow, or we can chat in Discord or whatever, because I'm not going to bed yet. Josh, if you're not going to bed yet either, do you want to play some Fortnite? Because I want to play some Fortnite. I haven't played in ages. And I feel like playing some, and there's new stuff and whatever. So you just let me know. Send me a message on Discord if you do, or whatever. As for the stream, see you all tomorrow. Yu-Gi-Oh! Should be good. Hopefully the new cards are out by then, so we can all build some new decks or whatever. That should be fun. Ta-ra for now.